have the quarterback of the Kansas State Wildcats, Big 12 champion Will Howard.
So excited to announce Kansas City Sports Network's new soccer channel. They're taking advantage of a look that they utilized earlier in the game to show that jet sweep motion.
It's a live edition of the KC Laboratory presented by Emprise.
You kind of root for guys to have those moments, and that was certainly a big moment.
Welcome into Mizzou, That's Who, your podcast from Missouri Athletics here on KC Sports Network.
Welcome, everybody, to the Border War Podcast.
Welcome back. Another episode of Aiden O'Connell Podcast.
You are listening to KC Sports Network, proudly presented by Emprise Bank.
Coverage continues here on KC Sports Network, day 3 of the NFL Draft, here presented by Miller Lite. What's up, everybody? Kent Swanson, Craig Stout, Matthew Lane here for another day of the NFL Draft. We do not stop here at KC Sports Network. We are here live for every single pick today and the entirety of this draft. Craig Stout, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Strong voice still.
Good for you.
We're making it just fine here. It's good to be here down at No Other Pub. You know, they're getting ready to open here. We're going to see a lot of people come in here for the draft. Day 3 is fun. This is going to be a lot looser atmosphere than maybe some of the previous rounds here. The picks are going to come pretty quick. They're going to flow through stuff. We're going to get some players today, Maddie.
Hopefully, that's the goal, right?
Yeah, that's the goal.
Hopefully, no. We're back. We're ready. We're ready for this. We're ready to get into day 3. You know, day 3 is a lot of fun because things happen a lot quicker, right? There's not as much downtime or anything like that, so we fly through. Yeah, everybody might not know these guys quite as well, but I think Kent Swanson knows every single player about to be picked today
intimately. He's going to have a detailed description of every player that is drafted today. We're going to just lean on him.
Oh, great. No, we're gonna have fun. I can't wait.
Could be a good time.
Like we talk about last year's draft all the time, right? And how good it was, and what made it so good was how good they were today on Saturday. You know, they had a great first couple days, but the cherry on top and the thing that really just took it over the top were these day 3 picks, and these day 3 picks can matter. They can matter in a big way. And the Chiefs have actually been able to find, at least one quality contributor to their team on day 3. I mean, you think about almost every day 3 pick last year. You think about a Mike Dana, a Nick Allegretti. They've continued to find players in day 3 of the draft, and I don't think that's going to be any different today. They have 5 selections currently. I think they're going to be able to find a couple here too.
This is where Brett Veach, I feel like, really gets to shine even a little bit more as an evaluator or the scouting staff as well. I shouldn't just lay it fully at the feet of Brett Veach. That's not fair to some of those individuals that are putting in the time. But I do feel like they do a lot of work on a lot of these day 3 guys to figure out who fits, how they can translate on the field quickly. We've seen it over the past several years, even guys with some medical concerns like Trey Smith. They stopped his fall and kind of collected him in day 3. I would expect that we're going to see a player drafted by this team that not only is going to contribute, but that we're going to be very happy about. Maybe even in the moment be very happy about. Maybe a Keandre Coburn, maybe a Truman Jones, maybe somebody like this that we look at and we see how they fit in to the team really well. That's what has happened the previous several years here. And I expect that they're going to find some success today.
I mean, yeah, you look back at the Chiefs kind of proof of concept these past couple of years. They are finding guys on day 3 that not only are coming in and getting contributions right away, but they're getting guys that are becoming part, not a building block, but a very important part of the team for the next few seasons. And they're getting guys on day 3 that we're kind of expecting to get a second contract with the team and just do all these things that are not a given for this time of the draft. So a lot of times I am somebody that does it as well. Day 3 of the draft, you have guys that are usually lesser known, probably a little not as good. That's why they're not going up, but they don't got to sugarcoat. They're not usually not as good of prospects as guys going earlier in the draft. And you kind of get a little, not bored, but you got to kind of just wait and see on day 3. You're not as excited when a lot of these picks come out. For the Chiefs, I don't know if that's the case anymore. A lot of these guys they're taking on day 3 are showing an ability to come in right away and make an impact for their first season.
Yeah, we just running through some of the names in Brett Veach's tenure here in day 3.
It's going to be a long list.
I know. Joshua Williams in round 4, Jalen Watson, Isaiah Pacheco in round 7, Noah Gray in round 5. That was a trade up. Trey Smith in round 6. You ever heard of L'Jarius Sneed?
Yeah, he's a pretty good football player.
Decent football player. He went at pick 138.
Yeah.
Mike Dana in the 5th round. And then you go back, you got, Rashad Fenton, Nick Allegretti, or round 6 and 7 picks. We don't have to talk about 2018.
Nah, but I mean,
Armani Watts was a special teams contributor.
I do think that is kind of a testament to what the growth of the scouting staff, Brett Veach, all these individuals, that their ability to find these guys, to find the diamonds in the rough consistently. Like that's hard to do. We talk a lot about how different GMs navigate the board really well, make smart choices. A lot of the focus on that stuff is days 1 and 2, because those are usually the most impactful picks of any draft class. Brett Veach being able to round out the bottom of the roster, he's not having to allocate those for guys that maybe didn't work out as a 2nd rounder or a 3rd rounder or something like that. He's rounding them out with 7th round draft picks. And sometimes those guys are outperforming guys that they brought in to take those roles. It allows you to not have to spend as much in free agency. It allows you to keep the youth movement going. As you add more and more contracts, and Mahomes is more expensive, Chris Jones extension coming, as you pay other players, finding day 3 guys allows you to be so much more sustainable as an organization. And this is where the fun part is.
I mean, this is where you start to build out the depth of a football team. This is where you get guys that are going to step in for injuries throughout the year, guys that can earn rotational roles. And I think we talked about it a little bit before. So I think it's time to bring in kind of the afterthoughts of the past 2 days here. This team, the way the Chiefs are maybe approaching this draft, they might feel a little bit more comfortable with the depth or the overall state of their team right now. They're taking a few more swings, it feels like, in the first couple rounds, and we've seen the last 2 drafts. The last 2 drafts before this has been a lot of safer floor guys that are going to come in and you think are going to provide you a very solid, steady performance, but maybe without top-end ceilings, maybe without the ceiling to be necessarily all pro or super high Pro Bowl players at all times. Like that doesn't seem like their goal. It's to hit doubles, is the way that Kent likes to put it a lot of times. Yeah. I think the beginning of this draft is a little bit the opposite of that. They took some guys that might need a little bit more development before they're ready to really hit on in the NFL and jump in right away to make a play. But their ceiling on these guys, on a Felix Uzoma, on a Rashee Rice, their ceiling higher than maybe some of the players they've taken in the past. Even Awanya Morris, but guys that might not be ready to step in on day 1 and have that instant impact because of some technical things or some development they still need in their game.
Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, please, if you're watching. Thank you to everybody that's already funneling in here before the draft even starts. Really appreciate it.
Coburn or we riot?
Coburn or we riot?
Is that our social media movement this year?
Buddy.
Ooh,
listen,
I don't think Keandre Coburn's going to have a hard time getting drafted.
I don't
today.
think Marquand McCall was.
I don't think so either. But guys, I don't want to do this. I want Keandre Coburn. It did not work out with Marquand McCall last
So
year.
we got to come up with a new strategy.
Yeah, we do need to. We'll figure it out.
Actively ignore Keandre Coburn.
Don't do that.
Or just draft him at 1.
Be nice to him.
Yeah.
I've said, hey, Keandre Coburn, the defensive tackle out of Texas, I've mocked him in round 2 to the Chiefs, or round 4 to the Chiefs a lot.
Yeah.
Round 2, you laughed at that.
I did.
Round 4, I mean, he makes a lot of sense. If you're noticing a trend here in what we're wearing today, these are the new All Juice team shirts that the money goes to support the Terez Paylor scholarship at Power Mizzou. This is obviously, we've been, trying to go and achieve our goal of $7,500 to the Terez Paylor scholarship. We are in striking distance of achieving that. So we would appreciate everybody, if you are watching, please consider supporting the KCSN benefit raffle. $10 donation increments get you entries into this raffle. You can pay on Venmo or Zeffy. The links are in the description of this show right here. And you can also use the super chat. All the money from the super chat is going to support Terez Paylor scholarship. So these are the prizes you can see on the board that you can potentially win by being part of this. And we'd really appreciate your support. We've seen so many people, pouring out and some love to Terez Paylor, and just know that. And we'll play a video of his fiance Ebony Reed. She knows and she sees, and we appreciate that, and it means a lot. that you guys are all doing such a great job supporting it. Thank you so much.
Yes, it's been crazy to sit and watch all of these flow in. The super chat money as well goes towards that. So when you throw that up there, when you see those comments up there, all of that money is going towards it as well. Raffle money. It is awesome to be able to do something like this, to be able to talk football with these guys and enjoy and hang out and get to talk with all of you that are watching right now. But the fact that we get to do this, donate this money to such an important cause to all of us, it's beyond awesome to watch this money flow and to watch all this happen. It really is touching.
Steven.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steven.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Steven.
you.
Yeah.
And just so you know, the Terez Paylor Scholarship through Power Mizzou goes to a minority journalism student. There's already been, a few recipients of it, and the impact is already felt. And you've seen people that have, seen what is happening there. We'll get to the story later and what you see it, but it is making a big impact for people and supporting young journalists at a place that Terez cared about. So appreciate everybody that is hanging out.
No, I mean, this is one of
Supporting.
the best parts of every single year when we do this kind of stuff. This is something that I think we all enjoy kind of the most. And it's so much fun, but it feels so good, like for the heart, and you get filled with joy seeing how many people care are just around the world that are watching this kind of stuff and just all the support that everybody has. So we do appreciate it. Thank you guys for spending some time with us.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I think that's the impact of Terez. Terez impacted all of us in a big way. It's weird. There's definitely I don't want to over emphasize or how my relationship with Terez. It wasn't like we were the closest friends, but what we were is his impact on all of us.
Mm-hmm.
His presence in the KC media space was it carried so much weight.
It was immense
and so much gravity that you were. I want to say he was like a conscience in the back of my head, but there were some times where I would be tweeting out and I would just not. I would want to make sure that that wouldn't annoy Terez almost because there was just a standard that he kept and that he held that it made you want to be better. It made you want to continue to earn the respect of him, and that was just always something that was always in the back of my mind as a young guy in this space or as a new guy in this space, and it just it literally it was almost what would Terez what do you think Terez would think about this tweet? What would Terez think about how I'm framing this? Because it was like you didn't want to disappoint someone with that kind of gravity in this space.
Absolutely. And you heard that voice in the back of your head, very, very defined.
Right?
You heard the laugh in the back of your head. It just, yeah.
And he was so generous to us.
Oh, so generous.
And his whole thing was he respected people that put in the work.
Mm-hmm.
And he would tell us he respected the work we were putting into it. And again, his word meant more than some other people saying that. It just, he told me the first time I met him, actually BJ introduced me to him, and he came in, he was he's kind of sizing me up a little bit. I don't know if he meant to or not, but just kind of and we just started talking, but he just he could not have been nicer. He was so chill and relaxed, but I was I was so intimidated by him, but he just opened up so quickly, and it was just hey, you're working hard, you're putting the work. I can see that, you're actually doing it and all that stuff. And I'll remember that forever. It was just so cool.
Matthew Flippin. Thank you there.
Let's go.
Thank you. Let's get some all juice dudes on day 3.
Let's get some all juice dudes on day. And the thing, I think Terez, all but one all juice team had a former chief on it.
Correct.
Every year. I think there was one year he missed.
Future chief.
Yes. A future chief. One future chief on it. So he was always just he had at least one on there.
Yeah.
Thanks everybody that's supporting. We have some. Yeah. Thank you all. We're gonna get some of these names. Thank you, Whitney Flaherty. Thank you so much for your $50 donation.
Thank you.
Kyle Carter, Garrett Williams, Chris Schoonover, Young Kim, Angie Young, Grant Ellenberg, Jacob Harrison, Max Dean, Russell Shankland, Olin Holland, Jake Worth, Rich Fan, David Deffenball. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much for your donations. We really appreciate it. We're trying to achieve $7,500 by the end of today. We are doing a raffle, so there are some ways that we're going to be able to thank you and pay it forward as we try to honor the legacy of Terez Paylor, irreplaceable member of KC Media. Like, just there, we miss him now. KC Media needed him, and we miss him dearly. And that role is just, I don't know if it'll ever be replaced.
I don't think so either.
But I think the Mizzou scholarship is a way to help, find more people like Terez in their voice and help their voices be heard in a big way.
Absolutely.
All right, so we're getting real close here to the draft beginning.
We've seen a couple trades to start today already before the draft has started.
Let's run them down. What we got?
We got the New Orleans Saints that have traded up into the first overall pick of the day. It traded 2 of their third-round picks, I believe, to move up there. And reports are that the Las Vegas Raiders trading up for one of Houston's 2 back-to-back picks here to start the day.
The Eagles are sending a third-round pick next year to the Texans for pick 105 here as well.
Oh, there you go.
So we got some movement here.
So people reset their board.
Raiders, Eagles now off the top instead of, I believe it was Bears, Texans. Is that how it was supposed to go? I don't something like that. But yes, that's right. So yeah,
it was supposed to be
Saints, Raiders, Eagles. Guys, I mean, we kind of looked at the board. I believe we've got the kind of best players available that we've been keeping track of from the KCSN draft guide. We got Keely Ringo, cornerback out of Georgia. It would make a ton of sense. The New Orleans Saints have not addressed the cornerback position. Come up and try and get a guy here. DeJuan Jones, Jalen Duncan, Tommy out of Baware. I mean, I can see these guys, especially those 4 right there, coming off the board pretty quick to start the day here.
You can run up and down the board, and you look at this top 6, and I think there's reasons. Can you put that back up, Tucker? There's just reasons for all these guys that outside of Keely Ringo, I have no idea why Keely Ringo's not off the board.
I'm surprised we didn't get a story today. Usually when something like this happens, you get a story, and even if it's just an agent spin zone, they just try to find a way to make the player sound better and then provide some kind of question for what it may be. We've heard nothing.
If you're moving Keely Ringo to safety, I think he's worth this pick.
If you're moving Keely Ringo to safety or playing him at corner, he's still worth a top 64 pick because he's one of the freakiest, most linear. I mean, he's a linear athlete, but he's one of the freakiest athletes you can have. And he's willing to be physical at like 210 pounds. So that's weird. I'm surprised we've heard nothing there. Maybe it's after the draft and you hear something significant because that's all I can come up with for him.
And you look at DeJuan Jones, there's some reasoning behind him maybe not being
the weight.
The weight, the process, Matty, you kind of talked a little bit about that. Jalen Duncan, there's been some late talk about, football character concerns with him.
The tape isn't always good either.
The tape is a little bit up and down, a little bit inconsistent. So there's that. Tommy Adebawore, the athletic testing is unprecedented. The film is average. Yeah.
Highly up and down.
Yeah.
Had a good Senior Bowl, though.
And where do you play him as well?
He's going to be a tweener.
No, it didn't matter for Kalijah Cansey.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Now, I was going to say Kalijah Cansey went in round 1. I get it. There's a lot more proof of concept there for him.
Correct.
But he's a lesser athlete than Tommy was. Like, I'm a little surprised that no one's bet on that athleticism as well.
And maybe that's the Eagles moving up here just to continue to add to that group. You could see some of those teams maybe. I think Tommy Adebawore I think he will see his name called earlier. DeJuan Jones and Jalen Duncan, I can understand their reasonings, maybe potentially why, but I anticipate their names. Blue Kelly, I think he's a product of a deep cornerback class. If you could catch him, if you can catch Blue Kelly, if the Chiefs could catch him at 134,
that would be insane value.
I'd be thrilled.
Yeah, there's a couple good corners still out there, but he's definitely one of them that I think we had to break for out. Corey Trice. I know he's not quite on the list, but he's got to be pretty close.
Good testing.
Elite testing, and he played his entire final year with an injury, and I think that was a big issue for him as it really hampered his ability to turn, run vertically, and then stop and play the ball. Whereas you go back and watch him in 2021, there was a little bit, you could see the upward trajectory that he was under. So I think there's some corners out there that's definitely going to be good value.
Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Appreciate everybody that is hanging out with us, growing this thing. We're gonna be here for every single pick. We'll be breaking down every single pick from the Kansas City Chiefs. We are awaiting the start of the day 3 of the 2023 NFL draft. Will be interesting to see. I did see Zach Eisen, our buddy Zach Eisen, on here saying, looking at some of the trade up scenarios, he thinks the Chiefs could realistically get up to 115. So striking distance here.
I got some Albert Breer notes for Saturday, just talking about some of the guys we were just talking about. Ohio State offensive tackle DeJuan Jones and Georgia's Keely Ringo are facing some character makeup questions going into the process that they didn't answer exactly well. So that was one of them right there. I'm trying to just read through some of his other notes. I haven't got to read through them all yet. Just talking about the
the DeJuan Jones stuff makes sense.
We knew
the DeJuan Jones stuff, but the Keely Ringo stuff that is new. Yeah.
The Vikings will listen on Dalvin Cook and Zadarius Smith trade offers. Both will require contract adjustments to be traded, but they are something that they would probably have to be trading for future draft capital. But they are listening for both of those guys.
From a Chiefs perspective, I don't think either one of them make a ton of sense. Zadarius Smith would fit. Don't get me wrong. He's a Steve Spagnuolo guy, but I mean, at this point, if you're adding a vet to the room, add Frank Clark or Carlos Dunlap.
The last quick thing here was just after the Broncos took Mims, apparently they got a couple more calls about Jerry Jeudy and Cortland Sutton, who were rumored to be trade offers.
That makes sense.
It sounds like they have no intent on trading them. You would have to really just kind of offer them a lot still to get those guys away.
Before we get going here in day 3 of the NFL draft, let's just kind of run down quickly the picks that the Chiefs have already made. And look, we talked about, hey, what were the 3 big positions we talked about heading into this offseason that the Chiefs needed? They needed an edge. They needed a wide receiver. They needed an offensive tackle. What do? They grab an edge at 31. They trade up for a wide receiver at 55, and then they trade up again for a tackle up to pick 92. The Chiefs have made sure to secure the 3 positions of need that most everybody thought were positions of need for them. They go out and get those. Felix Anudike-Uzomah. Craig, quick thoughts on him before we get going.
High character individual, has burst, has been. Shout out to Jason Carey for this.
Thank you, Jason
Carey. But, has burst, has been, needs a little work on his hands, needs a little work on his balance, but high-end traits there. We have been talking about Steve Spagnuolo rushers for a long time. Basically, what you come down to, you typically get stiffer power players. Felix is not that. He is going to be a much more smooth individual, ability to press the edge, ability to win quicker. A good pick for a developmental edge there.
All right, Craig or Maddie, Rashee Rice, we kind of were a little up and down with the conversation at the first pick, but we watched a lot of tape together. I know you watched even more today. After, on the come down here from all that, how do you feel now?
I love the person of Rashee Rice, everything he said, how he carries himself on or off the field, the physicality, everything about him as a person. I actually really like. He would be a guy that Craig has said it numerous times. He is like a perfect Matty guy as a person or his football character. And then the highlights are phenomenal. He can make some of the craziest catches. I love how physical he is, how much he loves to block and take corners out of the game. He's the most frustrating wide receiver in this entire class to play against, the way he just makes corners mad and hits them. I still question his ability to separate, especially at the NFL level. So there's a pathway for that to work, but you have to make it. It's a really thin needle that you have to get through there. And he has the ability to do it. It's just, I'm kind of got to wait and see how that translates to the next level.
I think, and obviously a lot of his tape, some of the tape we were watching, he was playing on a broken toe.
Turf toe.
I'm sorry. Oh, my apologies.
Yeah, no, for nasty. 9 games. And it shows.
Oh, my goodness. He's finishing reps, and it's a pronounced limp back to the line of scrimmage to line up for another snap. Would not come off the field. Would absolutely refuse to do so.
He continued to play through it. There's the high football character that you're talking about. Wanya Morris is the pick for the Chiefs at 92. They trade up with the Cincinnati Bengals. They get an offensive tackle. I really like that move. I think that's probably, I think when it was all said and done, by the end of the day, our favorite pick for the Chiefs. Getting a guy that can step in immediately and contribute, I think, or compete for the tackle spot that the Chiefs have at right tackle. Obviously, it is going to be him and Lucas Niang. Thank you, Sean. We really appreciate you for that.
Congratulations on your first child being born yesterday, too. That's awesome, buddy.
Congratulations, dude. But yeah, Wanya Morris, I think, is a fantastic pick. We got 3. There's just 3 picks on the board. There are 5 left. We'll see if the Chiefs are trying to move up here, if they're trying to be aggressive. Striking distance, as our buddy Zach Eisen was saying, I was doing the math on it. 134 and 166 could get you up to that 115-ish range, and maybe even a little bit more. Just because the later the picks go, the math, the preferences on the draft math, maybe a point or two here, it's not that big of a deal. But
I will say
the first pick is in for the Saints, and they have selected Nick Saldiveri.
Big Sal.
Great move by the Saints.
That's
Straight
a
up.
fantastic pick right off the top. I get why the Saints would move up for a guy like that. That's a guy I think that can step in day one and potentially contribute for you.
Consistent riser throughout the process. I think the more eyes that people got on him, the more they realized that he has really true high-end potential here. Obviously, another Duke Manyweather guy. We've spoken at length about those guys and how they translate to the NFL pretty well, as it turns out. I mean, my favorite stat about him is that they had an eating competition at Duke's, situation down there, the Big Boys Club, and he won by putting on the most weight.
Let's go.
In one sitting by eating there. I just obviously a competitor in that regard.
He's definitely a competitor.
Not scared to compete.
Great pick. I think he's one of our personal kind of higher guys that were left, especially for me. I like his ability to come in and compete for a right tackle spot. Obviously not going to happen in New Orleans. They're pretty good at right tackle there with Ryan Ramczyk. But he can come in and he can immediately compete for any of their interior spots. They can always use some help there. If Trevor Penning can't quit getting himself suspended and thrown out of games, maybe he can fill in at left tackle as well. So I like the pick, and I think it makes a lot of sense to go home last night for these guys and this morning and wake in and reset the board and come away thinking, he's the guy we have to go trade up and make sure we get.
Yeah, I think we had talked about him as a potential candidate for the Chiefs, in round 3. He doesn't go far. He doesn't last much longer after that.
No.
Which isn't all that surprising. This is a good football player. He's had a great process. If your team is more of a best 5 subscriber, I think you're going to find a role for him. It's going to be interesting to see what the Las Vegas Raiders do here at pick 104.
They obviously have something in mind here.
If they're going to move up, they feel comfortable about whoever they're getting. Some people, Keely Ringo's a guy that everybody's clamoring for if you're looking at social media.
Yeah. But if there's character concerns, they have not really gone out on that limb. Okay.
So the Raiders have selected cornerback Jacorian Bennett out of Maryland. Another tier 1 cornerback athletic tester. That is CBAT for short. It's one of the metrics that Craig Stout has created as part of the KCSN draft guide. By the way, if you want to kind of follow along with our opinions and our write-ups on these prospects as they're coming off the board, you can still get the KCSN draft guide if you'd like. It's $12.99. You also get 3 months to KCSN Substack. So it's a book with 225 plus write-ups on prospects and how they fit the Chiefs specifically. So that could be a good companion for you on day 3 as these picks are flying off the board. But Jacorian Bennett, Greg, I know that was a guy you really liked.
It was a guy that I really liked. You gamble on traits, especially in this scenario here. The Chiefs did with L'Jarius Sneed a little while back, and it's obviously worked out on day 3. Jacorian Bennett still has a lot of stuff that he needs to clean up. He is far from a refined prospect from a technical standpoint, but the athletic traits are so tantalizing that you take that gamble on a player like that.
He's shown progress throughout his entire college career. He's gotten a little bit better every. And we're going to see this guy for Jacorian Bennett. You probably see on the highlights. He's going to play inside. He's going to play outside. They'll even rotate him to some safety reps when they're they'll drop him into a safety deep half coverage. So he plays all over the field. You see, he's comfortable in press. It's another guy kind of like Saldiveri that makes sense to trade up for at the beginning of this day. When you look at the athletic profile, you just say, we can't get that guy elsewhere. All intents and purposes, he's got a good character. He cares about football a lot. So you go up and get that guy here early on day 3.
Yeah. Last year, I believe the first tier 1 CBAT guy came off right at the end of round 3. This year, pick 104 is the last tier 1 CBAT. Before we get into this, sometimes there are some smaller school guys that don't go to the combine.
How close was Corey Trice? I feel
Corey Trice was very close.
Okay. I just remember the testing was good.
That 3-cone, if I remember right.
Okay. Was he a cone?
Really,
Yeah, gotcha.
Really bad. So, yeah, Corey Trice was very
Him and Terrell
much
Smith both close? They both seem like they should be very
much
close.
On the fringe, yes.
Okay.
But yeah, those guys that attend the combine that we had testing numbers for, and some of those guys that we got pro day numbers that kind of filtered in towards the end, that was the last one of those. So anybody hoping to get another tier 1 CBAT, I will say this. Good for Ja'Corian Bennett for picking himself up after Rashee Rice dominated him earlier in that. My goodness. Now he gets to turn around and see him playing for the Raiders. Chiefs versus the Raiders twice a year. Rashee Rice can continue dominating him.
Are the Eagles about to get Keely Ringo?
I mean, it would make so much sense.
It kind of would. I mean, they are a franchise that will take gambles on, character guys, and obviously do not have a problem with Georgia players on their defense. We joked about him going to them yesterday towards the end of the day just to try and complete their Georgia defense. They're excited. They're very excited right now.
Yeah, so we got the Eagles on the clock. They're ticking down to about a minute left. I assume once this draft kind of gets really into the flow, these picks are going to start coming in quick.
Yeah,
the picks were flying off at the end of last night. And it's but it made it fun because everything was happening quick.
Yeah, those guys were ready to get home yesterday and get back on.
The timer went away, so it looks like the pick is in for the Philadelphia Eagles. We will get to that one shortly. I mean, Keely Ringo makes so much sense here for them. It really does, just because the Georgia connection right now. They lost all their corners are on short-term deals, and they're veterans. They lost all their safeties. I believe that the pick is in, and I believe it is going to be Keely Ringo.
That is correct. The Eagles have selected Keely Ringo, a top 15, top 20 talent.
The Georgia Eagles.
These Philadelphia Bulldogs.
You saw how hyped Howie was to be getting a talent like this. They are literally recreating Georgia Bulldogs 2021.
I've heard worse strategies.
No, I mean, this is seriously, this is absurd.
All right, so that I forget the freshman defensive end that playing for them right now that was giving Paris Johnson the work in the semifinal game.
We need to target him.
But
in a couple of years.
No, he's just locking him into the Eagles now.
Yeah.
2 years from now, the Eagles are taking him in the first round.
I mean, Keely Ringo's a fantastic football player. Like Maddie was saying, good straight line speed, a 4.3 guy, not afraid to hit. Will fit in well with their scheme and the sorts of things that they're doing there. And obviously is going to be able to communicate very well with his former teammates that he has played all of these years
Name
with.
them all.
I can't at this point. There's too many of them at this point. But Mike Stevens,
my guy. Hey, man.
Thank you so much, Mike.
It was great meeting you too, buddy. Appreciate you.
It was awesome meeting you.
Thank you so much for your support and all that. That means a lot. It's been really cool to see everybody helping support and honor Terez Paylor. And we really appreciate you too, buddy.
I'm highly curious if Keely Ringo plays safety or corner for them. I mean, I don't think that you can't get away with him at corner, but I know they're a little bit weaker at safety right now. So I'm intrigued how the usage is going to go for him.
I think that they can be a little flexible on the back end with that roster and the guys that they have there. So maybe it makes sense. He's going to play corner against some teams. He's going to play, a little bit more safety against some other teams there. Good football player. We'll see, we don't know what that character stuff is at this point, so
They took Sidney Brown earlier in the draft, right?
They did.
Oh, man, that's a lot of speed if those two guys play safety, though. Sidney Brown and Keely Ringo just running around. That's a lot of speed right there.
Gosh, the Eagles just once again drafting a whole bunch of guys that I really like on defense.
I have the Colts pick. The
Perfect.
Indianapolis Colts have selected offensive tackle Blake Freeland out of BYU. So a guy that we kind of thought had a maybe not from a on-field fit, but just all the other intangible connections to the Chiefs with the BYU connection and the really good athlete connection. Blake Freeland falls off the board here to the Indianapolis Colts. Arm length didn't necessarily fit what Andy Reid prefers, but there's a lot of other stuff that Andy Reid seems to prefer there.
I mean, Blake Freeland can move. I mean, there's a lot of movement ability there. So if you are an individual that likes, tackles that have good movement ability, he makes a ton of sense. We heard his name a lot in round 3 leading up to this. It just kind of seemed like a chalk pick, a BYU guy, Andy Reid guy. Yeah, the arm length wasn't there, but a young prospect for BYU. I think people normally associate them with a 25-year-old. He's a 21-year-old.
Yeah,
so
just typical senior.
Typical senior. Yeah, he's got plenty of growth still left in his game. Got some versatility there, but not going to anchor particularly well. Maybe has not the best technique wise. There's a lot of things to clean up there.
His pass protection's a mess, right? Like that's the thing. His pass. Now he was a guy that was, I believe, a 3-star athlete recruit coming into BYU. So he wasn't a tackle. He was an athlete recruit, and that shows up. And in the run game, he shows rare ability to make reach blocks, get out in space, and do a lot of good stuff on the move.
Yeah.
So a run heavy team that wants to do a lot of outside zone and then doesn't ask you to have too many true pass sets. Great fit for him. A team that likes to drop back and pass a lot and have you defend your inside shoulder in pass protection, terrible fit. Chiefs are the latter. So that was a little bit of a concern with the BYU connection with the Chiefs and Blake Freeland just maybe being, a pick that would be potentially not the best fit for them. So see him off the board's good.
New England Patriots are now on the board here. We are flying off the board here with all these picks. This is great. Let's keep it going. Yeah, I would love to get home and see my kids earlier today.
These NFL GMs took a look at this draft class and went, you know what? We're ready to get to UDFA. Let's do this. Let's start,
guys. Yeah, let's all just come to an agreement that we're all just gonna fly through these selections.
I bet it slows down after like the first 10. These are all teams that probably have a pretty good idea of who they wanted and what they were doing. Right.
Sure.
And so I think it'll slow down, but I mean, the whole day will be fast. Like I said, they got cooking last night towards the end of the draft.
They really did. Yeah.
Be curious to see if Tommy Adebawore comes off the board here. When he does come off the board. I mean, he's a local kid. This is another KC kid. Be kind of crazy if the Chiefs came out of this draft with 2 KC kids.
All right, so if you had to stake it right now, what player are the Chiefs going to take today?
Jaquelin Roy.
You think of Jaquelin? I would love that pick. That'd be a good one.
I hope he falls there.
Right.
Sure. Who's one player you would just love to see them to pick today?
Give me a minute while I thank Miller Lite for their support of all the KCSN draft content throughout the entirety of this draft and everything that we've done leading up to this draft. It's been great partnering with them. Thank you for their support. Shout out Miller Lite. While I'm thinking about that, let's see here. Caillou Blue Kelly, I really like. I think that's a fun one. Did you guys say that?
No.
Okay.
I said Jaquelin Roy.
Jaquelin Roy would be a good one.
Thanks for listening, buddy. I appreciate you.
I'm sorry. I had BJ in my hair, so
don't blame.
Just
BJ.
blame it, BJ.
Don't blame BJ.
I'm not I don't claim to be a professional. I can't.
Yes, you do.
I can't multitask. I wouldn't. I think him.
Do you want me to jump in? You want me to help you?
Yeah, I'm going up and down the board here. I'm just looking here.
I got a handful of guys. Roshan Johnson, running back out of Texas, I think would make a lot of sense.
A lot of fit.
Yeah, I still really like Kayshon Boutte and Raheem Jarrett. I mean, I think these are 2 wide receivers. That's how you pronounce his name. I like both those wide receivers. I think they would fit in relatively well for what the Chiefs. Am I getting snaked again live as I'm talking?
No, that'd be awesome though. Jake Andrews, the center out of Troy, is the pick for the New England Patriots.
Okay.
Luke Weipler is a center out of Ohio State that's still sitting there on the board, and I think he got some like top 50 buzz heading up into the draft. It's interesting to see Anderson come off the board here before him. That's a pick I didn't see.
That could also be a medical.
That could be, but you look at some of these other guys. I mean, Jake Andrew was the number 17 interior offensive lineman in the KCSN draft guide. Meanwhile, Weipler is number 7 and still on the board there. There's still a lot of other guys. Alex Forsyth is there. I don't believe Andrew Voorhees has come off the board either. There's
the injury.
I know it's an injury there, but I mean, there are still some good value.
There is
at interior
sure.
offensive line. We haven't seen a big run on a lot of those guys. Although
some of my favorites are still out here.
Nick Saldiveri in there at the interior offensive line.
Antonio Maffey, John Gaines is a good athlete. Anthony Bradford was picking up a lot of steam kind of just in these middle rounds. Like there's good value left in the interior offensive line. There's still a lot of value left at the cornerback spot that we've been talking about this whole time. So there's a couple spots that maybe aren't the biggest needs for the Chiefs, but like the value still get to the point where you might have to start considering those guys.
And tight end depth and interior offensive line depth is not going to be something that you're going to be mad at. Like, I mean, you're going to completely understand those moves. You're going to be on board with the Chiefs addressing those, especially in day 3 of the draft. If there is a guy that falls as far as they do, I mean,
Clark Phillips still out there. I would
athlete.
not mind seeing Tyler Scott.
Yeah, that's another interesting drop that's going on right now.
That's a stretch guy.
It is a stretch
guy.
It
is. No, he would make sense. He can be lumped in there. Trey Palmer, kind of same concept, vertical stretch guy down the field.
What about A.T. Perry?
Yeah, there's a lot of crossover with him and Rashee Rice, right? And then the
Yeah.
crossover with if the Chiefs. So this is something I also thought with Rashee Rice. This isn't a bad thing at all. Justin Ross and Rashee Rice, similar types of players. I don't know if the picking of Rashee Rice says anything about the Chiefs' belief in Ross. I don't think Justin Ross is where he's at should impact their moves at all. But those two guys already play a very similar type of football. I don't know if you have also space for an A.T. Perry in there as well.
Chandler Zavala, another guy out there
Oh, that'd be a great pick too.
at this point in the
Yeah.
draft.
It would. Do we know who the New England Patriots?
This seems like it's a
That was
Zavala
Jake
spot.
Andrews.
Oh, no, that was.
Oh,
Right.
it was Jake
Oh, yeah, well,
Andrews.
that-
You're right.
That also seems like a Patriots pick.
The Seattle Seahawks, we have the pick is in for them at pick 108. They are taking guard Anthony Bradford.
Oh,
So there you
Oh,
go.
wow.
Look at Maddie getting snaked again.
So,
oh,
yep.
you know what happens.
So maybe this is a little mini run on interior offensive lineman.
That makes sense.
Here. It does because that's
started
what
with
the value is.
It started with Saldiveri,
Right.
which I mean a lot of teams probably have as the interior. So people think Saldiveri is a center.
I also have the Texans pick.
Okay.
I have the Texans pick. It is defensive end Dylan Horton from the Horned Frogs. Horns out.
Points out.
You know, the funny thing is the last two picks, Anthony Bradford and Dylan Horton, are both guys that we've definitely mocked to the Chiefs in day 3. Several times when we're going through our exercises, when we're bouncing mocks off each other. I think both of those guys might have even heard their name called when we've done mocks on air.
Sure. Bradford, I know, met with the Chiefs. That was somebody, and
Yes.
I think it was even almost presented as like, hey, here's a guy the Chiefs kind of like. I don't know how the reporting went, but it just sounded like they might have actually liked him. But I think he picked up a lot of steam, and like seeing him come off the board here makes a lot of sense, which would be before the Chiefs probably should have gone that route.
You wouldn't have had the Chiefs trying to address that position before now anyway. That's one of those, hey, if you are there, we're going to take a look at you sort of thing. So, yeah, it makes sense that they would be looking at that. I think that should tell you a little bit about, their priorities today. They're fine with interior offensive line.
The Colts are back on the clock as well here. I think they already had the pick, but we're awaiting that one. Dylan Horton, I don't know if the Chiefs are going to go edge again this quick.
Yeah, he's a little bit different than Felix. I think he has some inside-outside versatility because he's a little bit. He played a little bit thicker. That TCU defense is another one of those like 3-3-5 type defenses.
Yeah.
So he was reduced inside a lot too, but he seemed to wear a little more weight in that regard. I would agree though. I don't know if they would go right back to that well this early.
Fellas,
Oh no.
Tommy is off the board.
Oh, good.
To the Indianapolis Colts.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Northwestern defensive tackle. Tommy
Attaboy. Tommy
Chris
Attaboy.
Ballard loves athletes. He
Yes.
loves guys with length, and that is Tommy. So that's a good pick for them. A guy will just move
It is.
all up and down a defensive line that has a good amount of talent.
It
on
does.
So that's a good
And they
pick.
can just kind of flex him around where they want to on that defensive line. He can be a tweener for them. Play inside, play a little bit outside on some base downs. That's a good pick. That's really good value for Tommy, in my opinion, especially going to that defensive line.
Agreed. It's yet another KC kid off the board. Good for him.
Good for him.
There's, Eric Scott's another KC kid that you're hoping to hear go off the board. That would be more of a round 7 type pick if they were going to be able to acquire him. The Cleveland Browns are now on the clock, and they haven't had a ton of draft capital so far today
Why is
or
that?
this week. It's because they traded for
For a quarterback that's a shell of a former self. Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
that's right. That's right.
Yeah, we'll see.
Hit the like button, though. Hit the subscribe button if you're hanging out with us. Appreciate everybody that is hanging out with us. We are awaiting the Browns pick at pick 111. Just so you know, we are going to be tipping picks. We are going to be
In
staying.
case you didn't know.
In case you were unaware, at this point in time, we are in fact tipping the picks as they come in.
We're staying out ahead of the broadcast, who is already on pick, or still on pick 108, where we got done talking about Anthony Bradford 5 minutes ago. So we're just going to continue to do that. The Chiefs are getting closer and closer to that potential trade up to territory if they want to use their next 2 picks to try to move up. This would be a spot for them to potentially do that.
Do you think that they're going to try and go up and get a guy? Do you think that that's going to be a focus for them? I like the trade ups that they've done so far. They've certainly reduced the number of picks. What's the total that they have? 8? Is it?
Yeah,
8
Yeah, they're at 8
total
selections.
now?
They're at 8
Yeah.
picks now, and it kind of just depends
They
on
got room for 8. Like they do have room for 8. I think 10 was going to be pushing it a little bit, but 8, yeah, you can find room on the roster for that many.
I think they could even reduce it down to 7 when it's all said and done. It's just
down to 6.
It's just a matter of like where they choose to do it. I mean,
I mean, I love their trade ups that they've made so far, and I actually have liked the trade ups that the NFL has put out early on in this day. Teams are identifying players that we all think make sense, that are towards the top of the board. They obviously are for those teams. So if they are trading up, I think it's probably good. What we've seen so far, they've been one of the few teams that's been essentially paying just about even value to move up, which is good. They've been going up for specific guys. So I like it. I think if they move up, I feel pretty good about their process right now. And it seems like the teams moving up right now are doing it kind of the right way.
Again, Brett Veach navigating the board really well. This is going to be the third draft in a row that he's done a good job of not just staying out ahead of some of the runs, but finding the right value in some of those things for the trade ups as well. I really do think, and we talk a little bit about that day one and that route, that range that kind of went sour for some Chiefs fans or some of that value in day one. Trading up to 19 is not going to give you the value that you want, and especially what we've seen from Brett Veach over the past 3 years. He's all about the value there. Well,
and Borgonzi talked about on his presser last night how this process worked for them is they have these guys lumped into these tiers, and then they're sitting there looking at it, and he just said, hey, Brett's like, well, let's just go get our guy. Let's just go get our guy from this tier. Let's go pick our guy and get it. If they do that again, I love the idea there. I love not sitting there, and I think I'm not saying this is reactionary, but it sounds like in the first round, they probably had some tiers with a bunch of guys in there and they were playing the phones a little bit, but being a little bit more patient. I'm not saying this is right or wrong, but it sounds like in round one, they were a little more patient and they might've lost some guys by the time it got to 31. They might've lost out on a tier of guys by then that they couldn't make a trade up for because teams wouldn't work with them. In round two, it sounds like Brett's like, no, well, let's just go get our guy. I see our tier. Let's go get our guy at the top of it. And I like that.
I think we've seen that in the past too.
Yeah.
That we've had some instances where maybe they tried to catch the last guy in the tier, like Breland Speaks, but tried to get
like who?
Like Breland Speaks.
Oh, okay.
But get the last guy in a tier, and it didn't work out for him the same way that some of this other has.
Just a reminder, tomorrow we have a party at Holiday Distillery. It's our kind of just a draft celebration of all this stuff. A lot of people are coming out. There's going to be some former Chiefs that are going to be hanging out with us. It starts at noon tomorrow in Weston, Missouri at the Holiday Distillery tomorrow. Make sure you RSVP. The link is in the description. But we appreciate you coming out and hanging out with us. The Cleveland Browns have selected DeJuan Jones.
There you go.
Out of Ohio State.
Okay.
I think it's just like he's here. Let's take him kind of move. They clearly don't care about character there. So if there are some concerns there,
premium Cincinnati.
Yeah, premium Cincinnati.
It's a good pick. At this point in time, it's a good pick.
Values really.
I mean, maybe falling in the draft, you're just saying to yourself, hey, you fell in the draft till day 3. That's going to humble you, and now you're not going to be 380 pounds trying to play football anymore, right? I mean, I don't mean it to be harsh, but maybe that's a humbling experience for him. You feel like he'd already been there at some point in time, but the talent is there. It's worth a shot. We've seen guys like a Trent Brown. What was he, 7th round pick? Correct.
Yeah.
Orlando Brown Jr. fell to the third round.
Bottom of the third round.
Right.
I think this is a worthy swing down here.
Oh, for sure.
Patriots have traded up with the Jets. They sent 120 and 184 to the Jets for pick 184 or for 112. Sorry. So the Patriots on the clock. DeJuan Jones just went off the board at pick 111.
Trade.
Another interdivision trade. It's kind of cool.
AFC West would never.
Here we go. The New England Patriots have moved up in the NFL draft. Big move up here to select kicker Chad Ryland.
Okay, this is your time to shine, Craig.
Oh my goodness. Chad Ryland.
This is your domain.
Boy, I'm a little surprised that we've seen 2 kickers go off the board in the first 112 picks. It's an okay kicker draft. Chad Ryland.
Compared to the past years, have the past years been a better kicker draft?
Please elaborate on the.
Well, he was second team All Big Ten.
He was
behind Jake Moody.
I wrote him up in the KCSM draft guide. I mean, yeah, the Big Ten had a lot of really good kickers this year. If I remember right, with Chad Ryland, he has a little bit more of a
it's the Big Ten's world in the kicker market. We're all just living in it.
It's just one
the
of those,
Big 12 would never.
The San Francisco 49ers use the second pick in their second pick in the draft late in the draft, late in the third round to select a kicker, Jake Moody.
Yeah, but Kyle's reaction makes it worth it.
It does.
When
It
Kyle was
does.
asked about it, they were just said like he essentially, or they were said like, yeah, all my
You
friends
get made fun of about
yeah,
that.
all your friends making fun of it. And he goes, yes, but I would have done the same to them.
Yes.
So, like,
And
as glorious.
That tells me that that's not a Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, that
pick.
tells me that was not Kyle's
Meanwhile,
preferred
I'm
choice.
just telling you. I mean,
This is
the
Bill's
Falcons,
choice.
the Patriots, they had to jump the Falcons for that kicker.
He was second team All MAC in the past too, so he's like really good at being a runner up. Sorry, that was mean.
That was me.
Sheesh.
That was mean. I apologize to Chad
Chill,
Riley.
Maddie.
I apologize to. I am sure you were a great kicker.
Okay. We needed this to happen because now the floodgates are going to open on day 3.
Oh, I was already
Listen,
ready.
He's a big leg dude. Like I get it.
No, like
He-
size or like
no,
power.
like
Okay.
power. Like a big. No, he's not
How much
Michael
he's-
Turk.
How much you bench?
How much you be?
How much you single leg squat?
I have the Falcons pick, so we can move on from the kicker discourse.
Do we have to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Instead
can
of
we get Michaela to go interview Chad Ryland and ask him how much he pitches?
How much?
what?
man?
Yeah. Is he here? Is he in town?
He probably was invited.
Was he in the green room? The Falcons have selected Clark Phillips out of Utah.
That's
Good
such
pick.
a good
This is a
pick.
great pick.
Ooh,
Uh,
their corner room's coming together pretty
Yes,
nice.
it
This is a
is.
nasty little guy that can play in the nickel. He didn't have the greatest athletic testing.
Not as good as he was expected.
Not
How
as
about
much-
that?
as
The
good as he was
expectation
expecting
was,
it
was
to.
ridiculously high.
He's an undersized cornerback.
Yeah.
He didn't test well, but like as far as a football player is concerned, before some of the measurables started coming out, before the athletic testing came out, there was people early in the process mocking him in round 1.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, I think he was expected to be low 4.4s, maybe late 4.3s. Ran a 4.51 at the combine.
And at his size, like
and
that's the
29-inch arms, and he's a 5'9" guy, I believe. So yeah, it's very low there. Now, very tough individual.
Oh yeah,
Repped a lot.
a lot of great
on
ball
the
skills
bench.
too.
Yeah. So he's going to come in. He's going to play very fearless. He's going to come up. He's going to hit. Like I really like the way that Clark Phillips plays football. It's just one of those. He was expected to test so much better than he did.
And the Falcons are set up great in the secondary to stop the vaunted AFC or NFC South quarterbacks. AJ Terrell, Jeff Okudah, and now Clark Phillips will step into the nickel. So that's a good corner room. They paid Jesse Bates, and they also have Richie Grant at safety. So those dangerous NFC dangerous NFC South quarterbacks are going to have nowhere to throw the ball.
It's a
when they play
really
the
good
Falcons.
thing that the New Orleans Saints went and got Derek Carr because they're going to need him against
Listen,
that group.
Arthur Smith doing what he wanted to do, what they did in Tennessee. They're going to run the ball. That's why they have so many running backs now. They're going to run the ball, and then they're going to get a lead, and then they're going to let this secondary that can smother guys out.
I get it, man.
Like it's the Tennessee Titans process. I mean, that's exactly what's here. That's a good secondary.
The Panthers are doing a smart here.
Kent has done with the Falcons talk. We can move on to their rivals.
He's ready to keep going on the.
Well, it was
on the NFC
it was a
South.
defensive player.
It was
This is an offensive player.
smart player. They did a smart. They drafted an offensive player.
The Panthers select Chandler Zavala,
Yeah,
That's a good
interior
pick.
offensive
that's a good
lineman.
pick. Yeah,
Good smart pick for them.
He's had a fantastic process. He's one of those guys that's really climbed up a lot of people's boards. He's very highly regarded, and he's gotten better and better opinions throughout the process. Some people thought he might sneak into the first, or some people thought he might sneak into day 2,
yeah.
For
I
sure.
get it.
and he came close.
He's a big dude there, 6'5", 325, and going to play interior offensive line out of North Carolina State. Which guard position do you play here for those who are watching the highlights here?
Left guard.
Left guard. Thank you.
You're
So, he's going to fit in well with them. Again, we're seeing that run on interior offensive line.
Yeah, they're
Makes
flying
sense.
off the board here. That makes a ton of sense. So I wouldn't see
Maybe the value won't be there for the Chiefs.
maybe the
Maybe it
value
won't.
won't be there for the Chiefs.
which is
That's
fine.
okay.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
Antonio Mafi's still there, and like that's
Your dream pick.
I really, really like him. Yeah, I think he loses about 10 more pounds, and like I think you have yourself a really good guard in the future.
Well, and see, now we've got Wanya Morris who can move a little bit. They went and got Juwan Taylor who can move a little bit. My guy John Gaines maybe makes a little more
Yes.
sense than he maybe did 2
Sure.
years ago.
there's 21 picks until the Chiefs can take John Gaines. So
All right, well, let's run down 21 players we think the Chiefs might draft right
Okay,
now.
so first one, John Gaines. I want to.
any kickers? anymore.
No.
The KCS and draft got dry kickers. We're in a kicker drought.
Wow. We ran out
Still
of
got plenty
pick
of
one.
punters.
That's the first position. That's the first position in the KCSN draft guide to complete blackout bingo.
If you had that on
Kick
your
out
board.
bingo.
Kick out
Oh,
bingo.
that's bad.
Touchback
How
bingo.
did that happen? How did 2 kickers come off the board in this
Well, because
draft
Kyle
class?
Shanahan's getting made fun of.
And Bill Belichick saw a potential to lose out on his guy. We know how much he loves teams.
Yep, this is true.
This is a good point. Thanks everybody that's hanging out. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. We are here for every single pick of
And
the
we are
2023
loose.
NFL draft.
I
And
love day 3.
this isn't coffee. If you're it's not coffee. But we are waiting the Chicago Bears on the clock. The Panthers are making a pick, I believe, in Germany right now. It's pretty
They
cool.
are. That is awesome.
That's pretty cool.
It just almost looks like it's green screened on though. Like that was why I was confused for a second.
yeah, it actually kind of does. You're right. Like the guy.
It's because he's so well lit. They've got him so illuminated in
He's
front
like-
of everybody else.
he looked green screened on. It was
Yeah.
alarming for a minute.
We're gonna try to find the Bears pick as soon as
Yeah,
we
I
can.
got the Bears pick right here.
Oh,
the
you sound
Bears.
disappointed.
Yeah, have selected running back Roshan Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good pick for them.
That's a really good pick for them. But a guy that I would have been very happy with ending up in Kansas City. And if it's only just for him to come in on third downs and pass protect.
Yeah, I mean that's what he does well, and I still think he's a pretty good runner. He would have fit well with Pacheco. I think that's the thing with Pacheco is you're trying to find somebody that doesn't have any direct overlap in skills, and I think
Correct.
Roshan Johnson does not have a direct overlap in skills. He kind of does different things, so that's good. So yeah, that's a good pick for the Bears. It's a guy that Justin Fields struggles with some pass protection stuff
Yeah.
sometimes, making calls and feeling it. Roshan Johnson's a guy that maybe can gain his trust early on and help him out by picking up the proper blitzes and everything. So that pick makes a ton of sense. Ryan Poles, doing a good job.
Darnell Wright and Roshan Johnson trying to insulate him against some pass protection. there.
And he
I
took
mean,
our guy Big Gerv too.
He did take
And
our
he
guy
came
Big
back and
Gerv.
took Zach Pickens.
Yes, he did.
While I was talking about him.
Yeah. How dare you? You need to quit mentioning people. Ryan Poles is listening right
Why don't you start naming players you don't want?
No, I can't do that.
Yeah, you can't do that either.
Michael Turk. And so we can continue on
Listen, they tendered Tommy Townsend. You're fine.
we can continue on. Poles is pretty excited. He liked that pick. Good for him.
I like that pick too.
I think
he's had a great draft.
I think this is good day 3 running back value.
It is.
So I think that's a good move by them.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Ryan Poles, really, really, really good draft so far in this process. Getting them a lot more help.
I think they're
They're going to be sneaky good in the NFC this year.
they might be. They're stacking.
It's kind of open.
I think
It is.
the running back hate's gone too far. Like, and I kind of like people getting up in arms about some stuff. Like, obviously, Jahmyr Gibbs. Like, I don't think I'd take Jahmyr Gibbs at 12.
Right.
Oh, you're going to be changing your tune when he wins the Offensive Rookie of the Year.
But, well,
No, he won't. He
Alvin-
put money down on it.
I have the Packers pick. We'll get back to that thought. Colby Wooden,
Okay.
the defensive tackle.
Defensive lineman, I think. He just played everywhere for the Auburn.
Yeah.
So like I think he's in the 280s, maybe right around 290. So a little interior, a little outside.
Yeah.
He was kind of a guy that I think was considered the the heart of that Auburn defense because he did a little bit of everything. He did all the dirty work. He didn't care about his stats. He was a little bit of a leader there for them. Didn't let a Derek Hall or a Neku Leota, a guy that might come off here later, really just rush off the edge. So I think it's a good, solid football player.
Oh, absolutely.
That I don't know if he's hanging his hat on anything, but he's going to come in and work hard for a team. So
High
that's a good
floor.
thing.
I mean, it's a Packers pick. That's what it is.
I think it's a Packers
it's
pick.
Hard hat kind of guy. Makes sense.
Back to the running back thoughts.
Yes.
Sure.
Hate's gone too far. I think some people think you can just grab an undrafted free agent running back.
Round 7 pick, maybe.
Well, yeah, but I think some people are like, oh, just grab an undrafted.
I know.
And it's like you have 50 undrafted running backs in camps, and you have to pick the right running back that actually makes it. Like, there's obviously some undrafted running backs that can hit and have success. You got to get one of the 50 right. Like, there's not 50 undrafteds that are going to have success. There's going to be 1 or 2 every draft cycle.
I do think that yes.
You got a 4% chance of finding the right undrafted free agent.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's absurd.
I do think that some of that comes from when you're looking at where players are drafted and where you're finding these guys that are making rosters and contributing. And you just look at it and you look at the percentages of round 1, round 2, round 3, as you go down the line, and then you get to UDFA and all of a sudden there's this percentage bump that you look at and it's like, oh, wow. That's I'm making up a number here,
Sure.
but that's 15% of the running backs in the league are UDFA. Well, you should clearly just wait and take it in UDFA. What you don't realize, to Kent's point there, the 100 that are on the board there, and you're just taking cuts and taking swings and missing and missing and missing. Now, it doesn't cost you anything,
Sure.
to their point.
Well,
It doesn't cost you anything.
I think the pushback is it's not the 1 in 50 that is the hit. It's the team that is the one that is the hit. So the thought process, it doesn't matter what UDFA you're putting to that team's specific spot. It's the situation of the team that is making it work rather than the player. I think that is their thought. I'm not saying I agree. I think that's more of the thought of running backs don't matter. Personally,
It's not that, yeah, and I'm not trying to completely blow up the value of running backs. I just think the pendulum swung too far on that.
Well, I agree, and I think more so like what you're seeing with the NFL right now, they're taking running backs in this draft, and what you're seeing is they're after running backs with certain skills, though, and they're various skills for different teams. I think that's where the point of running backs don't matter or matter less or whatever it is needs to be. It's a guy that does everything okay, maybe doesn't matter as much, but a guy that has a specific skill. In Roschon Johnson's case, his ability to pass protect. In Tyjae Spears' case, his ability to be elusive in the open field. These are skills that you aren't going to get, though. You're not going to get a UDFA with those as good as skills as those guys. And teams do covet having that type of player or that specific skill on their team.
For sure. A team like the Bills maybe makes a ton of sense for, a guy that can operate out of the slot, out of empty, a lot more than maybe he goes to a team like the Titans or something like that, and you look at that and go, yeah, that's not as much of a skill, that's not as much as a value, but he might be higher on the Bills board. They might be able to use him a little bit better.
New England Patriots have selected City So.
They have a lot of picks coming right here, and that's
out of Eastern Michigan. I know that was another guy we kind of were looking and mocking to the Chiefs. Hey, guess what? The interior offensive line run continues early here in day 3 of the NFL draft. So just another guy off the board in City South.
We wondered if that interior offensive line run would maybe happen in day 2 a little bit, and it did not at all. So,
teams played it right, I guess, because everyone's getting them in there now.
Yeah,
everybody's now starting to pull them in now.
Shout out you, Joseph Jackson. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you.
Thank you, Joseph.
So, out of the picks so far for the Chiefs, who is the one who makes you want to remove your pants? Wanya Morris.
Man. Yeah, the value of Wanya and what he can contribute is there. But just to be different, I will say Felix, because I do think that his ability to translate that bend, translate that explosion is there. I think he's going to work really hard, and you're giving him to Joe Cullen. And I just have an implicit trust in Joe Cullen to maximize every individual that's coming out, like he did with Colin Saunders, like he's done with Mike Dana, like he did with the back half of the year and George Karlaftis. I just have full faith that guy's going to get the most out of him. And if he's getting the most out of him, the pants are coming off for Felix when he's, potentially a double-digit sack guy in his rookie.
BJ Kissel just brought over
tacos,
the most delicious looking fried chicken tacos I've ever seen in my life. And
the smell is wafting.
And the smell is, and there's bacon on them.
Of course, Kent is excited.
Kent can locate fried chicken from anywhere within like a 300-yard radius. And so those tacos were being cooked, and he just, there was just some ringing going on in his ears.
Kent's favorite place in the world is Nashville. He just walks down the street and it's just
it's not about it's not the music going off. It's not the music either. I could do without the music.
The sound of chicken being fried.
Yeah. It's just I just want fried chicken. That's all. Braden Daniels is the selection for the Washington
Interior
Commanders.
Probably.
They classified him as a tackle, at least on the maybe announcements in the picks, but he is
short arms though. He's a guy that people talk about a lot as kicking inside. So now they have Andrew Wiley, who's a guard tackle versatility. They attacked the Texas offensive tackle Connor Williams.
Yeah.
He's offensive tackle.
Ron Burgundy.
Yeah, I didn't want to mess up the name. They just have a lot of tackles that also might play inside, right? So their right tackle, right guard position is probably going to come from one of these tackle guard combos. So I would be surprised if he plays tackle just because of the size, but maybe he will.
Yeah, no, that for sure. We're in trade up territory for the Chiefs here, by the way, just as a reminder. So this is the Chiefs could be jumping up here. We'll be paying attention. We're gonna. I do want to take a quick break here and let you hear from Ebony Reed. She is the fiance of Terez Paylor, and she gave us a video just kind of talking about the impact of the Terez Paylor scholarship, which we are raising money for today, and we have been throughout the draft process. We have a raffle that we are doing with 7 different potential prizes. We're going to be giving those, announcing the winners of that later today. Our goal is up for $7,500. We won't be going to that video because the Kansas City Chiefs, we will get back to that video.
Trade up range.
The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock. Thank you, everybody that's hanging out with us right now. Kent Swanson, Craig Stout, Maddie Lane. The Chiefs have traded up. They are on the clock. They are moving up to pick 119. We will await to see the details of that trade, but the Kansas City Chiefs are on the board here.
So what are you thinking here?
Well, you've seen the run on the interior offensive linemen, and I would anticipate that that's probably what they're going here. I think that would make some sense. Here's the best players available for us. Jalen Duncan, the offensive tackle out of Maryland. There's been some talk of character concerns with him. Q Blue Cali, the cornerback out of Stanford's one I would absolutely love here. There's some receivers, Trey Palmer, A.T. Perry, Parker Washington, Dontavian Wicks. If they want to double dip at the receiver spot, this would be good value. Tyler Scott, another guy out here.
Kayshon Boutte.
Listen, Maddie's going to keep it.
We're going to keep going there.
Interior defensive line hasn't really been a big thing. I know Tommy came off the board here,
Roy.
but maybe a Jacqueline Roy.
Corey Trice.
Here.
I like Corey Trice in the secondary here. Get that kind of athletes. There's definitely some options here. With the interior offensive line run, you almost it would be anti what we've seen from the Chiefs these past round to just all of a sudden go jump into the end of a run there. So I'm wondering if they are trying to jump ahead of some other positions and just seeing a value here. So I am excited to see this pick come in because I honestly don't know exactly which direction they're going in.
I don't either.
Jacqueline Roy to me is one of the best players left on the board. We talked about it. They've been taking guys that they have this better knowledge of from non-traditional sources and stuff like that. So having the Matt House connection with Jacqueline Roy, he's a little bit of a younger player. He's coming out as a true junior. So he's a guy that kind of fits a lot of the stuff that they have been doing throughout the last couple drafts.
There's a lot of I like that the Chiefs moved up. I think there's a lot of players available that would excite me.
Here's the trade compensation.
They
did it. They traded future draft capital.
The Chiefs, and this is fine. This is fine value.
Pick
I think.
Is in too.
The Chiefs traded 134 and a future 5th round pick for pick 119.
I like that value.
I think that's pretty good value.
Yeah,
I think that's pretty good value for what they just did here. So they're dipping into the future assets and they're keeping their volume of picks here.
I do like. Again, we talked about the 8 picks. Do we have the pick?
And we don't have the pick yet. But gotcha. just as a reminder, I believe the Chiefs are currently slated to get 2 5th round compensatory picks. So they probably feel a little bit comfortable moving out of that pocket because they do have 2 assets that are going to probably be similar or close to it. I mean, if the Chiefs win the Super Bowl again, they might. Who knows?
Yeah.
So we are waiting to find out the selection for the Kansas City Chiefs here. As they have moved up. The pick is in. They have moved up to pick 119. They have selected Shamari Connor.
Okay.
The defensive back.
There we go.
Out of Virginia Tech.
Yeah. He played a little bit of corner early in his career, and I think he kind of transitioned to more of a safety role these past couple seasons. But he's a guy that I think impressed a lot of people at the combine with his overall testing and size and going through some of the drills. So he's a guy that kind of, I think, started climbing up some people's boards here after the combine and through this draft process. And he's a good athlete with good size that has this versatility all over the back into some coverage. So yeah, pick makes a lot of sense from the Chiefs' perspective and guys they like to attack in this range.
Great zone coverage guy. Like really going to fit in well from his own coverage perspective. Yeah, he's not necessarily a guy that has elite ball skills. We've seen some of the other cornerbacks that have come off the board and been really focused that were good zone guys that had great ball skills. Doesn't necessarily have that. Going to play really well on special teams as well. High fit in the KCSN draft guide. Our player comp for that one was Michael Huff, Matty, I believe he did that one. So yeah, I think that he's got plenty of upside. I think he's a great mid-round option to come in here and make this play. I think that maybe we're going to see a little run on corner by the way that the Chiefs are kind of dictating this a little bit. We've seen Brett Veach jump up, try and prioritize guys here and there. Shamari Connor may be the lead of some of this next round of corners.
Here's some highlights of Shamari Connor as we're watching here a little bit, operating from the slot there. But yeah, he. I'm trying to pull up his relative athletic score, but
6 foot 202, over a 40-inch vertical, about a 10.5-foot broad jump. He ran a 4.52 with a pretty quality 10-yard split. So for a guy of that size, he showcases good explosion, good long speed, almost 31-inch arms. He's a guy with some length. Like he's a good athlete. He's a big, good athlete playing on the back end of this Virginia Tech defense that has showcased the ability to play, like I said, in the box, a little bit of a deep safety, play a little bit of slot corner. It's an athlete that's very versatile on the back end. That is a Chiefs pick for sure across the board on day 3.
And I do not have anything from the perspective of CBAT on here. So if you will stall for a little while.
I got some good stuff here too. This is from KCSN draft guide contributor Zach Hicks. He is a high RAS player, and then here's the amount of college special team snaps he played. 767, which is going to be one of the higher ones in this class. Actually, in the tweet from Zach Hicks, the guys with a high RAS score and college special team snaps, that is the most by over 100 out of other guys that kind of just fit what he was looking at there.
And what did you say the RAS was again?
It's 9.02.
That is still the Chiefs have not selected somebody, I believe, with an RAS below 9.
It's been a very athletic.
They've definitely been swinging for athletes here, and I believe his RAS is up to 9.16.
Yes, he did agilities at the pro day that have raised it up. So yeah, these are just sub 7-second 3-cone at that size. That's pretty good.
And see, he tested as a safety, which is why he's not in the CBAT formula here. But we'll get there.
We're gonna work on that here. He 40.5-inch vertical. The Chiefs, it seems like the Chiefs have been getting a lot of guys with good broad jumps.
They love explosion.
Today, and this entire draft has just been a lot of guys with good broad jumps and good jumping metrics. But Shamari Connor runs a 4.51 40, a good 1.56 split. It's a really high split there. 20. He had 20 reps on the bench. So I mean, this is a bigger guy.
He's a big guy.
What do you think his immediate role is, Craig?
I think to Matty's point, I think he's going to be able to play. He played a little free safety. He played a little nickel in college, and that's why he tested with the safeties a little bit here. I'm always preaching this amoebic secondary, trying to have guys that can move around, play a lot of different roles in that, and he can do both of those things. I think that you are going to be able to bring him in as a dime safety that can play down in the slot. You can rotate a lot of guys. Brian Cook, you can rotate Justin Reed. You can rotate him around. He can also play on the outside a little bit if you need him to. And now he's not a guy that you want as a boundary corner full time, but gives you a little bit of flexibility out there.
I was looking through his stats real quick. He's a 5-year player. In 2019, he had 10 tackles for a loss and 5.5 sacks, which is very interesting for a defensive back. Right. So I was just trying to see if I could figure out what his role was at that point. Was he playing as an overhang defender?
I think he was playing as a nickel
which is good, though. That's what I'm talking about. There's versatility, because I know this past year, as we're seeing a lot of these highlights, he's playing a little bit in the slot here as a man coverage player, but you're also going to see him playing corner, deep safety. So he's played close to the line of scrimmage. He's played deep. He's played a little slot corner. He's a great special teams player. Again, if you were going to go down a checklist of things the Chiefs like in this range of the draft,
for sure,
he fits and the high RAS score. He fits every metric right now.
Correct.
I think it's kind of interesting when you look at the roster construction, and we're wondering about L'Jarius Sneed's status long term for this football team.
This guy kind of translates in that regard as far as a high athletic profile, nickel kind of guy. Maybe gives you some
blitzer.
insulation.
I mean, this is a significant asset. This is pick 119. This is not nothing.
Elite bench, by the way. I know that's not something that we look at very often when we're talking about corners, when we're talking about defensive backs. Bench translates to the NFL. That is a work ethic thing. That is a thing that you don't just get good at bench. You have to work at bench. 20 reps at 225. That's a lot for a DB. That's going to be very, very high up there for them.
Yeah, so the Chiefs have, if they're putting him in the safety room, I mean, that makes some sense. They've already got 2 safeties, and they've got Mike Edwards as kind of a safety 3 that he's under contract for 1 season. Deion Bush a safety under contract for 1 season, a high-quality special teams player. He could really take over for Deion Bush, if we're being honest. Deion Bush is not necessarily somebody that is guaranteed money. So, there's that.
I mean, this is something we ran into a little bit when you start to do Chiefs roster construction and figuring out where some certain snaps come from. With the Chiefs wide receiver room, we always struggle to figure out who's playing special teams in that room. And that's how we get, and not as a joke, that's how we get guys like a Marcus Kemp and Justin Watson that almost get to be locked in because they play special teams. If you have a bunch of safeties that can all play special teams, Brian Cook, Mike Edwards, Deion Bush, and then now you add Connor to that. I mean, 4 of your safeties that you might carry can all play special teams in various roles. That helps you be able to keep 5 or 6 wide receivers, even though 4 or 5 of them won't play teams at all.
For sure. And I mean, that team's element matters so much in day 3 of the draft. While you're still taking a swing, they did it with Najee Johnson last year. The Chiefs did, adding a guy that made the roster.
It was a big part of the Brian Cook pick.
That absolutely was a big part of the Brian Cook pick. Now you're adding another guy to that.
Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you're watching. Appreciate everybody that's hanging out, listening, watching. We really, really appreciate it. The Chiefs have selected defensive back. I'm going to leave it at defensive back.
Yeah.
Shamari Connor out of Virginia Tech with a small trade up. They use pick a 134 and a future asset pick, a 5th round pick in next year's draft to go up and get their guy. I think it's a good move for the Chiefs just to continue to add defensive backs. And Maddie, I know we kind of talked him back and forth about how big of a value and how big of a need safety might be for this team. You can look at it on its face for year 1 and say, look, they've got plenty of depth here. They're going to be fine. Mm-hmm. But then you look at long term, the Chiefs could have Justin Reed, Brian Cook, Shamari Connor, in the mix for the foreseeable future. If they choose to put him in the safety room, continue just to add defensive back depth, I think is smart.
Oh, for sure. I mean, this safety room is far from set long term at this point in time, Correct. Especially when you start looking at the depth of it. It's looking at the 3rd and 4th safety mark of this team. So this pick from that aspect makes a ton of sense. I think we've all various times been mocking safeties to the Chiefs on day 3, even at day 2 when the value was there. So the pick, I think, makes a ton of sense and everything like that.
I don't think that Mike Edwards is locked into this roster. I don't think that.
Interesting. Okay.
I mean, I don't think it's from the perspective. I don't think they've committed to him in such a way that makes you think, hey, if the value isn't here, if this guy doesn't show up and blow things up in camp and really plays well, I don't think that they're so locked in that they're like, okay, well, that guy is definitely going to make this roster. We did this a little bit with Lonnie Johnson, DeAndre Baker in the past there. By the way, guys, tier 2. C-back.
Look at him go.
Almost tier 1 didn't quite make it there. That 4.5 140 does bring it down just a little bit.
Hey, we're going to take a break. We are going to come back and break down more Shamari Connor right after this.
Thanks for listening to KC Sports Network. Make sure you download our new app. Find it on the App Store or Google Play. Just search KC Sports Network.
Kansas City, the NFL draft is here. It is draft week in Kansas City, and what a time it is for our city. Just winning a Super Bowl thanks to Andy Reid and company, and now hosting the NFL draft. It's an incredible time to be in Kansas City and to be a Kansas City sports fan. And regardless of who you root for, there's only one selection that every football fan can share, and that's an ice-cold Miller Lite. Look, the players change, the coaches change, the rules change, but Miller Lite is still the perfect beer for draft time, game time, and everything in between. When I want a beer with some flavor, I go to the cooler and I reach for a Miller Lite. It's light on calories, not light on taste. It's the perfect beer for watching football, watching soccer, watching any Kansas City sports, and hanging out with the boys. It's my go-to. So kickoff comes around again. Enjoy the beer that tastes like the season, Miller Lite. Great taste, 96 calories. To get Miller Lite delivered right to your door, visit MillerLite.com/KCSN, or you can pick up some Miller Lite pretty much anywhere they sell beer. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories and 3.2 carbs per 12 ounces.
Entertain, educate, inform. KC Sports Network.
Jacksonville, Florida native Shamari Connor is the 119th pick in the NFL draft to the Kansas City Chiefs. 6 foot 202, 67 tackles in 2022, 2 tackles for loss, 2 pass breakups. Still 22 years old. Will turn 23 here in July. Just from a physicality perspective, Craig, what do you think about Shamari Connor?
I mean, he's extremely physical. I mean, you go and you look at him. He finishes his career top 10 in Virginia Tech tackles, total tackles. For that. That's playing for a long time. That's making a lot of tackles. That's sticking your nose in a lot of those situations.
A lot of teams.
Yeah. I mean, Steve Spagnuolo wants guys that are going to play physical, wants guys that are going to be secure in their ability to wrap guys up and do all of that. I know that he comes in hot sometimes, but the willingness of all of that is what matters to him so much. We have seen them prioritize the physicality, the ability to stick their nose in, the ability to play in run support from the nickel with L'Jarius Sneed as a blitzer and coming off of the edge there to get sacks. This is a guy that fits in kind of a like for L'Jarius Sneed. In the past, when we look at last year, when L'Jarius Sneed was kind of cycling in and out of that slot a little bit, we've seen some injuries with him as well. They haven't had a guy, Trent McDuffie certainly got there in the slot. We like him in the slot there, but it's not the same sort of blitzer. It's not the same sort of physical presence that a L'Jarius Sneed is from the slot. We've talked a lot about the impact of L'Jarius there. This gives you another guy behind that.
Oh, for sure. I mean, like there's time at Virginia Tech, he played from what's called their whip linebacker, which I believe is just an overhang linebacker slot defender, to outside corner, slot corner, and safety. He's played everywhere, but playing inside that linebacker spot and those tackles for loss, you see a guy not afraid of contact. And when you watch him play, you see a guy not afraid of contact. He needs to come in a little bit more controlled when he's coming in to make tackles. That is something he comes off his feet a lot. He does come flying in at 100 miles an hour, but it's that fearlessness. It's that competitive nature that is stuff that this team is after. You look at all the Chiefs picks now, they are all not just like powerful, strong, physical guys, but they're all tough. I mean, Felix is a little undersized playing at the line, but he comes in, he holds a point of attack. He tries and competes. Rashee Rice, we talked about it. He competes, especially as a blocker. Wanya Morris, and then now you trade up for Connor, another guy who is going to come in and be as physical as he absolutely can at every step of the way, coming downhill, versus running backs, tight ends. Like, it's clearly the high athleticism, the physical nature are things that the Chiefs are prioritizing right now.
I don't think it started this year either.
No,
and I think that's what's so interesting is I think the last 3 drafts, there has been more and more themes on this, like a Nick Bolton,
Leo
Chanel,
Brian
Cook. I think there are a lot. George Karlaftis. Trent McDuffie will stick his nose in there, even though he's not big. I think that there has been a premium placed on physicality, not just last year, but it's just like a continued trend. And the Chiefs have done such a good job of drafting high football character players. They've done such a good job of kind of creating. I think you're starting to see a trend and a theme on this physicality. And I go back to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And I just remember the tone that they tried to set, the defense that they set at the beginning of that game.
When they almost broke Devonta Smith in half.
They about broke Devonta Smith in half, like multiple times.
I mean, Jalen Hurts was scared of Nick Bolton.
Clearly, he's so scared he dropped the ball.
He
put the balls on the ground.
But there's a lot of that is just kind of continuing to translate.
And I do think, especially in this draft right here, we're looking at guys that are incredibly hard workers.
Yeah.
Like Felix is a guy that, all the reports about him coming out and saying, hey, listen, I got to reshape my body. I've got to work. I've got to add all this weight, work really hard to get to where he is here. Rashee Rice playing through injury, getting pissed off that he doesn't get to play his final game, even though he's dealing with a turf toe injury here. Wanya Morris is out there playing in Oklahoma. They're really doing a good job of working his way into that starting roster, a very good roster there, working his way into that. Now you've got a guy in Shamari Connor, plays special teams, hard-hitting, hard-working guy. You don't get on a top 10 tackles list. I know tackles aren't everything, but you don't get on a list like that unless you are an incredibly hard worker.
He's played a lot of football, too.
He's changed positions 4 times at Virginia Tech. You don't do that unless you're putting in the work to be good enough at all those positions to at least see the field.
Yeah.
And so, he's going to work hard. Great kid. He had no problem playing 700 snaps at special teams, despite clearly being one of the better players on this Virginia Tech defense, getting moved around all these places, and he had no problems playing 700 snaps of special teams football.
And so it's not just athleticism that we're talking about here. It's not just looking at that and being like, oh, they're just taking gambles on athletes. They're just taking big swings. They're taking this. It's also taking big swings on athletes that are going to work their asses off to get it done too. I love the approach so far in this draft.
We're starting to get some quotes from the the media room
Okay.
on Shamari Connor. So this is from our friend Nate Taylor.
Yep.
Does great work at The Athletic. Also does a lot of stuff with us here at KC Sports Network, is on with BJ Kissel every single week. He is there, and he's talking to Chiefs area scout Anthony McGee.
This is why day 3 is the best. You get to talk to the area scouts.
You get these scouts immediately. A lot of what we just got done talking about. He was asked to do a lot of different things at Virginia Tech.
Yep.
He will play any position you need him to in the back end, and he loves the way he plays. McGee also projects Connor as a 4-phase special teamer. So I think you've seen, I think that's the little kicker there.
Yeah,
that's kind of a special teams joke there too. The word kicker.
Thank you for explaining it.
I love it when Kent explains jokes. It's my favorite.
I know you love it.
Okay,
You're welcome.
I think that was put at the end of the quote. I wonder if that also led the war room for drafting him though. I really wonder if that was the first thing you started with his special teams ability. And that's not a bad thing. It's just we've all heard Dave Toba hits a lot of control over some parts of this roster and draft picks, and that's not a bad thing. It makes a good special teams unit. This guy's a really good special teams player. I wonder if that's the first thing that comes up when they're looking. You look at Dave and you say, hey, who do you want here? Who do you like? Who's someone that you're feeling good about? And he says, these are my favorite special teamers. And then you get a Spags or you get a Dave Merritt. They're like, oh, I can also work with that guy.
That's what I was going to say.
And then it all meshes together. It's just that special teams. It's really hard to ignore that many special teams reps and a guy that's willing to do it at this point in the draft.
And see, it could be one where the area scout, Dave Merritt, look at this guy and go, you know what? He's on my, top 7 list here in day 3. It's a guy that we're really big fans of. He's number 1 with a bullet on Dave Tobe's list. That coincides to the point where it's like, yeah, we got to go get this guy. We saw last year maybe special teams took a small step back, and part of that was because they were playing so many rookies where they just went through and they had to add so many guys, and then those rookies had to step into those roles. We talk a lot about 7th round draft picks having to step in and injuries and things like that. That means they don't need to play teams.
Well, they lost guys that did it a lot too.
Correct.
I mean, they've lost guys that played a lot of special team snaps for them over the years. So.
And I know we kind of clown on that a little bit, but you did see the step back a little bit last year. Now you get a guy, again, we have a very defined role for him in the defense. Well, maybe not a defined role, but we can see the path to him making the roster and contributing on defense. But that special teams value, I think, is going to be very important.
I think if he's a special teams only player here at pick 119, you're not too disappointed. If he just becomes a core special teams player, you're not going to be overly disappointed. But the good news is I don't think that this is a special teams only player. I think this is a guy that has the potential to potentially contribute in a real way on the defensive side of the ball during his rookie contract. The floor, I think, is extremely high. This is one of those high floor type selections because of the special teams value here in round 4. When you get into the day 3 guys, when we talk about Brett Veach has had so much success, in day 3s of drafts in the recent memory. And this seems like one of those guys that can be part of that lineage just because, hey, look, even if he's just a high volume special teams contributor, that's a great start.
Yeah.
Getting an opportunity to play within the structure of this defense in any capacity, even in a rotation, if he's a rotational player that plays on special teams, Armani Watts was drafted in 2018, been a similar range, and he wound up being a core special teamer.
Yeah.
And if you're getting one of those guys, it's kind of an ace. This is totally fine value, and that's not me diminishing what I think the projection for him is.
And I was going to say, I think the projection is maybe a L'Jarius Sneed type. They can come in here in Steve Spagnuolo's defense as a blitzer, as a guy that can do a little bit of everything. So, this is the right range for this kind of player. Certainly, we've seen the correlation. We've seen how that's come out with the Kansas City Chiefs in the past. I like it.
Yeah, I think there's the upside there as a L'Jarius Sneed type thing. But even if not, you're still looking at a third safety with the versatility. It's the versatility role. It's the ability to play all over the place. We spent a lot of time in free agency with the Mike Edwards signing before and after, talking about how well he fits because of the versatility to play in the slot, to play deep. Connor did those things at Virginia Tech already. So I think worst case, not even worst case, but if he doesn't reach the L'Jarius Sneed levels of ceilings, which shouldn't be the expectation.
No. I mean, hey,
if they just say
right.
high-end projection.
Right. But if he doesn't reach that, there is still a role on the defensive side for this guy here, just because of his ability to cycle in the box as an overhang, as a deep player, as a slot player. He can get anywhere on the field, potentially as a backup or a rotational guy.
And all it costs you was moving up from the pick that you were going to make and a future 5th rounder in a year that you're probably going to get a whole bunch of 5th round compensatory picks.
I think, the Chiefs are currently projected to get 2 5th round compensatory picks, and that formula is going to be locking in very quickly. It normally locks shortly after the draft. It's just a couple of days, like kind of the deadline for any of those compensatory picks or those free agent additions counting. So we're getting right up against that. So the Chiefs should be
smart move,
getting 2 5th round picks in 2024. Which hey, look, they just moved on from one of their 5th round picks here. Yep. Shamari Connor, the defensive back out of Virginia Tech, is the newest Kansas City Chief. They trade up to pick 119 for him. Thank you, everybody, for listening. We appreciate you as we continue our coverage here on KC Sports Network.
Shamari.
We have several picks that have been made since the Chiefs. We'll catch up in a second, yeah. But we need to catch up first. Well, let's just do this. I'm with you. Carter Warren, offensive tackle, a guy we were all really big on, a guy we were hoping to target here.
And my draft is falling apart here. That was a guy that
commanding lead
for
one. Commanding lead. Insurmountable lead, some are saying.
I mean, I think we're fringing on that right now.
Ventrell Miller, linebacker out of Florida, comes off the board to the Jacksonville Jaguars. John Gaines, the offensive lineman out of UCLA, a guy we were also really hoping for. Yeah. He goes to the Arizona Cardinals, a good pick by them. Yep. Cameron Young to the Seattle Seahawks out of Mississippi State. Tavius Robinson, another Steve Spagnuolo defensive end type, goes to out of Ole Miss. Darius Davis, kind of a surpriser. You want to talk about a special teams player? Darius Davis is
before Tyler Scott, intriguing
player. Yeah,
people are taking a lot of speed before Tyler Scott.
That is interesting. Goes to the Chargers, and local prospect Isaiah McGuire, the defensive end out of Missouri, goes to the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
Good value for him, yeah.
One more, Jake Haener, quarterback out of Fresno State. A lot of people thought he would
go to the Saints.
And he would go to the Saints, and he is there. We were about to talk about the Terez Paylor scholarship. We were about to cut to Ebony Reed. And while we have everybody here just we just got done Shamari Connor. We would appreciate you watching this video on the impact the Terez Paylor scholarship has on young journalists and why we are trying to do what we're doing.
My name is Ebony Reed. Terez Paylor was my longtime partner, fiance, and we had planned to marry before he passed away in 2021. He cared deeply about education. He was really passionate about this whole issue around student loans and how it impacts people's ability to move up in the economic strata in our country. And so we had conversations at home about someday he wanted a scholarship in his name. When people make a contribution to the Power Mizzou Journalism Alumni Scholarship, the development department, every time someone makes a contribution, they send me a monthly list and say, these are the people who've contributed, so that I have the opportunity as a representative, as one of Terez's loved ones, to send a note to people to thank them. So people get a personal note from me on top of what they get from the university. And sometimes people put special notes when they make their contribution. And recently, there was a note that came from a dad from Texas. And he has a son that will go to Mizzou in the fall to study broadcast journalism. And in his note, he said, my son received a scholarship that waived out-of-state tuition. And that means so much to our family that we had to give back and support the Power Mizzou Journalism Alumni Scholarship in memory of Terez Paylor, because we read about him and we know who he is. And when I got the note from the development department, I said to them, 20 years ago, young Ebony was a student at the Missouri School of Journalism, and I had a scholarship that waived my out-of-state tuition. So when I write this dad back, I'll be sure to tell him that. People can participate in the raffle, which is, one way to support, because all the proceeds from the raffle go to the Power Mizzou Journalism Alumni Scholarship, which supports students at the Missouri School of Journalism. People can support by also picking up some of the new gear, and they can also directly make contributions to the Power Mizzou Scholarship online.
Welcome back to the live coverage of the KCSN Draft Show. We're hopping seats here, having some fun, but
I'm back.
But yeah, in all seriousness, the video there from Ebony, I think we've been talking about it all week. We appreciate everybody that's been watching on the stream and supporting the memorial scholarships in Terez Paylor's name, whether it's through buying the hoodies or the t-shirts, through Breaking Tea. They've done a phenomenal job over the past couple of years supporting the Terez Paylor Memorial Scholarships. And then, yeah, you can make donations straight to it. All the links are in the description of the YouTube page. But we feel very blessed to be able to use the platform that we've been building over the last 2 years to support our friend and somebody who's a friend to so many people in Kansas City. And obviously they're, in the journalism department at the University of Missouri. Anybody who knew Terez knew that supporting minority future journalists through the University of Missouri, through the Power Mizzou Scholarship, was something that he would be completely about. He was very vocal about that. Spent a lot of time talking with him about that. So it's special to all of us to be able to support it. And this is personal, and it means a lot to be able to help Ebony, Gabe, and everybody who's been supporting it. So thank you very much. We're only about $500 shy, I believe.
Let's get
of $7,500 right now.
So
So we're trying to update.
close.
Christian
Yes,
Gumminger is updating all the numbers as they come in, and every time we promote, every time we talk about it, more donations come in. So if you see it a lot, that's the reason. Every time we put it out on social media, another couple $100 comes in.
Hit that retweet button if you're seeing that a lot. Hit that. Spread it out to your people. Spread it out to everybody there. We got donations. We got this benefit raffle here. Nick Bolton signed Mizzou jersey. Drew Lock signed mini helmet. Kansas City Royals prize package. Frank Clark signed football. Travis Kelce signed full-size helmet. Derek Johnson signed jersey. I like that guy. Chris Jones signed cleats and jersey. That was very generous of him to donate those. That's awesome.
Yeah, and shout out to Chris Jones and his agent. One of his agents, Michael Katz, they donated that directly.
Yeah.
Some of the other stuff was donated. ADA Fundraising helped out with the Nick Bolton signed jersey and the Drew Lock helmet. Shout out to Tickets for Less for providing the MJ Melendez ball and the Frank Clark ball, and also the tickets to the Royals game. So a lot of people, it doesn't take a lot of arm twisting or even ask. You just ask, do you want to support Terez Paylor scholarship? And most people are jumping and saying yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, we got another pick. We saw Jay Kaner come off the board there to the New Orleans Saints. Now we've got another quarterback.
I thought you meant the Chiefs pick. And I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, you were over there, buddy.
I do not need to be sitting in the seat. And before we get to that, I want to shout out you guys because you won't do it yourselves. Shout out to these guys right now. They've been streaming for like 12 hours over the last 3 days already, and we're only a quarter of the way through Saturday. So shout out to Ken Swanson, Matt Lane, Craig Stout. These guys put in the work for the last few months getting ready for this, studying hundreds and hundreds of players to be able to break down as best they can the 8-9 guys that the Chiefs end up with. And I hope everybody watching understands, as soon as a name is called, they're not Googling to find out their analysis. They know off the top of their head. If anybody's watching Matty Lane, he knows the 3 games that the dude has played, where he was good, when he struggled, what injuries he was dealing with throughout the year. And we're doing this on Saturday. You can't find that kind of analysis anywhere else off the top without doing some research or some follow-up information searching and start Googling them around like I'm doing over there, trying to get all the highlights and all the stuff together for social. But
too nice.
Shout out to these 3. And then obviously Joel Prestiel, Michaela Bennett, Tucker Franklin for producing this thing. We've got a whole squad now. It's pretty cool.
It is a fun squad.
Hey,
Cool.
You're supposed to check your phone real quick, BJ.
16 right there. That's great. Yeah. Shout out to him.
No. About what? A pick?
Oh, no, from Christian Gumminger. I think we might have some donations to read off.
Ooh.
But yeah, I was just told to tell you to do that. While you're getting that set up, there's a.
I'm just going to sit here so Kent stands
more than the pick. I want to talk about DeAndre Swift getting traded to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Holy cow! Did that trade come through?
We have not heard the compensation yet, but the Eagles have now also traded for DeAndre Swift.
That is a good. That's a good move for them as long as they didn't
give up
too
Howie
terribly
Roseman,
much there.
good at this.
Good at this. But yes, the other pick that kind of happened there, BJ, before we start rolling out that.
This is why you were supposed to check your phone.
Brent Shepard.
Brent
just donated $500.
Oh man, Brent.
We are over $7,500. We just hit our goal. Thank you so much. I cannot wait to go text or call Ebony and Gabe and let them know. And shout out to Christian who called, who's probably watching the stream, who saw me on here. He's calling me to give me the update. But Brent Shepard, thank you so much.
Brent Shepard, you are great.
Blessing to be able to do this. I'll joke real quick. Christian Gumminger and I were talking about Chris Cothrell. Thank you for the $100 donation to the Terez Scholarship. We're going to reset the goal. What do we make it? 8, 9?
Let's go.
10?
Let's go.
Think we can hit 10? I think we can get another $2,500 in the next hour and a half. Who knows? But the goal when we started this thing for this year was $5,000, and Christian's goal was $7,000. My goal was $5,000. Didn't know how it was going to play out, but the fact that we hit it with 2 hours to go is absolutely special. Thank you all so much for allowing us in this platform to be able to give back to somebody and something that means a lot to us personally.
It means so much. It does. It means so much. Thank you all for donating, not just to Brent, who that's
wow,
amazing.
Brent Shepard.
Thank you, dude. But thank you to everybody who has donated, no matter how big, no matter how small. Thank you so much for all of this. It matters. You are affecting people's lives in a big way here. We are all looking for that next individual that we loved as much as Terez.
The first two scholarship recipients through the Power Mizzou Journalism Memorial Scholarship in Terez's name already have full-time jobs. One of them's covering Creighton sports there over in Omaha, and then the other one is actually in Mizzou for the local newspaper that's covering it. So it's making a real difference with people, and will continue to do so for a very long time.
Thank you so much. That's massive. That's great. That's the best thing that has happened.
Now I guess you guys can talk about DeAndre Swift.
I feel like it's a come down. It's a big come down.
I saw Stetson Bennett got drafted.
That's what I was trying to get to.
Well, sorry, I stole your punchline, but I saw
it comes off the board here to the Los Angeles Rams. There was a lot of connection with them, trying to figure out who's going to come into the play here, who's going to play quarterback for them, because Matt Stafford is not getting any younger. Stetson Bennett, not necessarily a guy that you're going to look at and go, okay, well, he's definitely starting for this team, but maybe a guy that Sean McVay feels comfortable with.
Maybe.
I don't know.
No, I know.
There was a lot of things. Like, we didn't know if he was even going to get drafted.
Sure. I mean, I get it. You have to jump the Eagles to draft the Georgia Bulldog. So, I get, they're trading for Swift.
Yeah, another Bulldog.
Yeah, right. It's I get it. You can't let Stetson Bennett be on the board when the Eagles come up.
Wait, Stetson Bennett got drafted?
Yeah, by the Rams.
By the Rams, buddy.
And then also Viliami Fehoko got drafted by the Dallas Cowboys after that at pick 129. So there's the last two picks that have come off the board while we wait for the next one. But yeah, Stetson Bennett did go to the Rams. Stetson
Bennett at 128.
That's high. I mean, honestly, there was a lot of people that thought that maybe he wasn't getting drafted.
Okay, but hear me out. You want to put a quarterback in as a backup to Sean McVay's system that
just run the thing.
Is going to potentially just be able to go out there and run that system and then get a little squirrely and make something happen somehow when things have to go off script. I understand him as a backup in that potential situation. I don't know about this pick, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Okay, so the Jaguars selected defensive end Tyler Lacey.
Okay.
And then the Bengals turn around, buddy. Chuck Jones is off the board.
Okay.
Charlie Jones, Purdue wide receiver.
Yeah. He's a good returner.
Yeah.
Another guy with a special teams value for. Did you say that was the by who, the Frogles?
By the Frogles.
Okay. Yeah, they get a returner. They add another guy that is a vertical threat without being overly fast, but he has really good ball skills. He catches just about everything that comes his way, and he has some return ability. He's probably more of a depth wide receiver, but a guy that can come in and maybe return some kicks for them. So it's a quality pick.
I know it was a guy that at least the draft chat, was a big fan of, especially early on there.
He makes some nice plays. So yeah.
Well, I believe we just got compensation. Was that a 7th rounder and a future pick that we got there for DeAndre Swift? I think that just flashed up.
A 7th rounder
and a future pick.
A 7th today.
Yes,
and a future selection.
Yeah, we'll see. But
I just saw the Rams are bringing in a grizzled vet to mentor Matt Stafford and Stetson Bennett.
Stetson Bennett is older than me by a year.
Yeah.
Wow.
Think about that.
I don't want to think about that.
Interesting. I have the actual thing. It is. Oh no, never mind. That's a different Eagles trade. Never mind.
Oh, maybe that's what I was seeing. Was that the one that was a 7th rounder and all of that?
No, the Lions. So here's the terms: DeAndre Swift and a 7th round pick, number 249. That's what the Eagles get. The Lions get a 4th round pick in 2025. And
2025
and a 7th round pick
2 years from now
I would pick number 219.
Wait, you start over at the beginning. What?
Yeah. So DeAndre Swift and a 7th round pick number 249 for Yeah, for a 4th-round pick in 2025 and a 7th-round pick number 219. So the Lions get to move up 30 spots in the 7th round, and they get a 4th-round pick in 2025.
It is a 4th rounder. But still, it's 2 years from now.
That is
rounder.
like
There's 30 teams in the NFL that didn't want to match or beat that offer.
Interesting.
it's a choice.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Well, hey, good job, Howie.
Howie stays howing. Look, I mean, the Eagles are going for it. They have to before Jalen Hurts gets expensive.
Is that even going for it? Like, I don't even know if that's going for it.
You
That's
didn't have
just
to give up too much. No, it's a good
contracts.
player, though.
It's
a
just
good
the
player.
contracts,
Yeah.
and I mean, there's always that
Sure.
factor you got to take into consideration. So they're going to be aggressive now. They're going to go in and they're going to go try to get, they're going to go try to get whatever
wow
dudes they can to help build the roster for now. They're going to go try to win it for now, and it's still not going to be enough because they don't have Patrick Mahomes.
Wow.
So
Interesting.
Score
Boy,
one.
that's just I figured that he was probably going to go a little bit before that, or it'd go for a little higher than that. I'm just a little anyway.
Steelers are on the clock. Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock.
They're having a great draft, so
Here,
it'll be
just some more information about Shamari Connor, just because we've got some of that coming down here, and he's been talking to people here. Obviously, he says that he's been playing every position on the back end since high school. This is from Charles Goldman at Goldman CT NFL. Says someone who can step up and do any job. Says he models his game after Buda Baker.
Okay.
Buddha.
No, I like Butter. I like Butter Baker.
It's not a hard name, Craig.
Eric Bieniemy called him Buda Baker, so I've always called him
Okay,
Buda
my
Baker,
point
so-
stands.
Butter Baker.
Buda Baker.
He does a good job.
Yeah, but I mean, he that makes some sense with the versatility, be able to step up into the slot, be able to play kind of all over the secondary. That's what Baker's done for that Cardinals defense. So yeah, good guy to mimic your game after if you're playing like that.
We have some thank yous to give out here.
Let's do it.
Shout out Jackie Virgo. Shout out
Yeah.
Mark Larson. Shout out Prabhat Grawal. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I hope I got your name correct there. Alex Stinnett, Terrence Breeze II. Thank you all. Alex Stinnett, $100 donation
go,
from Alex
guys. Thank
Stinnett.
you.
Thank you all so much for continuing to support our attempts to raise funds for the Terez Paylor Scholarship. Thank you so much for everyone that has been supporting. We appreciate all of that. All the super chat money goes towards that as well, just so you guys know, if you do want to use that.
And thank you, Butter Baker.
Thank you, Buda Baker. I kind of want Craig to read this next name.
Okay. Hang on. Let me get on it.
The
Sorry.
Pittsburgh Steelers with the 136th second pick. Can you get that one right?
Linebacker Nike Herbert. No, that's Nick Herbig.
Hey, Nick, I got it right. All right. Nick Herbig is the pick. So I remember a conversation with me and Maddie back in, February when we were going through some of the stuff for the KCSN draft guide. And we kept asking, where are we going to put Nick Herbig? Is he going to be one of my linebackers who I'm the primary grader on? Is he going to be one of Maddie's defensive ends that we're going to put for him? We wound up, I believe, putting him as an edge. And we didn't feel good about it at all.
Yeah, because he's not going to play there in the NFL, but that's also where he played at Wisconsin.
All right, so
And
it's
he
hard
might
to-
rush. He might rush.
He's 6'2", 240 pounds with 31 and a quarter inch arms. That's not a big fella.
No, it's not.
It's a pretty sawn off guy. It's not very wide.
Sawed off?
Nope. And I believe his wingspan was also in the bottom 7th percentile if you're going to compare him to other edge players. So it's really tricky spot to pick him. I guess he goes to a 3-4 team though. So
Sure.
this is the best spot. You're going to play him an outside linebacker. If you play a strong weak side outside linebacker type role, then he's going to be clearly on your weak side that's dropping a lot or just rushing off the edge, right? So it's a good fit for him. It's a player that's really going to fit in there. It's not like he's a bad run defender or anything. He's just a smaller guy. So good fit.
I know because I used to do the linebackers for this, for the KCSN draft guide. It was one of those that it was always tough when you see some of those guys that are technically linebackers because they do play a little bit more off ball. And when you're trying to grade a player and trying to slot him in, if he's never getting true edge reps, if he's never getting those situations where he's rushing off the edge, setting the edge, trying to do some of the stuff that other edge players are doing, it's hard to slot him into the grading scale that we've got.
Yes.
There. Like it tanks those players.
You debate it, and then you have to debate and figure out what you're going to do with it and how you're
Correct.
going to do with it.
Then you move him to linebacker, and you're going, well, this dude's not going to play here at the NFL level, but trying to project how he's playing from the film, trying to project some of that stuff for those players that don't necessarily have those sorts of reps, it's really hard to do that. Nate Herbie sounds like a guy that was that for you.
Boy,
The Chicago Bears have made a selection.
and they stay winning.
They stay winning. Tyler Scott, the wide receiver out of Cincinnati, is the second Cincinnati Bearcat receiver to go, which was kind of a surprise. He goes to the Chicago Bears. I like this value this late and this fit for the Chicago Bears. Good on Ryan Poles.
Right. I'm not as high on Tyler Scott as some other people were, right? I think the value is probably somewhere between where you saw some top 50 buzz for him and where he is now at somewhere in the middle. But here's a very athletic, good vertical threat guy that can create some stuff after the catch. He belongs going with any of these other vertical threat, the Marvin Mims, Jalen Hyatt, before a Darius Davis, a Trey Tucker. Like, he's better than some of these other vertical stretch guys have gone, in my opinion. And he played running back in high school, transitioned to wide receiver at Cincinnati. So I feel like we have kind of transitioned into that spot here. Yeah, great pick for them. I think he makes a lot of sense. He's kind of similar to Darnell Mooney in terms of a body type and what he can do, but it's still, that's not bad to have multiple guys that can do that. So yeah, good value, good pick.
Well, and you're at the point now where you're filling out some of that depth. You're looking at the value. You're going, hey, miss, yeah, we got a Mooney, but let's get a guy behind him. Let's get another player that can cycle in. I really do like that pick. There's a guy that routinely was in day two, in a lot of mocks. Like it really was one of those that, you looked at the tape, you looked at the production, and you went, oh, that guy, a true vertical threat, can really track the ball pretty well, but can be used in more of a gadget role as well. You can get him the ball behind the line of scrimmage and have him work there. It makes a lot of sense for this Bears offense.
5'9", 177 pounds. Ran a 4.440 at the NFL Combine. Yeah, he has some ability down the field. The Tyler Lockett comp gets thrown around a lot. He's another guy that kind of is a little bit of Tyler Lockett-ish. I'm not going to say entirely, but
he's a little stiffer than that. Like I think that's the holdup for
but here's the deal. Hold on, Maddie. His name is Tyler.
This is true. It's true.
I thought he was going to have an actual point. I thought he was going with a real point.
That'd be a first.
Right. No, it's just like, I think that might be where some of the concern comes too. When you're talking about a little bit smaller of a wide receiver that's just a vertical threat, but then he ends up being just a little bit stiffer. It's just that's where you get a little concerned. That makes it stop Jalen Hyatt from going earlier. So
the pick the Chiefs were going to be making, had they not traded up for Shamari Connor, is on the board.
Yeah,
it is 134. So we are waiting to see what the Minnesota Vikings are doing here in the fourth round. We're getting close to the end of the fourth round.
The Chiefs stayed here. There's still some options out there. So yeah, it's we'll see what the Vikings do with this pick.
I mean, they felt strongly about getting this guy, and I'm kind of wondering. We'll probably get more out of this as it goes on. Dave Tobe's influence here. Maybe they wanted to make sure they got Dave Tobe's top special teamer
for sure
available,
or one of his top guys that the defensive coaching staff also agreed upon. Like, I think that was the big thing, is like it's just, you probably got a list of guys that Dave Tobe really liked, and then you're going to also look for which one's defensive coaches.
Yeah, you align it with Dave Merritt, you align it with Brendan Daly if it's a linebacker. Yeah.
And okay, so we all really like what the Philadelphia Eagles are doing every single year, pretty much,
especially lately.
From a roster building perspective, there's a lot of, smart decisions that they make. I think that, this is the time of year, though, or this time of the draft, where you start to see teams maybe be a little bit more specific in their approaches. I do think that the Eagles tend to throw numbers and collect talent, and maybe it's not 100% perfect fits all the time across the board everywhere. But I
think I know the Vikings selection too. I believe it is safety Jay Ward out of LSU. So this is just interesting because this is the Chiefs pick that they originally had before trading up. Jay Ward, similar to Shamari Connor, played safety, played corner, played slot. He guys kind of had that versatility to play all over the back end. So it's a similar type of player that also ends up going in at this spot.
Did he play special teams though?
That I do not know.
I liked Shamari Connor.
Never mind. The pick that was incorrect.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
that-
Well, I like
that
Shamari
makes
Connor
sense.
better than Jay Ward.
No, it was Jay Ward. I was right. Okay. People are my information's coming in all over the place. I was correct with Jay Ward, and then I was told immediately after that it was incorrect. I'm very confused now.
I just like the profile of Shamari Connor more than Jay Ward. I did watch Jay Ward play. Wasn't my favorite. So I like that the Chiefs looked at the board, went, yeah, we got to make sure that we go get our guy again. To the point of some of the staff that have spoken this weekend. They want to make sure that they stay ahead of some of these runs, stay ahead of some of this versatility, and make sure that they get their guy. And in a small move up, like this is great. I really, again, killing the board right now.
We had a big grade on Jay Ward, I believe. I think we put a round 3 grade on him. That was, I believe, our buddy Jake Stack had a round 3 on him. He started his career at LSU as a cornerback. So, you talk about some of that versatility that, he actually started back there. Started 26 games for LSU. He was a Reese's Senior Bowl invite and participant. 60 tackles, 2.5 for loss, 1 interception, 4 pass breakups. A smaller profile, a little bit more slender profile than what Shamari Connor presents. So he's not necessarily the same kind of physical player. He's more of a, definitely used to be a corner.
The Raiders just traded up with more draft capital than I believe the Chiefs traded up with to go a lot higher and farther up in the draft.
A 5th round pick this year and a 6th round pick this year.
So the Raiders are on the clock with the final pick of the 4th round.
Interesting. Yeah. So no, between Jay Ward and Shamari Connor, we had a higher grade on Jay Ward. I think I did as well. I think just like raw as a coverage player, I think he's a little bit more polished, a little bit more consistent. But he's not the same level of physical player. He's not going to come downhill with the aggression. And I think for the Chiefs, it makes 100% sense to like a Connor better. And again, going back to the special teams aspect, like that pick makes a lot of sense. Taking him over a Jay Ward. It's just interesting that those two picks are a very similar type of player in the same spots.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Chiefs have room for a guy like that can play that physical and play like that. I think that they're trying to add a cornerback to this room. I think they would have taken some of the value that was there before, maybe at the end of day 3. I know that we all love Wanya Morris, but there was really good value at cornerback at the end of day 3. I would rather gamble on the athletic upside, the physicality in a Steve Spagnuolo scheme, because I can see the path of success a little bit more for him than maybe I do for Jay Ward in a room that he's competing with some guys that have that more physical profile, have that length, have that ability to play on the boundary a little bit more.
Raiders sent 144 and 214 for pick 135. A QB? Is this a quarterback? Is this, we're seeing a little bit of a run, like some quarterbacks starting to fall. Maybe they want to go grab a backup here, a backup profile type player. Dorian,
signed like 3 of those.
We have the pick. It is a quarterback.
Wow.
It is Aiden O'Connell.
Yeah.
Hey.
Kent is punching the air right now because Aiden O'Connell is coming off the board before the Chiefs could take him.
Yeah, I like Aiden O'Connell.
I was going to say, you're a big fan.
I enjoyed Aiden O'Connell. I really enjoyed getting to talk to him at the East-West Shrine Bowl. He's kind of an interesting guy because we caught him in Vegas when we were at the East-West Shrine Bowl.
Story.
We caught him in the back corner of the Pyramid Cafe there at the Luxor, going through with his note cards all the play calls for the next day, doing a mock huddle, pretending he was in a huddle, calling the plays out.
Visualizing.
He was visualizing. He was making checks. He was identifying that chair is the Mike linebacker, all that stuff. But he was also one of the more engaging players that we talked to in that entire weekend.
I do think it's funny that the way that Kent phrased that, without the description of we are doing interviews, and the interview section that we have,
we're just watching,
is up above there. It makes it sound like we followed Aiden O'Connell around and followed him into a restaurant and did all that. No, we were doing interviews, and the windows just happened to kind of overlook down into the Pyramid Cafe. And as we were breaking down at the end of the day, we happened to look down and see him in there working. And so we asked him about the next day, and he went, "Oh no, you guys!"
He was so embarrassed that got seen
because
he went to a part of the cafe where it's elevated
tucked
from the casino floor a little bit. and there's like bushes kind of surrounding it a little bit. So you couldn't, nobody, like most other people couldn't see him, right?
Sure.
We just happened to be elevated even more, looking out of like a completely tinted glass window. So we had a perfect view, and he was just ripping through there, had no idea we were watching. And we saw him the very next day to get to talk to him. And it was a fun little thing to happen.
It was. But I mean, again, to Ken's point, like Ken was sitting there, was like, man, you got to do what you got to do to visualize, to figure out, how this is all going. Brand new playbook. I don't think that people understand that when you show up to these all-star games, it's not just like, hey, go do what you do best. No, it's here. You're running this playbook, especially when it's NFL squads that are running them. Go learn it. Here you go. Go learn this playbook. So he was giving himself a crash course. Very high, high IQ individual. Maybe doesn't have the best arm talent there, but still had a lot of production at Purdue in the Big Ten. I know that's kind of a joke with everybody. The Big Ten doesn't have a ton of quarterback production outside of maybe some of the Ohio State quarterbacks, but Aiden O'Connell, really sharp guy. It was fun to talk to him, though.
It was. No, he was a very smart quarterback. I think he comes in, he profiles as a upper tier backup quarterback for the pros, and maybe he's a guy that you can come in and potentially win you a game if you need to. Doesn't have the most just raw physical gifts or anything like that, but he's done enough to get over it. And so you're kind of hoping for best case scenario as a Brock Purdy type of situation, to where he can just come in and catch fire and then see how that catapults himself into a starting gig or something like that. But if not, a good backup is.
So unfortunately, he goes to the Raiders. So we're not about to see another Shrine quarterback lead there. Hey, shout out to Andrew Lee here.
Andrew,
yeah, but we're not about to see another Shrine quarterback turn around and lead their team to playoff success because unfortunately, he's going to the Raiders.
The fourth round's complete. And we have achieved the midway point of the 2023 NFL draft a few picks ago.
Oh, boy.
There's only 100.
We're halfway done.
Sure feels like it.
There's only 123 done.
52% done.
The fifth round pick begins in earnest here.
The pick is in.
The Jacksonville Jaguars they've made a selection. Good for Aiden O'Connell, though.
Yasir Abdullah, linebacker edge out of Louisville, is the pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Similar conversation as Nick Herbig that we just had a little bit ago. The linebacker, as he edge rusher, a lot of production, good edge rusher, but 220 pounds, 6'1". It's just it's hard to figure out where to slot him. I will say for Abdullah, he does a good job he actually played off ball. So there's some actual off ball reps out there that you could maybe see him project as.
We had a chance to talk to Aiden O'Connell while we were at the East-West Shrine Bowl. Here's a few minutes of our interview with him.
Touchdown. Another one for Purdue.
Talking to Aiden O'Connell, quarterback out of Purdue. Aiden, my man, always fun to talk to a quarterback. Appreciate you hanging out with us a little bit here.
Thanks for having me on.
Would love to know a little bit about just your journey through football, how you started playing, how you fell in love with it, really.
Yeah, I grew up one of 6 kids, had a couple older brothers, a couple younger brothers. And so we grew up playing sports, football, obviously, one of them. I remember I would just get dropped off by my mom or dad at our Little League practice field over the weekend and stay there for 8 hours and just hang out and just be around football. So from a young age, I've always loved it. Always loved to be around the game. Went to Stevenson High School up in Lincolnshire, Illinois, kind of a bigger high school, graduated with about 1,000 kids, and didn't get to start till my senior year there. So was kind of under-recruited coming out of high school. Had no scholarship offers, so I decided to walk on at Purdue. It was my only big walk-on opportunity. And then spent 6 years there, some up and down, started 8 of 9 on the depth chart my freshman summer, and just worked from there, and then got to play the last few years. So it's been a winding road. It's been a lot of fun. I've had a lot of support from family, coaches, teammates, friends, all the same.
So you obviously have a passion for it, working through all of that. Do you have any particular person that you've drawn that passion from? Is it internal? Was it external? Anybody that's helped you along trying to get through some of those tough times?
Yeah, I think falling in love with the game is because I watched my older brothers play. When you're the younger brother or one of the younger brothers, you want to do what your older brothers are doing. And also, normally you are doing what your older brother's doing because mom is going to take you where they are. So I just remember being surrounded by that and that was just a big part of life. And so watching my older brothers was a big part of why I fell in love with the game in the first place. Obviously, had a lot of friends that played it as well. So I really loved the relational aspect of the game, and it's what first made me fall in love. It's why I still love it.
So were you always a quarterback? Is that just kind of where you started, and is that how that all began? Or?
Yeah, I started playing tackle football second grade, and I was a defensive end and tight end my first year. And then from third grade on, I've played quarterback, played a little defense too when I was younger. But I think I could just, when you're a kid, it's like who can throw the ball the farthest, and that's really who plays quarterback. And that was me. So they just like, all right, you're going to play quarterback.
All right. So, college football, it's a whole different world than what you're seeing in high school. And there's only so much the high school can prepare you for, college. There's always these mile markers that you kind of hit where things start clicking for you mentally in a collegiate environment. Tell me one of those first big breakthroughs for you at the college level.
Yeah, it's a good question. First couple years at Purdue, you probably wouldn't even know if I was at practice or not. I didn't get any reps. Was kind of just standing in the back and trying to soak everything in and get the mental reps. And then at the end of my second fall there, was still a walk-on. We had bowl prep, preparing to play in Music City Bowl. And in bowl prep, young guys get a lot of extra reps compared to the older guys. So I got some reps and played well, and that was probably the first time the coaches actually took a serious look at me, and that kind of catapulted into the spring and into the next fall. So that was a big moment for me personally, being like, okay, I got to go run the offense a little bit, and we did move the ball stuff. So I got to kind of command the offense. It was the first time I really got to do that. And it was, like I said, it was confidence for me. Like I can do this, even though it's, I'm playing against other young guys and the threes, whatever it might be. It was a big confidence booster.
Did you have to go through a lot of terminology changes throughout your time at Purdue, or was it pretty stable? I mean, what was that for you?
Yeah, I played in one system in 6 years, and so a lot of the base stuff stayed the same. I think for a college offense, we were pretty extensive in our playbook, and so we installed different stuff. Things would come up week to week and during the year and during the season, and then they'd get recycled, and then we'd bring them back 3 years later, whatever it might be. So for the most part, stuff stayed the same, but there's obviously a lot of changing and evolving as is normal.
So you've had to learn some terminology through the pre-draft process. You've had to learn some at Purdue. What's the weirdest thing you've done to try to help you memorize the play calls and memorize plays?
Yeah, I'm a flashcards guy. So write the name of the play on one side, draw it on the other side, and so when I see the name of the play, I can rehearse it in my head and picture it, and then on the other side, if I see the drawing, I can spit out what the play is. So that's how I learn. It's not that weird, I hope, but that's how I learn.
No, I don't think it's weird at all. It's always curious to find out.
Yeah.
One other thing, you said you kind of, I feel like Purdue probably did kind of help you, as from a translation perspective, because there's, it does seem like there is a lot more pro style to how you guys operate some things. Do you feel like you had, like when you were at Purdue, did you just feel like you had answers for every coverage that you were about to see? Was that kind of what you were getting at Purdue?
That's what I would explain it as. Yeah, we like to take different things from different teams. We also, our base install was pretty extensive. And so, yeah, that's what we wanted to have an answer for anything we're seeing. We'd practice a lot of different plays, practice so many plays that we never ran, but wanted just to be ready to have an answer based on what the defense was doing.
And so did the responsibility of that fall on you, or were you getting a lot of help and assistance from the sidelines, or once the play is called, is that kind of your territory, or are you getting a little bit of help?
Yeah, so it's obviously you run whatever play is called, and so we signaled, and so I see the signal and try to go execute a lot of times. If it's a new play just installed that week, we kind of have to go over it and we'll work on it during the week, and I may have to signal to one of the receivers or whatever it might be. But for the most part, we try to clean up stuff, and we run a lot of plays during the week, even day before the game and 2 days before the game, running a lot of plays, walk through pace, just trying to get ready and trying to get a lot more mental reps.
So put yourself in the game there. You're standing there. A lot of people look at the quarterback position. They see, basically the chaos of the pocket around them, the setup to everything. Describe a little bit what that's like, standing in the pocket, pressure around you as you're reading out the routes. Just tell us what's going through your head at that moment. Tell us what you're looking for. Describe that for those who haven't played quarterback before, maybe?
Yeah, I think the sky cam that is played at like different games, I think that's what people think it looks like, where you're like 20 feet tall and you can see everything, and it's not that way. There's tall offensive linemen in your face with defensive linemen, and so there's just little chunks of pictures that you see, and you try to, based on whatever concept, whatever play is called, you're trying to see a safety, you're trying to see a linebacker, you're trying to see a corner, whatever it might be, and so it depends on the play, but really you're trying to maneuver anything you can to look past what's right in front of you into what's going on behind that, which isn't always easy. It's you want to look at what's right in front of you is kind of a normal human response, and so to look past that, I think when I got to college took some time to learn and stuff, but that's, you have to do it. It's what the play is. To read a play, you have to look at the secondary for the most part to see what's going on.
Did you have somebody that helped you with that? A particular coach that you got to lean on, or another player, another individual in the room that kind of helped you progress in that way?
Yeah, I think, the coaches did a great job. I learned probably more at Purdue than I did maybe 18 years before that learning football. And so just learned so much information about defenses, offenses, all that stuff. And so position coach Brian Brown was a huge help. Obviously the head coach was a huge help. And then had different other assistants throughout the years. One of my good friends, Nick Sipe, who was a quarterback that came into my class in 2017, I actually stole the idea from him. We had a somewhat similar to like a sky cam pole that they would put behind the quarterbacks at practice, and he was like, I like watching this view more because at least it's somewhat like we're seeing, because when you watch the game from
That was Aiden O'Connell, the new Las Vegas Raider. If you want to learn about one of the quarterbacks in the division now, one of the rivals for the Kansas City Chiefs, the full video is available on the KC Sports Network channel. What I was rooting for him, and now me and Aiden O'Connell are mortal enemies. Some picks have come through since we last talked. KJ Henry, the defensive end out of Clemson, goes to the Washington Commanders. That's another guy.
5-star recruit.
5-star recruit. Steve Spagnuolo fit.
Ish.
Darius Rush, cornerback out of South Carolina, goes to the Indianapolis Colts. They're having a good draft.
He picked up a lot of steam after like going into the combine or the Senior Bowl into the combine, and how he was just performing better and better throughout the year. So some people thought he might be slipping into like day 2, potentially even top 50.
Yeah.
My favorite day 3 quarterback prospect is off the board. I was no disrespect to my friend Aiden O'Connell, but Clayton Tune out of Houston, a surprisingly great athletic profile. Like I thought when I watched him, I thought he was a very good linear athlete.
Yeah.
He could use his legs. He could churn and burn upfield. He could, get some opportunities like scrambling a little bit, but more linearly and picking up yards and extending drives. But the entire athletic profile was one of the best.
Honestly, I don't understand him going behind Aiden O'Connell. I don't understand him going behind Stetson Bennett, because if you're going to take a guy here, bank on traits at this point, and Clayton Tune has those.
Yeah. We're in a weird spot for quarterbacks. I get backup quarterbacks are valued in the NFL because it matters, but like at this point in time in the draft, I feel like you're just you're taking guys that just impressed you on the whiteboard, so it's hard to differentiate between them. Like Dorian Thompson-Robinson would be one of my top choices for a backup quarterback. So
yeah, well, he's a Cleveland Brown.
Yeah, that
at pick 140.
Man,
awesome.
That is honestly, that's a good fit
for
that offense.
What
they do. DTR's a great dude.
They definitely need that in the QB room right now. So that's a very good pick there for them. They get some maturity.
I know we just got done talking about Aiden O'Connell and talking to him at the Shrine game. DTR was there as well. We knew that he would be a good guy to talk to. We'd heard all that stuff, but he was just fun, amazing to talk to. Wanted to hang out for a long time. Wanted to sit there and talk. Sometimes when you go to these all-star games, these guys like that are clearly more of a well-regarded prospect. They may move on a little quicker, want to get things done, kind of hit the beats and move on. DTR wanted to play a little bit. DTR was pretty good from that. Zay Flowers was as well. But a good high character dude. Really like DTR.
I was kind of perusing social media here, looking for, we're trying to tip picks. We're trying to find out as soon as we possibly can. A lot of Raiders fans wanted Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
He would have fit in really well with them.
The Vegas native. would have been there too. So Dorian Thompson-Robinson didn't have to go far for the Shrine Bowl.
Yeah,
he's a local kid there.
We're talking quarterbacks. We'd mentioned traits and stuff like that. I mean, Tanner McKee's still available, and like he's not our favorite quarterback, but if you want to talk about the guy that has the best physical traits of these backup quarterbacks, he's the guy that probably has the best arm, the best build to be a quarterback at the next level. The system is he played in two different systems. He did the slow mesh system this past year, which was really bad for him.
Really bad.
Especially his footwork isn't the most crisp or like quick. But when you go back and look at him in a more pro style system at Stanford last year, it looked good. It's like if you want to bet on traits and what he's quarterbacks, I think he's by far the best available in that regard.
He's not a terrible prospect. He doesn't totally fit what the NFL is, transitioning to. So he's not a great athlete. He's kind of got a long laboring release that, and he's on the older side too. He just turned 23, even though he was an early entrant into the NFL draft. So he's kind of on the older side. That's probably why he did that. Shout out None. The $5 donations. Could we see the Chiefs take Andrew Voorhees this round? Allegretti's in his last year of his deal, and Tooney gets expensive next season. So Andrew Voorhees would be off the board by now if he didn't tear his ACL at the NFL Combine.
Yeah,
that's a true redshirt type player that you're taking.
Yeah,
I don't know if the Chiefs are, actually, you know what? The Chiefs have had a lot of these redshirt type players. Justin Ross, Darius Harris, Tim Ward. They typically prefer to get those guys as undrafted free agents. So they like to take their swings on good profiles, good talent that might have fell because of injury in the undrafted free agent market. So I don't know.
For what the Chiefs have kind of been transitioning to on the offensive line, I don't think he makes a ton of sense. He's a lot more limited in his movement ability, even pre-injury. He's a phone booth, powerful player. He's a guy that I think fits a lot better if you are a run-first team. And it's still not a bad pick. I'm not saying that at all. It's just the value's there now. I just don't know if he is the most direct or the best fit in terms of for what the Chiefs have kind of transitioned to along the offensive line.
The Vikings traded up to pick 141. We're waiting to find out the selection there. Let's see here. I still don't have it. They sent. It looks like they sent a 6th round pick to the Raiders to move up. So we're waiting to find out what the selection is. But the Minnesota Vikings are on the clock.
Interesting. They've made a couple, I think, moves around the draft board right now in this past 2 days to get some guys that they actually want in spots. I think it's the right way to do it here. So I'm intrigued to see the pick that they are going to come in with that they decide was worth trading up for in the spot.
Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button if you're watching. Appreciate everybody that is hanging out with us here on our Day 3 coverage. KC Sports Network is here for every single pick of this draft. We are halfway through.
We're over halfway through.
We're getting there.
We are halfway through the picks. We are well over halfway through the amount of time.
Well, you know what's fun, too? And this is why I like about Day 3. Day 3. First off, we're all kind of looser because,
speak for yourself.
It's Day 3. The pants have been loosened a little bit.
No, Matt's tight.
The Chiefs get 5 players today. We had 3 in 2 days. And obviously the higher profile players that we spend a lot more time talking about. But you get 5 today, potentially. I mean, they dipped into 2024 assets to secure Chamari Connor, so they're keeping their volume here.
They are. And I think that's very important. We talked a little bit about how many picks are actually going to make. Oh, the pick is in for the Vikings, and it's a really good one. It's Jaquelin Roy out of LSU, a guy that we were looking at maybe to play some nose tackle.
Yeah. Wasn't mentioning him for a reason.
Yeah, well.
He's off the board now.
He's off the board now.
He's
the Minnesota Vikings. That's a good pick.
That's a good pick.
And that's a trade up for him, too.
It is.
And it should be.
He played out of position this past year. They had him play as a run stuffing, one tech, and he was actually fine at it. He did pretty good in that role for a guy that it was a little bit more of a pass rusher and a penetrating style defensive tackle last year. So getting that versatility across your defensive line and defensive tackle position on the interiors is a good spot. So yeah, I think it's a very good pick for them.
Cleveland Browns are back on the board already. Back on the clock. We have a quote from. What?
Yeah, we'll see. They just came off the board.
My bad.
Selecting Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
It's Day 3.
Is a Day 3. So, yeah. We'll see what he comes up with here. We're not getting picks tipped as quickly anymore. It seems like everybody got to the midway point of this and just went, okay.
Yeah, everybody ripped off. Yeah.
We'll just take off here, so we're not getting as many of them kind of go through.
Some running backs left I still like.
There are some running backs. I do still think that let's see here. Cornerback a little bit. There's still a few guys here. There was a little mini run on them in round 4. Obviously, there's some offensive tackles. Jalen Duncan's still on the board, and that's a guy that
I'm telling you, it's not
character.
talent, it's character that he is flying off or he's falling down the board.
Absolutely. I know it's character that's the reason behind all of that. Maybe he lands here in Cleveland. I know they just took an offensive tackle, but still, it's yeah. We'll see. This is when we start getting some of the more random picks a little bit here. We see Kyu Blue Kelly, cornerback out of Stanford, Trey Palmer, wide receiver out of Nebraska. A.T. Perry's still around.
There's a lot of wide receivers there.
A lot of them. Parker Washington.
Parker.
I know that Kent really likes Parker Washington.
I don't like the face you made when you said that. Alarmed me.
It is. I think you felt very comfortable making that face because the graphic was up on the screen right there.
I had no idea.
It's day 3 and he's loose, as he's reminded us a couple times.
Yeah, we're all loose here.
Pants have been loosened.
The pants have been loosened a little bit. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. I think I've seen the pick from the Browns. I'm going to double check and make sure that is true. It is. The Browns have taken Cam Mitchell, the cornerback out of Northwestern.
Yeah,
I think this is great value down here in the 5th round.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great value. I think he's a guy that can play a little bit at corner. He probably can kick inside of the nickel. He plays. It sounds silly, but he plays cornerback kind of the right way, or football the right way. He's physical. He's willing to come up and be feisty. He's not just a coverage player. He's not just a cover corner. He's going to do a little bit of everything. He's going to do whatever you need to kind of fit this. The role that you're going to ask for him going forward.
Yeah, Cameron Mitchell was the number 15 cornerback in the KCSN draft guide.
High fit?
Yeah, high fit, and was a top 100 on the overall board by position ranking there. Yeah, a guy that Matty comped here to Cam Taylor Britt. Yeah, try to look there. I mean, yeah, the physicality shows up when you see him play there. He's a guy that's very fun to watch. Not a super athlete, not somebody that you're going to be like, oh yeah, he's got a super high end, cornerback traits there. But a guy that's going to show up and do things really, really well, give you a very high floor. I like that.
And he gets to join ex teammate. They just drafted Greg Newsome, Northwestern, teammate from a couple years ago with the Cleveland Browns. So,
that's a good pick.
The Jets have selected running back Israel Abanikanda.
Okay.
I should have made Craig try to do that one.
No, great job, buddy.
Israel Abanikanda from Pitt, fast, good
big
linear speed. Doesn't play big as a runner.
Not at all.
It's kind of an interesting profile. But I'll tell you what, I've missed on big backs that are good athletes that don't play big, because at some point it might actually get pieced together and translate.
I mean, I think the biggest one for both you and I is Ramondre Stevenson.
Right. Yep.
But I will say this, though. He had really good footwork. So he was like oddly lateral. He was a good lateral agility despite the size not playing big. Izzy is very linear. He's a very linear home run hitting athlete. And I know a lot of Chiefs fans like him because the profile is so much fun. I see so much crossover between him and Isaiah Pacheco. And just in terms of how they run and their usage, a lot of home runs and then a lot of smashing their head into a lot of traffic. And I don't see that as the greatest 1-2 punch. So like he's never been my favorite fit for the Chiefs of the running back spots. I just see a lot of overlap and just as a pure runner. I think for another team though, maybe like the Jets that are pairing him with a Breece Hall who can do a little bit of everything else.
For sure.
That he makes a lot more sense. He gives them a home run threat with a good size. It's not a bad pick at all. It's just I didn't ever love the fit for the Chiefs because of the overlap with Pacheco.
Yeah, you don't want two guys that maybe, although Isaiah Pacheco certainly got better with his vision as the season went along, but you don't want two guys that maybe their big knock coming out of college is their vision.
Yes.
And that's something that, you have overlapping, but production was there. He led FBS in total touchdowns with 21, 20 of those rushing. Highly productive player, especially in the red zone for Pitt. He's a guy that I think makes a lot of sense with Breece Hall as a 1-2 punch there.
The Patriots are on the clock and the pick is in, so we will be waiting to find out what that selection was here.
So the NFL yesterday for round 3 really must have been trying to finish because they were getting them in and out quick.
They were locking
These
them
picks
in.
are coming in and we're still getting crowd shots and we're getting like extra stories and stuff. So like there really must have been a time crunch for them yesterday. I thought we were going to go a lot faster today because the end of yesterday was going fast.
It
but
was.
They're stalling these out a little bit when the picks come in. So they're feeling pretty comfortable in their time right now.
I'd like them to continue to keep a pace.
Maybe once we start hitting round 6, round 7.
Once they're down
Everybody's
to
trying to get ready for
well, no,
UDFA.
once they're down to their final, like, I don't know, 38 minutes of television time, then they'll start hurrying up again.
If they want to just, cut it short.
Trade pick 250.
The pick for the New England Patriots is another Shrine Bowler. It is interior offensive lineman Antonio Maffei out of UCLA.
Well, darn. That was a good pick.
The dream is dead for Matty.
I like him. He's a good player. He came there as a nose tackle that was almost 400 pounds, and they came up with a long-term weight loss solution for Maffei to lose not a bunch of weight in one offseason, but to slowly take it off so he can transform his body. He's done it, and he has stayed perfectly on their mark. I still think he's a little bit away. He probably needs to lose another 10, 15 pounds still, but then he'll be able to maximize the athleticism he does have. You were going to have some of the best highlight plays in interior offensive line with him. He is a guy that's going to look for pancakes and help pass pro. He is going to try to put every linebacker in the ground. Like, he's a lot of fun to watch, and I don't think he's limited in his mobility. A little undersized, needs to lose a little bit of weight, but it's a good pick for the Patriots here.
Yeah, would have been a guy that Matty's maybe targeting, future Trey Smith replacement if you were looking to move on, or a Joe Tooney replacement.
Yeah. He played left guard. I mean, he probably play either, but yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, guy that would have made some sense. Patriots, they just kind of reload with those guys that are really good football players on the interior. Maybe not at positions of high positional value and all that, but going to get a guy that can just kind of go into that factory on the offensive line and keep producing.
Hit the like button, please. Hit the subscribe button if you're watching. Appreciate you all for supporting KC Sports Network. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock with pick number 145, awaiting to find out their selection. Chiefs are about 24 picks away. If you're looking at potential trade-up options for the Chiefs, they could use their assets here to get up into this range pretty easily, actually. Yeah. They could use 166 and 194 if they wanted to get up to here if they really prefer it. And actually, they'd be giving away a little bit of value. So maybe they are just trying to hold on to their picks here a little bit, or maybe they're looking at some kind of pick swap, situation where, they give up 166 and 194 to get up to a 145-ish range and get back something like a late 7.
Go get Kayshon Boutte.
We are 145 picks into the NFL draft here. Kansas City Chiefs have made one at their original draft position.
First round.
Every single one of those.
Close out first round
at home. The first round at home. And reportedly, we're calling around to try and trade up in that.
Yep.
So, yeah.
And it makes sense that they're moving up and down the board.
Sure.
I mean, it makes sense that they're kind of maneuvering here a little bit just because we've talked about it.
They haven't gone backwards. I mean,
no,
they have not gone backwards.
That doesn't happen here.
They have not traded backwards. They have only traded up, which I like the process still. I like it. If you're gonna make tiers, I think you learn from not always settling and just waiting and trying to catch the last guy of a tier. Go get your top guy, especially when you come into the draft with 10 plus picks.
And you're fine with going down to 7, or you're fine with going down to 8, and you're completely cool with making those sorts of moves there. I do think that they want to make 8 that future 5th that they gave up to try and make that trade up there. I think that that's one that kind of indicates that they like some of the pockets that are looking up here for some of these other picks. So and maybe they do stay put in some of these other ones, but we'll see.
It's interesting. I mean, and yeah, they gave up a little bit of future assets. And that's okay because, like, again, we kind of talked about they have some picks in that range, so that kind of makes some sense there.
You have the pick, Matty?
I don't.
Okay.
It's like absolutely not.
I don't really look. I'm not looking for the picks anymore. They're coming close enough to when they're announced at this point.
It's interesting.
It very much is. Hey, we want to thank our pals at Miller Lite for making this all happen. This entire draft process for KCSN has been sponsored by Miller Lite. We've really appreciated working with them, going through all this with them. It's allowed us to do everything that we've been doing in the entire lead up to this draft class. So we really thank them.
Jamie Robinson, the safety out of Florida State, is a Carolina Panther. He goes to the Panthers at pick 145.
A little bit of an undersized safety. Might have to make a little bit of a transition to like the nickel role, I think, at the NFL level because of the lack of size and not elite athleticism. But I like the way he plays. I like his physicality coming downhill, actually. He plays with a similar mentality to Butta Baker. Coming downhill. Yeah.
Why are we putting more emphasis on that?
We have so many more names for you to botch today, Craig.
But yeah, I just like his. I like his ability, even being undersized, coming down, being aggressive, willing to fit in the run. He's a leader of that Florida State defense there. So that's a nice solid pick here at the safety position for the what was it? The Cardinals, Panthers take them.
I'm gonna make you just hang on your own.
I think it's the Panthers.
It was the Panthers.
It was the Panthers.
It's an attitude pick. Like it is. It's a new, kind of a new organization there trying to build up some new stuff. That's an attitude pick. I think that's kind of sticks. Like I do. I think that makes a lot of sense for them to add another player that's going to help set the tone of that defense a little bit more. They need an overhaul over there because they got some talent, but it's the buy-in. It's making sure that everybody's on the same page there. I think you can help set that culture for that defense.
It's one of those guys. Tape is better than the athletic profile, I think.
Yeah, would agree.
And that's where these guys go.
Yeah, this is a perfect range for all those.
It's where they should go at times. But I mean, you see some of these guys that are just good football players that maybe don't have the requisite or preferred athletic profile stick. I mean, like it happens all the time.
It really does.
There's plenty of interesting players here that I would Will Mallory to the Chiefs.
Yeah.
This late.
I mean, I'm still standing by Keandre Coburn. I think that he would be a fun one.
Corey Trice.
It's a great one there. Well, there's going to be injury concerns. Would be coming off of an injury, that athletic profile still being available. You just have to wonder if there is some medical stuff there. But yeah, I mean, I still would like the pick.
Eric Galco, that's one of his favorite players in this draft.
It is.
Is Corey Trice.
Yeah. The pick is in for the Saints. Is this another one that they are announcing live, and that's why they were going to hold on to it?
Yeah, maybe.
Waiting for the commercial breaks.
Trying to think of other nose tackles here. PJ Mustapher out of Penn State. Could be a guy. I don't know that this is the range from. Although
DJ Dale out of Alabama. Gerard Clark out of Coastal Carolina. Carl Brooks is I know some people enjoy him out of Bowling Green. He is available. Not a nose tackle.
Right. I do think that they need to add another body to that room.
They really
do.
Do.
Get out of here.
I mean, I think they should, and I would really like them to. I think they're very clearly at this point probably looking towards a veteran free agent, and there are still a couple guys out there.
Right. Maybe you wait to UDFA.
Right. Or just see who's cut. Yeah. I mean, nose tackles are a position that you probably can catch guys getting cut there after June 1st. So.
Yeah, and I think we thought maybe the devaluation of the nose tackle position, like we kept mocking Broderick Martin as a late day 3 type, and he goes in the top 100.
There were a lot of guys right there at the very end that just went bam, bam, bam.
Well, because everybody thought the thought process of the defensive tackle class this year was it was a down class, and I don't even know if I necessarily agreed, but whether it is or isn't, once a run starts and you don't have a deep class, those guys go fast, and that's where they got to with this, right? That they all started to kind of go pretty quick, and now there's not a lot of guys left, and even normally you have a lot of nose tackle types still left at this point because that's what doesn't go. And there's a few, but not that many this year.
Jordan Howden, the safety out of Minnesota.
Yeah. What's your Jordan Howden takes, Kent?
His name is Jordan Howden. I believe he played at Minnesota. Yes.
Good job, buddy.
And I don't have a ton of Jordan Howden takes, if I'm being honest. Do you have any Jordan Howden takes, Matthew?
I believe so. Maybe in Terrell Smith. I like Terrell Smith at the corner a little bit more for Minnesota than Howden, but I think Howden was a guy that played a lot of snaps for them over. I think he was a 5th-year player coming out over there. He played a lot of snaps for them. He is a guy that played deep. He played down in the box. He's kind of another. We're talking about safeties. When you get these guys that are kind of team leaders, guys that are coming in and just kind of being the character guy of the team, that's kind of what they do, and that's where I feel like Howden kind of made his hay.
And to the point. Brett Veach jumps up, goes and grabs a kind of versatile player in the secondary, a safety. We've seen a lot of safeties that have kind of come off the board. We've seen a bunch of dudes that have
Nothing.
Have there not been a bunch of safeties?
No,
I feel
was
like
wondering
we've
why.
gone through a little
I
bit of
was
run.
wondering why Maddie was looking at your computer.
Oh, no.
Also, BJ, don't judge me for anything that pops up while I'm searching for team names here. Okay.
BJ's looking over his corner.
No judgment, because there's been some stuff that's popped up that's been a little interesting
Yikes.
today.
Okay, we're talking about safeties, right? You know who's still out there? Antonio Johnson out of Texas A&M. And I don't think at KCSN together we were that high on him. I get it, but also he's a 6'2", 200-pound safety that a lot of people had mock draft in round 1.
Yeah, I just don't like the way that he plays. I don't think that Steve Spagnuolo would like the way that he plays either.
Well, I wasn't saying for a Chiefs fan. I'm just talking about a guy that fell.
Yeah,
I feel like fall. I mean this is a fall.
It's the tackling ability.
Well, Jair Brown went in day 2.
I know
so.
Jair Brown did, and he can't tackle either. But I that's one of those that I always kind of looked at those two guys in the same light as a player that was probably going to fall later than everybody had him projected because everybody's looking at athletic traits, ball skills, things like that. But tackling is so important for safeties right now, especially when you're coming from a lot of split safety roles. You're having to run down, fill the alley, lighter boxes. Your job as a safety, especially if you're going to go to a team that likes to play a lot of quarters, is going to be a lot of run support. And if you can't run support, you're just out automatically off the board for a lot of those teams.
Yeah. Boy, this round 5 is dragging along right now. They are taking their sweet time in here for all these picks.
God forbid. They do not adhere to a Kent 6 hours. It's more of a Maddie 6 hours, if you ask me.
They are taking their. Oh, they're having Zay Flowers come. Oh no, there's just
that's just highlights, buddy. It's just
to just get the pick.
Yeah, I guess so. If you see our shirts today, we are representing and showing off the new All Juice Team shirts from Breaking Tea. You can get those. The money that is raised goes towards the Terez Paylor scholarship with PowerMizzou.com. We are trying to raise as much money as we possibly can. I believe we've hit our $7,500 goal at this point.
Up over 8.
We are over $8,000.
You guys are so
Thank you so much. You have 42 minutes left to buy tickets. If you are wavering or waffling on being able to be part of the raffle that we are doing to help raise money for Terez Paylor scholarship, you have 42 minutes before we start. Here's the 7 prizes that you can potentially win. You can donate $10 increments on Venmo, and Zephy will give you entry into these. So we'd appreciate if you would make those last-minute donations to try to get into the raffle. Gabe DeArmond is somebody that has been a big proponent in a big piece of the case of this scholarship program. Do want to shout out Jason Robbins for your donation there too,
Jason.
But thank you, sir.
Let's hear from Gabe DeArmond about the Terez Paylor scholarship.
My name's Gabe DeArmond. I am the publisher of PowerMizzou.com, cover the Missouri Tigers for the Rivals Network, and I got to know Terez Paylor back in 2013 when he actually took over the Mizzou beat at the Kansas City Star when my father retired. Terez to Columbia for a year before he went on to bigger and better stardom, obviously covering the Chiefs and the National Football League for Yahoo. And so our scholarship, which is called the Power Mizzou Journalism Alumni Scholarship through the Journalism School at the University of Missouri, we started this actually in the summer of 2020. There was a lot of bad stuff going on, and I just kind of thought, I just want to do something. I don't really know what. It started out as an idea, just, hey, maybe I can throw a few $1,000s at a scholarship for a kid. And then I learned about how scholarships work, and that's not how scholarships work. So I got a bunch of Mizzou alums that I know from across the country, and it kind of snowballed. About 9 months later, Terez passed away, and over the course of the next few months, I got to know Ebony Reed, who was Terez's fiance, and kind of pitched the idea to her, hey, I would like to be able to make this a scholarship in memory of Terez or in Terez's name, something along those lines, because it is a scholarship dedicated to, minority students that are interested in sports journalism. And those were kind of a couple of Terez's passions. We currently have $73,000 pledged. Anything over $25,000, the university invests this money every year, and it perpetuates itself and will grow even if there's no more new donations. a portion of that goes to a different journalism school student every year. Our scholarship is up year round, and literally you can donate $10 if you want. Everything is appreciated. Just Google Howard Mizzou Journalism Alumni Scholarship. You can donate directly online. You can set it up as a recurring donation. You can do a one-time donation. And our goal this year is to get it over $85,000. And then I don't know if you guys are familiar with fundraising, but every time you meet a goal, they just change the goal and increase it. So we'd like that to go on.
Thank you to everyone that has already supported with your donations to the Terez Paylor Scholarship. I'm sorry for laughing. Just Maddie rolling in just kind of made me laugh a little bit there, but we do appreciate that support. It means a lot. Thank you for continued donations. Again, about 38 minutes before the raffle will start, and so we'll work on that. Obviously, we'll work around the Chiefs selections as well. But we appreciate everybody's support. Please consider continued donations. The super chat money that you have all been contributing over the weekend is also going towards the Terez Paylor Scholarship through Power Mizzou. Few picks off the board since we last talked. Josh Wiley, Cincinnati tight end, goes to Tennessee Titans.
Pretty good track record from that school in tight ends.
Decent. Here's one. I love this from the Chicago Bears. Pick 148 is Noah Sewell.
Yeah.
To the Chicago Bears.
We joked about him yesterday. Maybe a guy that hey, the Chiefs can draft this guy. Was the number 6 linebacker in the KCSN draft guide, big thumping guy that can play on the inside.
We're going to talk about it in a second, Maddie. I know exactly why you're freaking out. This is why the draft is fun. But Noah Sewell, surprised with his athletic testing. It's kind of the same way that Jack Campbell surprised with his athletic testing a little bit. Had a better profile than you think. Noah Sewell is probably playing football in the wrong generation, but he's a good run defender. He's big, he's physical, and he had a quality athletic profile. He's 246 pounds, ran a 4.64. The reason Matthew Lane can't speak is because Sean Clifford
Oh no.
Sean Clifford,
the Penn State quarterback.
Debatable.
Let's clip this and simply goes to Green Bay.
It's a top 150 pick.
That's wild.
It's crazy.
Trace McSorley was an infinitely better quarterback prospect, and he went in like the 7th round, and they tried to switch him to safety. From the to Sean Clifford's defense, he beat out Will Levis for a quarterback job.
Yeah.
So like he does have that going for him, but wow.
Do they know that Chase Bryce is still available?
Do you think they drafted him and moved him to tight end? They just drafted 3 tight ends.
Oh, you know what? That makes a lot of sense for Green Bay.
I mean, he's a 24-year-old. He's 6'2", 217 pounds. Okay, let's be real for a second. So
something nice.
We're seeing a run on the. All right, we saw Brock Purdy last year. Okay, I'm not comparing him to Brock Purdy at all. I don't think he can do it. Famous last words. But we saw Brock Purdy. We saw Brock Purdy have success. We've seen a big run, a much earlier run on quarterbacks.
Much earlier
on the quarterbacks than we've seen in recent memory.
Okay, yeah.
And we look at things like that buying into the S2 cognition stuff. If there is more, if they feel more predictive about some things. With some of these things, maybe Sean Clifford's a guy that is some of those metrics like him. That could be the case.
I mean, it could be the case. And this could be,
he ran a 4.62 42, by the way.
Tight end.
It could be an echo effect from Brock Purdy last year.
Yes,
I think there was a lot of
all
teams
of that into consideration.
Just went, you know what? No. We get our quarterbacks late. We don't have to. Day 3 quarterbacks don't really work out, so you're not really spending a whole lot of assets on those sorts of guys. Now all of a sudden you see Kyle Shanahan have some success with that. This is a Kyle Shanahan disciple who's trying to maybe implement something, giving themselves a high floor. I mean, who was Green Bay's backup quarterback before this? Do any of us know?
Somebody just
Jordan Love.
Clifford.
I mean,
so okay, I get what you're saying, and maybe it is a Brock Purdy effect. I think it's more of 49ers effect of what happened in the playoffs.
Yeah,
maybe teams are just saying, and especially because there's some rumors that there might be a little bit of a rule adjustment that would allow a a quarterback to be kept on the practice squad, but be able to be dressed for games and elevated in the game if there's injuries. So if teams are now thinking they want 3 quarterbacks on their team plus practice squad that they feel comfortable playing with, it makes sense to fill that role, and you could do that in the draft with these picks. Like, I wonder if that's more of why you're getting this run. Still, Sean Clifford should not be included in that list.
But that being said, the Chiefs have Shane Buechele on the roster. Maybe that makes sense from that rule perspective.
10 quarterbacks.
He's the Rashee Rice.
10 quarterbacks were off the board in the first 150 picks. Actually, it's 11 now because Sean Clifford snuck in there.
Nope, still 10. So there was another pick.
Well, Sean Clifford ran a 4.6 240. Justin Shorter, the new wide receiver for the Buffalo Bills, ran a 4.55.
Yeah, he's a really big player. I think he's like 225 pounds, like really big wide receiver.
Another Shrine Bowler.
Was a Shrine Bowler. Didn't help Anthony Richardson a lot with some of his receiving abilities, but there's a lot of athletic traits to like with him. A guy that probably is okay with playing special teams. I actually believe he did play some at Florida. Go out there, run, scream down the sidelines, make some hits, give them another vertical threat that can maybe learn from Gabe Davis a little bit. Then we have the Seattle Seahawks at pick 151 taking defensive lineman Mike Morris.
Big boy.
From Michigan. He played defensive end for Michigan. He probably should kick inside because he can easily carry 280, 290. The problem is he doesn't play with his hands and super physical sometimes. So it'll just be interesting to see how they use him. But that's a type of team that likes a guy like him that can be versatile, move around, and kind of knife and cut in through and in and out of gaps.
That means Detroit is on the board.
And the pick is already in.
And the pick is already in.
Are we cooking again?
We might be because we do have the pick. And I am going to go to my correspondent, Craig Stout, to announce this one.
Tigers 6, Orioles 4.
Right there, buddy.
Oh, boy. Interior offensive lineman, center, Olusegun Oluwatimi.
What?
It's not bad. It's Olusegun.
Are you sure?
Oluwatimi.
Oh, okay. The Oluwatimi makes
You didn't sound confident.
Yeah, I know.
He's a transfer from Virginia, I believe, and then he went over to Michigan and a little bit undersized. And I think he struggles a little bit of power, but he gets out on the move pretty well. He has really good technique. Like a lot of what he does from a technical standpoint is very sound and it's very structured. You just get a little concerned about his overall physical profile. For the Lions, they still have Frank Ragnow, and these two players couldn't be any more different at the center position. So it's just maybe it is just a raw backup role, or maybe they see the ability to slide him in at guard.
I might not have got that pick right. Anyway, so I made Craig Stout announce it, and I think
and you made me fill some time trying to cover.
This was pure joy for him.
Tucker, can you clip that, and we'll just play that whenever he's selected?
Oh my goodness!
You got to take out the Ragnow part though. or just leave it in. Never mind.
No, instead it is Colby Sortsel from William and Mary.
Look at you with that one. Good job, buddy. I like that. I think Colby Sortsel is actually also a East-West Shrine Bowler.
I do not have Colby Sorsdal takes, so this is up to you to carry this one, Kent.
Yeah, Colby Sorsdal, he was part of the East-West Shrine Bowl. I will get his measurements right now, but he was a small school guy. I believe we might have even talked to him at one point throughout do we know how much he benches, Michaela? Do we know how much Colby Sorsdal benches? All right, thank you.
Oh my goodness, this is the kind of coverage that we need. This is what we get.
Organization back there, behind the scenes, not up front.
No, not on day 3, buddy. The professionalism goes out the window on day 3. But
it was there.
The Buccaneers pick is in at 153.
I
don't have it.
For the love of God, let's get to it.
Yeah, why don't you search for that, but try to get the correct one this time.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm not reading anything Kent puts in front of me anymore. This man.
No, you're gonna have to.
This man.
It's a good rule of thumb.
I think we need more Tucker Mike today. Is what we need. Tucker Franklin's behind the camera today. Hi, buddy.
Just today, he's been behind.
Hey, I'm good. I've been behind the camera the whole time.
You have any Colby Sorsdal takes, Tucker?
No, I didn't even know we talked to him. So that was fun.
He's a tackle prospect out of William and Mary.
Do you think he has the ability to kick inside the guard?
I think for some teams he might.
Yeah.
I think the Chiefs could be one of those teams.
355.
Kobe Sorsdahl, we do know he benches 355 pounds.
Thank you, Michaela.
That's a lot. Shout out Michaela, getting the hard hitting
Honestly,
facts that we needed here.
But
Good job, Colby.
Have we told the how much you bench stories?
I don't know. We did on Instagram.
It's on Instagram.
If you
No,
didn't-
but I meant why that even started.
we just
No.
we were slap happier than this. And we decided we wanted Michaela to ask every single prospect how much they benched.
No.
We have breaking news here. Tomorrow, the holiday distillery party that we all will be at tomorrow.
It's tomorrow, right?
I believe it's tomorrow. Noon in Weston, Missouri.
Tomorrow.
You will have a chance to see Christian Okoye there. Christian Okoye is confirmed for the holiday distillery party. Begins at noon,
Okoye.
from noon to 4. It's going to be a lot of fun. Sean Barber will be there. Tim Grunhard will be there. Kimball Anders. Danon Hughes will be there as well. So you're going to get to hang out with a lot of former Chiefs as we do that. RSVP, the link below in the description. We are going to have we already have a lot of people signed up to come. A lot of KCSN people will be there. There'll be some media personalities that are in town for the draft that will be there. And Brett Coleman, EJ Snyder, and Tucker D. Franklin. But RSV below. Servassier Dennis.
Oh, I was gonna let Craig pronounce that one.
Brett had to fly home today.
Brett Coleman will not be there. Brett, okay.
Anyway.
Joel Penfield. Yeah, you said he just told me something.
Anyway,
Never mind.
Sorry.
Servassier Dennis pick out of linebacker out of Pittsburgh. He's a little undersized, and so he has like he looks like a coverage linebacker, right? He looks like a guy that's going to be out there and be the coverage linebacker. That's not his. It's not his role. He's more of a downhill run defending linebacker that just does a good job, kind of collecting tackles and playing well as a playmaker, kind of there for this Pittsburgh defense. So
Yeah, I mean, when the little bit of Pittsburgh defense that I've watched, you show up, you almost think he's a safety because he's a little bit lighter there, but doesn't necessarily play that way. So, Seahawks pick is in. We are at pick 154 in the 5th round. We are growing ever closer to the Kansas City Chiefs drafting again. At this point, it's hard to kind of. Hey, look! Hey, you can just Tucker.
Oh,
center, Oluwatimi.
Maddie, any takes on Oluwatimi?
He's a transfer from Virginia. He went to Michigan. He's a little undersized, but from a technical perspective, he's really on point. He's a good technical center. He does everything well. And now he goes to an offense that can utilize that player because they don't have Frank Ragnow playing.
Maddie, let's just hypothetical. What if Frank Ragnow was the center for the Seahawks?
They couldn't be any different as players, but, maybe they could see him as some kind of guard. They could get out on the move or something like that. But because they don't have Frank Ragnow, this makes a little bit more sense. And the way the Seahawks are going, they don't need all just big, massive, bruising offensive linemen. So this fits. I would say this is probably a better fit for the Seahawks. And I don't know, a team like the Detroit Lions would be my guess.
Yeah,
kneecaps.
That makes sense. He will be 24 in August. He was relatively he was decorated. I think he was like a second-team All-American.
Was he?
He won the Remington Award for the best center. The Outland Trophy for the best offensive lineman. So, yeah,
decorated, very decorated.
A decorated player.
Was a Senior Bowl guy as well, so they obviously got a chance to look at him up close and personal there.
I forgot the 49ers were
a
franchise because they haven't picked in a while.
They took a kicker.
They haven't picked in a while. So they're on the board. We will await their selection. They did take. They're looking through some of their picks earlier. They did take Cameron Latu earlier.
Yeah,
they did do that.
Should they take Henry to O2O?
I mean, he makes some sense. I'm a little surprised that he's still on the board. A guy that played really well at Tennessee. I know he's not a great prospect.
He's small.
He's undersized and not an elite athlete.
Right.
And so I think that's where your trouble comes in. But we just saw Dennis come off the board who fits a very similar mold.
Now, and
I think Dennis is a little bit better athletic profile than
maybe,
Toto.
but he's still 6 foot, 220 pounds.
But I mean, what you saw with Toto was a player at Tennessee that was very productive and played really well. Toto, and then moves to Alabama and plays really well.
No.
Hey, we don't need to get taken down, buddy.
Yeah, you can't do that.
You can't do that.
You got to go faster.
Yeah.
You got to speed that way up, and it's allowed.
But yeah, played at 2 high-profile SEC programs, and when you turn on the tape, he makes a lot of plays. Like it's just one of those dudes that, like, at this point in the draft, it's
shout out Paul HBK, all juice forever. Go Veach, go Chiefs, go Terez Paylor.
Let's go.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Appreciate you. And again, you have about I believe 25 minutes to get into the raffle. Any donations in the $10 increments before 2:00 will get you into the Terez Paylor benefit raffle that helps support his scholarship through Power Mizzou. Venmo, links in the description. Zephy, links in the description. There's all kinds of great prizes that you can potentially win. Appreciate the support. You got a little bit more time. We've gone over 7,500, and we're going to still take donations after the raffles are done. If you'd like to continue to support, we would absolutely appreciate that. Daryl Luther, the cornerback out of South Alabama.
I know he had fans. I know he had a lot of fans for guys.
Maddie liked him
I
a
think he's
little
pretty
bit.
decent, actually. Yeah. He's a guy that, like, the thing for me, looking at it from a Chiefs perspective, when we do the KCSN draft guide, is finding guys that you think fit really well for what the Chiefs do. And I think Luter fits that role because he's average sized, and then he's got a little bit of length, but then he showed the ability to play some press, to play some man coverage, off coverage, press coverage, zone coverage on the inside or outside. So guys like that automatically just get a little bump just in my mind. And now my one qualm with him, I think, was his feet kind of got stuck in the mud, and he would be slow out of his breaks and give up separation. But when attached to a hip track, running with the guy vertically and stuff like that, I've actually thought he showed a little bit of skill, and you just continue to develop him. I think he's a good depth corner pick. So it was a good spot for him. I like that spot, that selection here in this round for him.
Do we think that the Kansas City Chiefs are going to take a true cornerback in the NFL draft? I know
I think if the value's there, yes. But what you see now is they've already passed on a lot of value at this point in time.
That I love the value anymore at this.
Right. Well, Terrell Smith's still out there, and I would take him.
Terrell Smith,
Corey Trice,
Caillou Blue Kelly.
Okay, maybe the value is a little more there than I was thinking. I've just seen
Corey
so many
Bright,
guys go off the board here. Jalen Duncan's still there. Tucker just threw up the board.
So many wide receivers.
Mekhi Gardner.
Oh, yeah, that's a big physical guy.
Yeah, so many receivers are still there.
Tackle
Jordan McFadden. Goes 156.
That's not a tackle, I don't believe, though, for the NFL. I believe he's going to be interior guy.
He's kind of a tweener for for
Chiefs,
them and us.
Try another Shrine guy. He didn't get a practice down there in Las Vegas because of an injury held him out, but he did talk to teams. I know the Chiefs met with him, I believe, down there, and then maybe even again at the Combine. He played left tackle for Clemson. I think a lot of teams see him as a center or an offensive guard just because he's a little shorter and stuff like that. Paul, thank you again.
Shout out, Paul.
But yeah, I like McFadden. We were watching him actually preparing for the Shrine Bowl just while we were down there because I think he was a later addition and he couldn't play, but we all kind of liked him.
Yeah, we
did everything well. It's just the size thing. And it's not arm length or a weight. It's just he's really, really short, and that doesn't usually play on the outside at tackle.
It doesn't.
It's the Isaiah Wynn issue.
Well, if he's Isaiah Wynn, this is a great pick.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying from a physical perspective, size perspective. But yeah, another Shrine Bowl off the board. The Shrine Bowl is just flying here in day 3. Good for them. Good for Eric Galco. Did an outstanding job. He did a show with us all season, and it was an absolute blast. We had such a great time doing a show with him and talking draft. I think we're gonna try to do one more show with him before the season's over.
Oh yeah, we got to get back to react to the Chiefs draft class.
Yeah, we got to do that for sure, especially if they're going to be taking some Shrine Bowlers here. So
Baltimore's pick is in.
Dun, 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 dun. Hey, we picked up pace a little bit here.
It's starting to knock pick up on a wood. Little bit. The Chiefs are on the screen.
Yeah, I meant to say that a couple picks ago.
So coming up. It's so hard to predict, from this standpoint, what positional value and things like that, because we are so late at round 5.
And there's so many, I think your day 3 approaches become so scattershot too, because not everybody adheres to the same kind of rules. I think the Chiefs are in team building mode in some capacity still with, they're looking for very specific things, very specific traits, fits for Dave Toe. I think Shamari Connor had some of those qualities when you're looking at pick 119. When you're looking at, some other teams, they're just going to throw the Ravens love to just collect every player that falls that
this is
draft
Duncan.
That draft Twitter likes.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't think he fits what they do.
I don't think he does either. But draft Twitter, very big fan of Jalen Duncan. So
the Ravens grab every draft Twitter favorite that falls 3 rounds.
Who is the highest guy left in the consensus board? I wonder at this point in time. That's probably their pick.
It might be Q Blue Kelly.
probably up there.
Yeah.
They've taken they've taken a corner already, but that would still make sense.
Yeah. I mean, at
No, it
this
still
point,
makes
you're
sense.
just insulating the room a little bit, trying to do all that. That's kind of what I'm
throwing
getting at
numbers at it
with the Chiefs. Like, it's so hard to say, yes, they need an interior defensive lineman. Yes, they could use some more edge depth. They could use another wide receiver, interior offensive line, whatever
wide
it is.
receiver is okay. This maybe is a spot for a wide receiver actually for them. That would make a little bit of sense.
Yeah.
They bringing in some help for. They got Zay Flowers. They got Odell Beckham Jr., Rashad Bateman. That's a pretty good one.
I have the pick. The Ravens have took.
Oh, he's giggling.
Q Blue Kelly.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Cool Blue Kelly.
Cool Blue Kelly.
Okay. Good pick. I mean,
He's
he's one of the
really
better
good
guys
player.
that we have left out
I
there.
was gonna say he was number 53 on the KCSN draft
Physical
guys board.
corner,
Yeah.
good in man coverage. He gets on. He likes to use his length. He likes to beat guys up at the line of scrimmage and then run with him, stick to their hip, and run with them vertically down the field.
He's a guy I would have liked to see them take. I wonder if there's been he's a guy I think that I just have a hard time believing that a guy this talented doesn't fall off the board earlier unless there's something up.
Man heavy though. Like you had to go to a man heavy
and
team.
probably
for him,
mostly
right?
pressed too.
Yeah.
And probably mostly pressed. You probably don't want him playing a lot of off coverage, and that's something that it was put in a good light to me. And I wish I could talk about where I heard it from because it was something that kind of didn't click right away. But you can say a guy's good in press all you want, and he's really good at it, and that's fine. But he can't only play press in the NFL.
Right.
Even if you're a press heavy team, you still don't play it 100% of the time.
Nope.
So those other snaps, if you were completely incapable of playing anything else, what are you doing for the 50% of snaps at the best case scenario that you're not playing man coverage?
And I think that's where he kind of falls. And
Yeah.
why maybe he didn't make a ton of sense for Kansas City just because, he's got to have that versatility, ability to play more zone coverage. Steve Spagnuolo wants to get into those.
And for this reason, he was a low fit in the
He
KCSN
was,
draft guide
yeah.
for the Kansas City Chiefs.
But not a bad pick.
No,
for the
it fits the
Baltimore
Ravens.
yeah.
It fits a lot of what they like to do. They like
We'll
to
throw some names at you real quick.
Okay.
Tight end position: Davis Allen, Will Mallory, Zach Kuntz.
No.
None?
I mean, no problem with Will Mallory, Davis Allen. They're fine picks. These are all fine. I think there's nothing wrong with these picks. I don't have a problem with the Chiefs tight end depth though.
Yeah.
So I'm not banging down the door to take more depth at the tight end position. I think is where I stand.
It needed to be plus.
Yeah.
value.
You needed a definite improvement over Noah Gray as your tight end too.
Or Blake Bell even. as
Yeah,
your tight end
but like
three.
you needed that very clear improvement over the upper part of the roster. That was all.
Chris Ballard continues to swing on athletic profiles. He goes with Daniel Scott. Thank you.
Older.
The safety out of Cal, and yes, he is
He's
an
a little bit older,
prospect.
but he's a very good athlete. He's played a lot of football there for him. He's taken him a little bit of time to kind of seem like he really seemed to click on just seeing the field the right way, but he's a good athlete. He can recover once he's a little bit out of position. So yeah, he was a very Ballardy pick.
He was the guy I was paying attention to for special teams purposes as well.
There you go.
That was another one of those guys that I was looking. I was like, they might take him if they like him, but they took Shamari Connor instead.
Yep. And now the
Chiefs
Green
are close
Bay
to picking,
Packers
by the way.
have their pick in. It is pick 159. We are growing ever closer here to the
Yeah,
Kansas City
we're
Chiefs
getting
pick.
we're getting very close.
How close?
Very, Maddie.
Quite.
Daniel Scott, when you
Incredibly.
said that, it reminded me of Zach Hick's tweet that I talked about with Connor earlier. He has a 9.91 RAS, and he played 620 special team snaps for California.
I mean, that's gambling on athletic upside
and the
gambling
special
on
teams
that
ability.
Special
But
teams ability. So, it makes sense.
I'd anticipate that the Chiefs are probably sticking. Any trade here would have to be pick swaps, I think, at this point.
Yeah. and
Unless
I-
they're throwing a future pick into the mix, like a future 7.
Right.
But
I don't think that's going to be the case.
Which tight end can the Packers take here to go with their other three?
Zach Kuntz.
By the way, Danny Etling is the backup quarterback for Jordan.
Yeah, let's
Love.
go.
So,
Is he, though?
I mean,
Is he, though? Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you're watching. The Chiefs are getting quite close to being on the clock. Tucker Franklin, what position would you like to see the Chiefs address here?
ooh,
That's a really good question. Linebacker.
Tucker.
Yeah, so a lot of talent on the linebacker right now. Okay.
I'm joking.
I'm joking.
Let's see a running back here.
I like it.
I do.
I like some of the running backs that are available,
Yeah.
actually.
Dontavian Wicks is the pick for the Green Bay Packers at 159. And this is another win for the for the Green Bay draft guide, for Jake Stack. This is a quote unquote Packer people person.
I believe he was like the one guy that if Jake said, I think Jake had said, like, if there was one guy he had to bet on the Packers taking, I believe Dontavian Wicks was actually his pick if it was one guy. So, like, I'm sure he is riding real high with that right now.
We talk a lot about Steve Spagnuolo's trends and the things that he likes out of defensive ends and things like that. The Packers have a very defined, athletic and size profile for a lot of these guys. So, yeah, Wicks almost fit perfectly into that.
Tucker mentioned the running back position. So, yeah, there's some guys out there like Zach Evans out of TCU going to Ole Miss. I really like his talent, his ability to take the top off and still be a good receiver. Chase Brown out of Illinois, I think is another guy to keep an eye on. Eric Gray out of Oklahoma. I like pass protection, not so great, but he's a good natural runner. Sean Tucker out of Syracuse did his own pro day. Apparently he did get cleared medically. Explosive, big running back, also catches the ball really well. I don't know if there's any other running backs that I feel great about here. Maybe Deuce Vaughn out of K-State. I think there's a lot of Kansas City Chiefs fans that would really enjoy him.
That's BJ.
Yeah, Arrowhead West would really appreciate that, I believe. But yeah, there's some interesting prospects there.
Now entering the 160s, so we are now in the block of picks here that the Kansas City Chiefs
they'll be on the board before you know it.
Yes.
Tell me if I messed up this graphic, but I think this is the best players available right now, according to the KCSN draft.
That looks accurate.
It does.
Jalen Duncan has no business being here from a talent perspective. It's not talent that is keeping Jalen Duncan. Trey Palmer.
There's a little bit of wide receiver depth, right?
There's some wide receiver depth. There's some, maybe not the cleanest prospect. A.T. Perry is a very clean prospect off the field. Medicals, who knows with him.
This is an offense thing.
Slow mesh. Watching that offense, you're going to have to. There's just.
There he is. We talked about him a little bit. Jacksonville Jaguars take safety Antonio Johnson out of Texas A&M.
That's a great pick.
It's catching a good. Don't tell that to Craig. They're catching a good value for what the consensus boards and stuff like that would say. A lot of people really liked him.
Yeah.
A lot of people had the Jags pegged as a safety in round one.
Yeah, Brian Branch.
They grabbed what a lot of people saw as the safety two in this class.
I know,
here, so
there was
I'm with you,
big fall off in the safety class after Brian Branch, and even that it took a little while for him. Didn't go round one. Player that everybody kind of expected. So I'm not shocked that Antonio Johnson falls because, again, like we talked about, play a quarters defense, you play a team that needs a safety that can offer some more run support. He's not going to be that guy, so it could just be off the board for a lot of teams, but does have some production there.
Just pulling up some of his numbers. Jake Stack was a very big fan of him in the KCSN draft guide, but he's still a young player. The relative athletic score on Antonio Johnson is a 4.76.
Yikes. Not ideal.
Quite bad. But still, he's a 21-year-old prospect. 6'2", 200 pounds, poor vertical, really poor vertical, like real poor.
Like how poor?
Real poor. 4'5", 240. Not unreasonably bad. Yeah. Rams pick is in. It's Nick Hampton, the linebacker edge prospect out of Appalachian State. Another guy who's kind of a tweener.
He is. I think he's got longer arms, though. Like, if I remember right, he's a smaller guy, but he has pretty long arms. And, again, he's going to a team that utilizes stand-up linebackers, 3-4 type linebackers pretty well. The pick makes a lot of sense in that regard. So, Nick Hampton as a pass rusher there for that Rams team. Yeah, makes sense coming off that.
He's smaller. I'm pulling up his numbers real quick. He's on the smaller side. I mean, 236 pounds, 6'2", 236. Does have near 34-inch arms.
Yeah.
But the relative athletic score on him is absurd. He ran a 4.58 40.
He is quick.
He had a 1.55 10-yard split, 35.5-inch vertical. Pretty good broad. Didn't do the agilities, which is always interesting to me.
Yeah, I don't know if he's the bendiest rusher, but I think he's quick, though. He can still turn the corner just because he can get his hips around. But I'm not saying he's going to, flex from the ankles quite as much. But I think it's a good pick for the Rams. He fits their scheme.
The Colts are on the clock at pick 162.
They traded back 80 times. They have so many picks right now.
Hey, keep making swings.
And they're going to swings?
These are like bunts.
Keep button.
Hey, this is Mike. You're hating on Mike Dana territory. You probably called him a bunt a couple years ago too, didn't you?
Yeah.
Just saying.
But do we think a player that's been tied to the Kansas City Chiefs a little bit, our guy Zach Eisen brought it up just a little bit ago, Jaron Hall had some heat to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Well,
but my counter to that would be they brought in, Blaine Gabbert. They have Shane Buechele. So I think that's the three that they would be very comfortable with. We know that Jaron Hall kind of had some interest from the Kansas City Chiefs, and then they went out and signed Blake Gabbert. I would have guessed, based on Brett Veach's entire process throughout this thing, he would have moved up for that guy because there was a run on quarterbacks there. If he thought that there was a chance that Jaron Hall was going to get drafted and he really did like him that much to be taking him in the 5th round, I think he would have made a move up for him already.
Yeah, I don't have the Chiefs kind of pegged for going for a backup quarterback at this point in time.
We just heard some rumors linking them to him.
Yeah.
BYU connection, baby.
Worked out for Blake Freeland, right?
Yeah.
Can't win them all.
I'm going to stand on the table for Keandre Coburn here.
Kayshawn Booty.
Will Mallory, the tight end out of Miami, here at 162 to the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah,
That's a great pick.
That is a good
Okay. Solid pick, yeah. Good solid pick.
I think it's a good pick down here. Just another big target. Guy that can go up and get it, has a pretty big catch radius. He's kind of a linear athlete, a decent blocker, more of a seam runner for me personally. But the Bengals are already on the clock, or I've already rushed their pick in too.
Well, yeah. Here's the thing: the Bengals never move. They are taking 7 picks every single year, and they know where they're going to be picking.
So same amount of money until it gets small.
They have been preparing for this pick for a long time. Long time, and no debates about moving up.
Mike Brown wants his.
They moved down with the Chiefs.
They did do a trade one time with the Chiefs.
Holy, that's like the first time in 10 years.
Listen, it's a draft of outliers.
No, they've done a couple picks, a couple trades with the
And
Chiefs.
The Chiefs, the Bengals select running back Chase Brown
Good pick.
out of Illinois.
There you
Really good pick. That would have been a fun one in Kansas City. I would have been a little bit excited about
Yeah.
that guy, but BJ Kissel's happy because it's another running back off the board and drive his guy Deuce Vaughn. Basically
Closer and closer to
and
the
closer.
Chiefs.
I can't wait to wear a Sean Tucker Chiefs jersey. It's
That's
gonna
gonna be
so
nice.
sick.
I can't wait to get a Zach Evans Chiefs jersey, but also TCU jersey.
Sean Tucker. It's kind of interesting. The medicals haven't been good with Sean Tucker,
Right.
and part of the reason he's on the board right now is probably the medicals.
Yeah,
that doesn't seem like a Chiefs pick.
No,
being
especially since
honest.
I think if they're selecting a running back, they're expecting a guy that's going to contribute immediately.
Well, Sean Tucker's healthy. It's just he thinks he's healthy. The
thinks he's
NFL is
healthy.
uncertain if he's healthy.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on Trey Hodges Tomlinson? Okay, he's a little
Michaela,
undersized.
any thoughts on Trey Hodges Tomlinson? Any thoughts on Trey Hodges Tomlinson? What's he bench?
He doesn't want. He might not want to play on a team with Rashee Rice because Rashee Rice really made him mad when they played this battle year.
That is
he was bullying him.
I've watched a lot of Trey Tomlinson, and he's a very confident
Oh, yeah, he's
individual.
good athlete.
Super,
Yeah.
super
I don't say anything
confident
bad about him.
individual. Going to come out there. He's going to compete. All that is really good. He was so pissed off at Rashee Rice.
He was.
By the middle of the second half. He hated playing this man. He was just
Rice was on like 9 toes, and he
was.
still forced 3-4 penalties.
Yes, because Trey could not hang with him. It was so physical, and then he's showing up and blocking in the run game. And I mean, Trey was having a bad day against Rashee Rice. So put him in the AFC West. Let's go.
No,
I mentioned the man, Minnesota Vikings to select quarterback Jaron Hall out of BYU.
I also want to say I like Trey. Hodges
like Trey
Tomlinson.
a lot.
I think he can come in and play nickel in the NFL. He's a little undersized, but he has the mentality to do so and like the cover skills. So I would be very clear. I think he should be off the board. I think he can play nickel in the NFL at a very, very high level.
The size
Nickel.
element of him, but yes, get him in the nickel. Everybody's going to bigger slots, bigger nickels, everything like that to try and counter some of the power slot stuff that we're seeing in the NFL. So maybe that's why he's falling a little bit, but he's a good football player.
To be fair, I am taller than Trey Hodges Tomlinson.
It's true, but he's got longer arms than you.
I'm bigger.
4'7" corner. BJ is
how tall does BJ think I am?
There.
Yeah, but one's athletic.
Go Frogs. Anyway, yeah, Jaron Hall comes off the board, so definitely not going to the Kansas City Chiefs. So there you go. Everybody can breathe a big sigh of relief that they're not taking a quarterback here. The Kansas City Chiefs will be up next. The Chicago Bears the pick is in. They will be on the clock.
The Kansas City Chiefs are officially on the clock.
We are back up. We are in here.
Pick 166 in the NFL draft. What's up, everybody? Ken Swanson, Craig Stout, Maddie Lane here, hanging out at No Other Pub in Power and Light. We are here for every single pick. We are breaking down and reacting to every single pick that is happening in this draft. The Chiefs are back on the board again in the 5th round. It is time to see who the newest addition to the Kansas City Chiefs will be. Cannot wait to find out. Maddie Lane, how the board's sitting for you right now? What do you think?
Kayshawn Boutte, please. I take one Kayshawn Boutte.
Wide receiver out of
LSU.
Corey Trice would be a fun
Corey
one.
Trice. Keandre Coburn is, I think, a lot of Chiefs fans would really like that one. That would be a good one. I think there's a fair amount of running backs, honestly, available. We make a lot of, we've been talking about Deuce Vaughn all day. What some people like him, some people don't. You got a Zach Evans. I think Dwayne McBride out of UAB actually fills a lot of roles of what the Chiefs might be able to want out of there. It's like, I think there's running back talent. There's Coburn if you want to nose tackle. There's some guys out there. So I'm intrigued to see where the Chiefs go with this pick.
And see, the Chiefs are going to be flipping around and making another pick pretty soon after this. So they might be thinking more, trying to lead off maybe a potential run here. There have been, we just saw a running back come off the board and, Chase Brown. Are they going to try and turn around and try and take a guy that can fit in that running back room and start the run? Brett Veach has been on the leading edge of a lot of these runs. Yeah. Does he try and make sure he's getting ahead of there? Because this is the first pick since the first round that Brett Veach has not traded up to make. They finally stay put here. I don't know. I could see them maybe viewing a pocket of players here. Running back would make some sense there.
Terrell Smith, the cornerback out of Minnesota, had fallen off the board literally right before the Chiefs pick.
Correct.
That would have been one that would have been kind of fun to see.
Would have been a fun guy, but
there's still plenty of good football players available. When I think about the Chiefs and like we talked about, Chamari Connor earlier, I think there's different approaches to roster building with day 3, and whatever the Chiefs are doing, they've had a lot of success doing it because they've been able to find, guys that fit specific roles or guys that are part of.
The pick is in. I don't have it. The pick is in.
The pick is in. Yes, it is. But they've been able to find just guys that have been able to fit in and have a lot of success. They've had a lot of hits in day 3 of this of the draft historically, and we're about to find out who the next pick is for the Kansas City Chiefs. Thanks everybody that is listening, that's watching. This is all presented by Miller Lite. They've been a great partner to work with throughout the entirety of the draft process. And it's been a lot of fun to be out here at No Other Pub. So I think the Chiefs could go a lot of other different places. I know there's some lines of thinking of just continue to grab talent. Yeah. There's some lines of thinking to finding specific fits. It'll be interesting to see what kind of approach the Chiefs have at this point. I think they've kind of had 4 solid selections at this point. Where do they go from here?
Do you think this bucks the trend of athleticism, or do you think that they stay with these guys that are 9+ RAS athletes?
I don't think at this point in time, I don't think that matters as much. They clearly did attack it, but they traded up for it. So I don't know. At this point in time, I think you're just looking for guys that fit specific roles. Maybe you find a talent that fell or something like that. Without a trade up, I feel like you're probably at this point feeling a little bit more open to just whatever. You might be okay with just playing the board as it lays, but hopefully we're going to find out here soon.
Yes. I hope so. This one's taking a little while. Maybe they've got an announcement that they're trying to do.
We're at commercial break here, on the broadcast.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. But yeah.
Is James Rose making the pick here?
Oh, James Rose.
So James Rose is about to make the pick.
That makes sense. They want to make sure that they get that out there. So
for the Chiefs, that's pretty cool.
That is really cool here. Again, I'm with that. I do feel like there's a lot of running back talent here. The Chiefs definitely need a guy to kind of come in and complement Isaiah Pacheco. Yes, we talk about Jerick McKinnon all the time as a guy that can come in, fill a role, but you want a guy that's maybe a little younger that, you can trust to play a full season. We talked about protecting Jerick McKinnon for the playoffs, and he was elite down the stretch. But maybe get a guy that you feel more comfortable playing more of a role, because if Isaiah Pacheco goes down right now, it's Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who we don't know how he's going to be coming off of all these injuries and everything. So I do think that maybe going that direction, I think with the pocket of players here makes a lot of sense.
Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you're watching. 1,100 of you listening, watching right now. Cannot believe the support. Thank you all so much. We are sitting here waiting for the Chiefs to pick at 166. There's so many intriguing players that you could see. I like a lot of the directions that it could go.
All right, who's it going to be? Just tell me, who do you think it is? Not who do you want, who do you think?
I think it's going to be B.J. Thompson, the edge out of Stephen F. Austin.
Let's go.
All right, so this is kind of interesting because
that pick.
I do too. And here's where, there was some connection and some discussion about Will McDonald a little bit earlier in the draft as a potential target for the Kansas City Chiefs. They went out and grabbed a guy that has somewhat, not entirely similar profile, but they're going with a little bit of a lighter edge. They're going with a 238-pound edge. He's 6'5", 238-pound edge. He has a very unique athletic profile, a high-level athlete, transition to the edge position. He won the dunk competition, didn't he?
He did win the dunk competition when he was out there at Baylor, I believe. Yes, I correct. Super athlete, a very long, wiry individual there at the combine, or testing there. 6'6", 240 pounds, but super long arms, super angular build. When we got to see him at the East-West Shrine game, we saw an individual that was a lot more fluid than a player with his kind of levers and his kind of leverage. His spin move, the very first time he hit that in the Shrine game, our jaws dropped. Yeah,
it was probably the best pass rush move we saw down there at the Shrine game was B.J. Thompson's spin move coming off of as a defensive end. I got his measurables here. His RAS is over 9, so they stake with the athletes.
There you go. Yeah.
Now, he did his pro day while sick. I do remember that. He was sick during his pro day, but he still worked out. He's 6'6", 243 pounds at his pro day, 37.5-inch vertical, 10.5-foot broad, essentially.
Holy cow.
Ran a 4.61 40 with a 1.57 10-yard split, a 7.06 3-cone, 4.48 shuttle.
We talked about with Felix earlier in the draft that getting under that 7 3-cone is very indicated, but being right there at it is also really good.
I believe
and
the big cutoff is 7.2 on the 3-cone. So the big cone is being under 7.2, and then having like over a 9'6" or 9'8" broad jump. He clears both of those pretty well. So he's a super athletic rusher that we love. We love the upside that he has. Like, there's so much athleticism there. He was a good enough athlete to go to Baylor straight out of high school, and then he'll get playing time to find a better fit. He's moving on to Stephen F. Austin. So this is a phenomenal pick here by the Chiefs on the athletic talent.
I love it. And honestly, with his sort of build, you wonder if you make him maybe put on a little bit more weight because he is so thin. You don't want to sap that athleticism. If you want to keep him as a designated pass rusher and just leave him at that weight, perfectly fine with that. But that being said, he does have some room maybe to put on a little bit of weight.
Yeah, it's fun to see this departure, in a round like this.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about like, hey, maybe don't go Will McDonald in round 1 just because like that is a very specific defined role. You may not be able to get a full-time player out of him.
Yeah.
You're going to have to get more of a designated pass rusher within the scheme. They did visit with Will McDonald earlier in the year. Guess what? They also visited with B.J. Thompson. They've been you're connected. We might just have to go run through the top 30 visits here in a little bit because the Chiefs keep grabbing some of these guys that they are connected to with their top 30 visits. But B.J. Thompson, a little bit on the lighter side. But I'm just gonna. I know you guys were just reading the relative athletic scores out, but if you everything's green, except for the shuttle's not great. And the weight, but like everything else is just like it's like just freakish athletic ability, and on the smaller frame, but like you can't find this.
And we bring up the weight for the specific reason that it does show up against the run.
Yeah,
he gets pushed around a little bit against the run, so that's something that from a technique standpoint you're going to have to develop and work out. But once again, this is a Steve Spagnuolo guy from a length perspective, but not from a weight or from a style of play perspective either. I mean, guy that's going to win with a little more athleticism, a little more fluidity. He doesn't know exactly what to do here. I feel like we've been talking about this a
Yeah.
lot throughout the entire draft. A lot of technique stuff. But once again, you're giving him to Joe Cullen. It's a high upside potential swing here. We loved the Josh Kando pick a couple of years ago because, again, a high upside athlete edge that you can trust to do some of the things that maybe you don't have a ton of types in the room to do that. This is another type like that.
Yeah, it's still another big swing. This is the first one where I think it is a little bit difficult for us to see the fit necessarily with the Chiefs defense.
Well, let's talk about that.
Yeah,
because you go first.
It's just this is the first one because he is not a guy that's going to be able to step in and particularly come out there and defend the run. You maybe not even going to get to that point ever. And at 6'6" and being a guy whose frame that's as angular as it is and kind of narrow, he might not ever be a very dense run defender. So now you're kind of locking yourself into a designated pass rush type guy, which is something Steve Spagnuolo has not used in the past. So it's just intriguing to see him come in here. So it makes you start to wonder, are there influences coming in that no longer are just Steve Spagnuolo's preferences for this position? One easy jump is Brett Veach kind of transitioning to more athletic profiles. Another easy jump, and probably the one I think Kent wants to go to, is Joe Cullen getting a little bit more say in the defensive line room. It's an area that he coaches, and we've kind of been hypothetically talking about it for a while now.
I think they started flirting with the idea of a BJ Thompson, the idea of a Will McDonald since Joe Cullen's got here.
Yeah.
And it feels like when you're seeing some of these top 30 visits, and these were two of the outliers you see, I think, when you're looking at maybe some of the typical thresholds that Steve Spagnuolo has typically employed. And so there's been a little bit of trend there that my ears have been perked up, which made me a little bit more interested in the Will McDonald scenarios. And, it was intriguing just to think that, intriguing may not be the right word on Will McDonald. Just a potential for a more designated pass rush.
But the DPR part of that, the designated pass rusher part of that is so important because, yes, Steve Spagnuolo wants to have guys that he can play a light box with, that he can have out there on the field, that have that inside-outside versatility, can kick inside, play some 3-tech in the dime. Those are the guys that we are always so familiar with that he adds to the roster here. BJ Thompson, you're not going to kick him inside. You are going to line him out wide, and you're going to say, run by that tackle, win with speed. Now you've got another quick winner that you're adding to the roster. This dime rush could be really fun if they get BJ Thompson dialed in, which, again, a lot of work needs to be had. Rush counters, things like that he needs to develop, but always going to be the case as a day 3 dude from that. So you're fine with taking that gamble there. But speed with BJ Thompson, speed with Felix Anudike Uzama, speed with Charles Omenihu, and then you got Chris Jones on the inside, who's the quickest winner, along the Chiefs defensive line in a number of years. There's a lot of speed that they're adding to the dime defense. Now I'm starting to get a little excited about the pass rush.
Go ahead.
Well, good things happen when you put in the work here at KC Sports Network. And we went to the East-West Shrine Bowl. And after this break, you're going to hear the first interview with Kansas City media from new Chiefs defensive end BJ Thompson.
Thanks for listening to KC Sports Network. Make sure you download our new app. Find it on the App Store or Google Play. Just search KC Sports Network.
Kansas City, the NFL draft is here. It is draft week in Kansas City, and what a time it is for our city. Just winning a Super Bowl thanks to Andy Reid and company, and now hosting the NFL draft. It's an incredible time to be in Kansas City and to be a Kansas City sports fan, and regardless of who you root for, there's only one selection that every football fan can share, and that's an ice-cold Miller Lite. Look, the players change, the coaches change, the rules change, but Miller Lite is still the perfect beer for draft time, game time, and everything in between. When I want a beer with some flavor, I go to the cooler and I reach for a Miller Lite. It's light on calories, not light on taste. It's the perfect beer for watching football, watching soccer, watching any Kansas City sports, and hanging out with the boys. It's my go-to. So kickoff comes around again. Enjoy the beer that tastes like the season, Miller Lite. Great taste, 96 calories. To get Miller Lite delivered right to your door, visit MillerLite.com/KCSN, or you can pick up some Miller Lite pretty much anywhere they sell beer. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories and 3.2 carbs per 12 ounces.
Entertain, educate, inform. KC Sports Network.
All right, BJ, thanks for sitting down with us. We really appreciate the time. So the first we're going to start just, how did you get started in football, right? Like, how did you get to this point of your career?
Well, I come from a small town, not really much to do. So pretty much everyone in my hometown of England, Arkansas, just like to play sports, whether it be, start off on a Pee Wee league or just going outside playing in the fields or on the street.
So how'd you get what was it about football that drew you in versus any other sport?
Actually, basketball was my first love. But I also love the competitive nature of football, just going out there and just being able to hit, just unleash all your anger or whatever you may be going through. Football is a sport unlike any other.
So what was that transition? What made you kind of switch from basketball to football, made you realize, hey, maybe football's the spot for me?
Because like I said, I'm, kind of tall, athletic, and there's a million guys like me trying to play basketball. I feel like my skill set is, kind of rare for football. I feel like I can really make some money for myself at rushing the passer.
Yeah. So obviously you had to learn technique, rushing the passer, everything like that. Did you have a certain coach that kind of helped you along, or maybe a certain point in time where all of a sudden it started to click and you realized, hey, this is what I need to do as a pass rusher?
Not really until I got to college. Like I said, I come from a small school, so most of the time growing up, I just relied on my athletic ability. Just kind of went out there on instinct and just did what I did.
Yeah.
So, is there a game from your college career that you would direct someone to go watch that hasn't seen you play yet at this point in time?
Yes, I'd say the Sam Houston game. That's kind of a rivalry between my school and their schools that's been going on for a whole lot of years, and I think I kind of displayed my abilities pretty much on that game.
So what was it about that game that you think you really did well? Was it pass rushing, run D? Like, what about that game really sticks out for you?
Pass rushing definitely, but I just think just being like effective in the game, just causing a lot of havoc, just leaving my stamp on that game. If you watch that tape, you can see that I try to do everything I can to, get my team to win.
So you're obviously a very long, tall, big guy. What is something that people would be surprised to learn about you? Because we've seen it out on the practice field as we've been out here this week. You're not just, people think of guys like you, maybe they think a little bit of a stiffness or something like that. Your athletic ability really shows through. What is it that you like to hit or offensive tackle with in the game that maybe they're not expecting from a guy of your size?
Just a little bit of everything. I feel like, as me being a taller guy, people wouldn't expect me to be able to bend and get as low as I'm able to do. So, just bending that corner and just reaching all the way down, like, touching grass when I'm getting past them. I don't think you really expect a guy as tall as me to get down that low.
So let's just say, what's your go-to pass rush move? I know everybody's going to be a little different based on the tackle you're facing, but what's your favorite pass rush move to go to?
I always go out with speed. That's my go-to for sure.
So when you're doing that, what are you looking for from a tackle to let you know that you are going to have that advantage and be able to pull off the speed rush around the arc?
First, kind of a run past tendency, and if I line up and I see that, he gives me an indicator that it may be pass, or if it's third down, I know it's pass. I'm just, throughout the game, I'm kind of, getting the snap count down. So by the time I'm able to actually rush the pass, I got the snap count down, and I'm able to beat him with that speed.
So I'd ask you a very specific question here. I've seen you throw out some of the most crisp spin moves during these practices that I've seen. Where did that come from? How do you work on that a lot, or where did that come from, that counter?
Just, working on it, trying to perfect my craft, everybody knows I'm trying to beat them with speed. Tackle's probably going to, start get that down. So they're going to start kicking more, kicking back farther and everything. So I got to have a counter ready for that.
So what's going through your head? You come off of that spin. You got that inside move. You've got the lane to the quarterback. You see that he's going to be holding the ball. It's not coming out quick. What's going through your head as you're going through there and you've got a sack lined up?
Man, I'm like, I can't blow this. I can't blow it. I can't blow it. I can't get juked out of my shoes or anything. I got to at least get him on the ground.
Yeah. Okay, so you're in this position. You make this sack, right? Let's even say it's a sack, strip sack that falls down. You win the game for your team. At home, in front of the home crowd, they're going crazy. You said Sam Houston's big rival. At home, your fans are going crazy for that, or on the road in their house, and they have to go quiet?
Probably at home, most definitely. There's nothing like, hearing the home fans and, fans and family all being around to, enjoy and celebrate with you.
So you come off the field, you've had a big game. What do you want to hear the opposing coach be saying about you on the podium that makes you feel like you've had a really good game?
I just want to hear him say, we tried our best, but there wasn't really much we can do. We couldn't handle them. I feel like I've heard that a couple times in my career, and that's the ultimate sign of respect.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead.
Oh, is it just a couple more questions here? The first one's kind of a funny one here. We've heard this rumor. We talked a little bit about it before we started. You went to Baylor to start your college career, and you had a little dunk contest with the basketball team, yeah?
Yeah. I had a dunk contest at the halftime of the basketball game.
So how'd that go? Why don't you tell the people how that went for you?
So we did I think 2 rounds or whatnot. First round, we started out with I think 4 people. I did a 2-hand windmill. So they got me into the second round. And I had the last dunk of the second round, so I was like, man, I gotta go out with a bang. I gotta do something, to blow everybody away. So I lined up 2 people, and I ended up dunking over those 2 people.
2 people.
2 people.
One was
2 hands, 2 people.
Two hands over 2 people.
Yeah, I just had to think outside the box. I wanted to go out with a boom. I really wanted to win, so I figured that might get me the win.
And you did, right? You won that.
Yeah, I got the win.
Oh, that's great. Okay, real question here. We fast forward in this draft process, right? It's a long process. You're going through all this. You get that phone call on draft night, pick up, team says, they're selecting you right then. What's going through your mind? What are those emotions that you're feeling?
Just a sense of pride and, that I actually made it. Like I said, I come from a small town. Not too many people make it out of that situation, especially where I'm from. So just to be able to make it and, feel accomplished and doing something and living out my dreams, it would mean the world for me.
Who's going to be there with you? Who's the first person you're hugging when this happens?
My grandma, for sure.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for spending some time with us, and good luck the rest of this weekend.
Yes, sir. I really appreciate y'all. Appreciate you having me.
That was pretty cool getting to hear from BJ Thompson, the new defensive end for the Kansas City Chiefs. We had a great privilege of talking to him when we were at the East-West Shrine Bowl. That was your new chief, Kansas City. That is BJ Thompson, the edge out of Stephen F. Austin. It's just, I
love it. I'm over the moon about that one.
It is great. Well, he was one of our favorite interviews. And
yeah.
I think one of the things, like when we talked to BJ Thompson, after, the before and after kind of back and forth with him, outside of just the interview setting was a lot of fun too. We kind of joked around with him a little bit because we got confused, or somebody in KC Sports Network got confused about whether or not an offensive tackle won a dunk contest at Baylor.
It might have been a staffer at the Shrine. Maybe.
I was fed poor information.
Listen, no, we absolutely love this pick, and it's one of these ones. It's hard because we all really liked him, and so now you can see from that interview that we all really liked and we enjoyed talking to him and stuff. But it's just a guy that we haven't talked about a lot in the process because nothing about his profile has led you to think that the Chiefs, based on their history, have been that interested, right?
Outside of top 30s,
right? And then so we started going through it, and we're going through the process, and he just didn't make sense from that regard.
Right.
But we love the player. We absolutely love everything that he brings. It's just interesting that we didn't talk about him as much leading up to.
And see, this is one of those that maybe you're looking at the KCSN draft guide. If you've got a copy of it right now, you'll see he's the 32nd ranked edge on here. But this is because of the stuff that he still needs to learn. The traits themselves are phenomenal, and the character of the individual is phenomenal, and that's what you love at this scenario. And the fact that they are taking probably a designated pass rusher it speaks to what the shift is happening within the Kansas City Chiefs.
And let's be clear here, potentially, because
initially, certainly,
I think a 5th round pick's not nothing. So this was a decent investment here to try to see if you can, develop and build a designated pass rusher. Maybe they feel like they can put a little bit more weight on him,
and maybe
help
they
him
can
develop
because
because
he's certainly got the length to play.
He's got
that sort of way.
He's got unique length. He doesn't fit the typical weight profile, or how he rushes is not typically what the Chiefs have typically got out of their defensive ends.
Yeah,
this is a more looser up the arc type pass rusher.
I mean, it's a big swing. Let's call it what it is. This is a big swing. It's another high risk, high reward because there is very easily a chance that he can't put on the weight, and I don't want to say easy, but there's a chance he can't put on the weight and he can't play in this scheme,
right?
And does not stick. That is in the realm of possibility based on the player. So it is a big there's a risk there, but it's also the reward is through the roof because of the upside as the pass rush potential that he has just based on the raw athleticism. And there are flashes of it transitioning to the field. This isn't somebody who's just a track athlete.
No.
You can see it on the field in spurts. It just needs a lot of polish.
It absolutely does. But a gamble that you're willing to make. I think a gamble that This is the athlete draft. I think we can label it the athlete draft.
Risk reward athlete draft.
We are through 5 picks here. Everybody has been terrific athletes for their position. Still have some ironing out with every single one of these prospects that you need to see. But they are taking big swings at big positions of value here. I love it, building on the foundation that they've already built the past couple of years.
You know, BJ Thompson might have a little familiarity with KC because his brother, Blake Mack, was in camp with the Chiefs a few years back. I think he had a little scuffle with Daniel Sorensen, if I remember a moment with him.
He did.
So BJ Thompson might have been around St. Joseph before. He's going to be in St. Joseph here in a couple months for training camp. BJ Thompson, the defensive end out of Stephen F. Austin, an East-West Shrine Bowler, is the next defensive end for your football team, Kansas City. Can't wait to see how he fits with this team. Thanks everybody that's been hanging out with us today. It was really cool to get that interview with BJ Thompson up.
You know, the last guy that we interviewed at the East-West Shrine game, the Chiefs draft, it turned out to be pretty good.
That's true. We did have an interview with Isaiah Pacheco last year, and this year we have an interview with BJ Thompson.
Oh man, he won the state title of the 3 years in a row in the triple jump.
Yeah,
with a personal best of
checks
46
out,
feet and
dude.
7 inches.
He's that kind of athlete. It checks out. I totally and completely get it.
Can I ask you guys a question about BJ Thompson?
Yes, sir.
If you were to give him a superlative about his play, what superlative would you say? Explosive, like one word. What would you use one word to describe his game?
Oh man, explosive was a probably pretty good one.
Yeah, explosive would have been
athletic,
dynamic.
Ooh,
this definitely doesn't have anything to do with me writing a YouTube title right now.
Jumper, because I'm looking through his high school track background.
The
he is a
jumpiest,
jumper,
the jumpiest defensive ends.
What do you high jump?
I think it's fair to just call him the most athletic defensive end in this class. I think he is actually.
Long jump though.
Hold on, let's look at his relative athletic score.
He's way better long jumper and triple jumper.
Who's what?
Relative to the rest of the defensive ends. It's okay. Thanks, everybody. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. Appreciate you all.
We are coming up on another pick.
The Chiefs are like 5 picks away. Here's the order before the Chiefs picks. Niners, Rams, Colts, Rams. The Rams have 3 picks here at the back end of the 5th round before the Chiefs are making their next selection.
Good thing they got Stetson Bennett.
Good thing they secured the services of Stetson Bennett.
Well, let me run through some picks that we missed when we were talking about BJ Thompson. We had the Houston Texans went with Henry Toto. Then the Cardinals came back with another linebacker in Owen Papau. One of the better athletes coming out of that linebacker position. Cowboys take North Carolina's Asim Richards. Las Vegas Raiders, Georgia Bulldog Christopher Smith. His athletic testing was a disappointment, but that's a good football player. I think he's a very smart football player. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Payne Durham, a tight end out of Purdue, blocker, red zone target. New York Giants, really good pick. Eric Gray, a good running back there to sit behind Saquon Barkley and kind of take some off of him. And then finally, the San Francisco 49ers take Robert Beal Jr., another athletic edge rusher that's coming out of Georgia.
I'm a little surprised he didn't end up in Philadelphia, but he stays in the NFC there. Guys, BJ Thompson was on Bruce Feldman's freak list.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
What you got? Anything cool in there?
I don't know exactly what that was. Just, he was on – that's traditionally, Bruce Feldman puts that out in the offseason before the season every single year, identifies guys that are true outliers from a positive standpoint, guys that can freakishly squat or have super athleticism or super explosion. He definitely falls under that perspective when you look at that sort of build and the sorts of things that he can do. Gosh, I love that BJ Thompson pick.
It's so much fun, and it speaks to potential departures away. And
it just opens up a lot of doors.
Yeah,
it's fun.
Even pairing that with the Felix pick in round 1, those are 2 guys who Felix is closer to the Steve Spagnuolo prototype, but also if you look at how he rushes, it's still not the same as what Steve Spagnuolo has often go for it. It's a lot bendier. It's a lot more up the arc. So it's interesting that both of the edge rushers taken just not even just from a physical profile, but how they win is a little different, is quite a bit different than what the Chiefs have often coveted with the George Karlaftises, with the Carlos Dunlaps, the Terrell Suggs. Frank Clark's kind of an enigma because when they traded for him, he was winning different ways
He
than
was.
how he was forced to in Kansas City, but it's a little different than what they've normally been going for.
It is, and I like the move because you still have those guys. Certain tackles are going to have certain successes against different types of guys. Now you've got a room full of players. It's not just power guys that are going to try and run through your chest. You go up against a good team that's got a heavier set of tackles like, oh, I don't know. Let's call them a Cincinnati for just, the fraud goals.
Yeah, no,
for
sure.
whatever reason.
I understand.
Maybe
Goals.
They've got a bigger set of tackles that maybe have trouble dealing with speed and bend. And now you've added a couple of guys that can win with speed and bend.
Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, please, if you're watching this. Appreciate everybody that is hanging out with us. The Los Angeles Rams have selected Warren McClendon, not to be confused with McClendon Curtis, who's going to be a Chief here in a few hours.
Would you take him in the draft?
No.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Well, maybe. No, I didn't.
I just you said that so confidently.
I would love for that to be the case, but Warren McClendon is one of 3 Rams picks here, sandwiched between the Chiefs picking. So,
yeah, it's it slowed down a little bit. This draft kind of got cooking here for a little bit, and it slowed down a little bit here. I think the Rams are making every other pick. So like, they're not really rushing through all of this right now. But the Chiefs are coming right back up. So I guess we start preparing again right away for what they're doing. We have not been anywhere close to what they have taken in their day 3 pick. So I don't even know if it's worth trying to predict this out again.
But I love the process, and I love what they've done with all of those. The value's been good. The athleticism is high. We should be looking at guys that are
only
maybe
athletes,
super athletes in this class that maybe they want to pick. Cut to PJ Mustafa.
Zach Evans is if I'm not mistaken, he plays athletic. I don't know what his RAS ended up being or if he even did it.
I think it wound up being pretty good.
He plays very athletic. Rakeem Jarrett was over an 8 RAS, a wide receiver out of Maryland. So yeah, it's very intriguing. I'm interested to see where they're going to go from here.
Yeah, he had an 8.75 relative athletic score.
Okay.
So
yeah. Could do that. I'm trying to look through relative athletic score
sure,
now
sure,
because
sure.
it's that's what it is.
Shout out to our dear friend Matt Stagner for donating
Oh hell
to
yeah!
the Terez Paylor Foundation.
Jalen Duncan, did he ever go off yet?
No, he hasn't gone off the board. We are giving you 5 more minutes if you want to participate in the raffle. Just so you guys know.
Oh, yeah,
so you have 5 more minutes to donate.
Is there a high RAS defensive tackle left?
I don't know that.
I don't think so
at this point.
Dante Stills, I think, tested pretty well, but he's not a nose tackle at all.
No, he's not.
So we're lining up for this to be a Zach Kuntz pick out of Old Dominion, right? Like,
maybe.
Hey, I mean, that would make some sense. Dante Stills is a guy that I love. Like, if they turned around and drafted Dante Stills, that's a very stacked up defensive line room that has some versatility. Part of the reason why I like Dante Stills so much is that he's a little Dana-ish, and that he can play inside and outside. Has in West Virginia there, but maybe not a guy that fits with the current direction that they're going here.
Yeah.
The Rams are making their pick.
Who's a good athlete, Craig? Demario Douglas, wide receiver out of Liberty.
Demario Douglas is a really good athlete that could play in the slot. Rasheed Rice, they go and get their X receiver. They could do with another slot guy. You take a Demario Douglas.
Whoo, boy, howdy.
I think that all of a sudden you're talking about Richie James maybe being on the outside looking in because Demario Douglas can return a little bit.
I like that a little bit.
Of flexibility.
Pick 175 is tight end Davis Allen out of Clemson.
That's a solid pick.
That's a solid pick this late in the draft. I wouldn't have hated to see the Chiefs go grab him down there.
Good blocker with really good ability in the red zone just to go up and get the ball. Maybe not give you a lot in between the 20s, but he's going to go up and get the ball in the red zone, and he's going to block well for you. So,
and he runs like more of a old school tight end. He ran a 4.84. He's kind of linear.
Sure.
But he's got a big catch radius. He's comfortable catching the ball away from his frame. Decent inline blocker. So, yeah, Davis Allen is off the board. The Chiefs will not be picking him because he is a Los Angeles Ram. Who all of a sudden value picks.
2 more picks before the Kansas City Chiefs are going to be on the clock. I got to get through Indianapolis and the Los Angeles Rams before they get there. Love it, man. I really do love what they've done this entire draft. The gamble is right. And they've committed to it.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing.
Yeah.
They're not just taking stabs at some athleticism here and there. They are clearly telling you, we love our foundation. We love what the floor is. Let's try and hit the ceiling.
All right. I want to do. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying, it seems very much like we're not trying to draft a guy to come in and just play some kind. Besides maybe Connor, and he maybe because of special teams, maybe that's like a very specific role.
Sure.
But everybody else isn't like, we're not trying to find a guy to come in and just play this role and do it okay. The entire concept is be, hey, we're going to draft this guy that has the chance to be like really, really good if he can hit his physical potential, and then he can just take a job away from somebody we are completely fine with. I think that's more of what this draft, to me, is being said based around the athleticism and everything they got going on.
You know who's a really good athlete? Travis Vokalek.
Yeah, that's true.
Was an elite athlete. A tight end out of Nebraska.
Search Trey Hodges-Tomlinson.
That's true.
Keandre Coburn would be.
I would love Keandre Coburn. That doesn't necessarily fit with what's going on with the draft, but it would fill a need. It would be a player that would be really nice. I'd be set.
How about I'm looking through. I'm trying to find top 30 visits. I believe Ronnie Bell was a top 30 visit for the Chiefs.
That does not fit the athletic thing you're aiming for.
Jalen Duncan was a top 30 visit for the Chiefs.
Yes, and he was kind of later in the process. Yes.
Truman Jones, the edge out of Harvard, top 30 visit. Dejuan Johnson, top 30
He actually
visit.
might be a very good RAS score right there.
Jeremy Banks, the linebacker out of Tennessee, top 30 visit. So we're just paying it. We're gonna pay attention to some of these top 30 visit type prospect type players. So
yeah, they've kind of stuck to that board a little bit, and guys that they've met with, and guys that they've had a little bit of extra time.
Hey, let's give some quick shout outs before we get going here, just to say thank you to some of the people. Jared Zuckerman, Keith Phipps, our dear friend Matt Stagner, Tammy Turner, Caleb Hecker, Paul Pacheco, Carter Huffmaster, Nancy Payne, Lindsey Beamer, Andrew Sanborn. Thank you guys all so much.
Thank you
for your donations. Joe High, thank you. I mean, just cannot tell you how appreciative we are of your support of us trying to raise money for the Terez Paylor Scholarship with Power Mizzou. The pick is in for the Indianapolis Colts. The Rams have one pick, and then the 6th round begins with your Kansas City Chiefs. We are getting quite close to them being on the board.
Boy, I'm already on board with it. Draft another athlete here, especially if it's, I don't know if they've got any athletes left at running back.
Zach Evans is a pretty good athlete.
Is a pretty good athlete.
Sean Tucker's a good athlete. I mean, I know there's the injury stuff, but he's a pretty good athlete. Keaton Mitchell, I think a lot of people had pegged as one of the fastest running backs, but I think he came in a little bit smaller.
He's very small.
He came in smaller than what you thought. I don't think he tested as well as what people thought. I think he ended up running actually a little bit slower than what a lot of people were predicting. I don't know. He's still a pretty quality athlete.
Do you think you can? Do you have to get Deuce Vaughn here?
I don't know. There have been a lot of running backs that have come off the board.
That would have been a good pick for the Chiefs.
I agree. Evan Hull, the running back out of Northwestern's off the board now. That would have been a very nice pick here.
I like Deuce Vaughn, the player. I like the concept. I just struggle to feel like how he fits in the best of the Chiefs because he can't pass protect for the NFL. I mean, he struggled in college pass protecting. I don't know how you're going to pass protect in the NFL with his size. But he's a good receiver. You can flex him out. You can use him as a receiver on third downs. I do think there's some wiggle to his ability if you get him in the open field. It's like I can see how the idea works. I just struggle with his fit a little bit with the Chiefs, but maybe I'm wrong. And I know being a local guy, people would really like Deuce Vaughn.
Oh yeah, no, and I get how that makes some sense there.
The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock at pick 178 to open up round 6 of the NFL draft. What's up, everybody? Kent Swanson, Craig Stout, Maddie Lane here, hanging out as we have been all day, breaking down the entirety of the 2023 NFL draft. And now it is time for the Kansas City Chiefs to make yet another selection in this draft. We are kind of, they've had a really strong draft so far. I think they've made some very intriguing day 3 selections.
Athletes.
There's a clear trend on athletes. There's a clear trend on football character. Where do we think that they're going here?
We've been struggling a little bit here to pick this right now, to predict here lately, so I don't know.
The Chiefs have traded down.
Okay, so the Chiefs have slid back a little bit.
They've traded out with the Dallas Cowboys.
Didn't like the pocket of players there.
Way out.
Yeah, I don't know. Is this a future asset trade?
Maybe it is. Maybe they didn't like the way this board was. Maybe they didn't like how that was all kind of playing through here.
The Chiefs are up next at 194. and I don't have any of the terms yet on pick 178.
We'll see here.
Puka Nacua is the pick for the Los Angeles Rams.
Yeah.
To close out round 5, and round 6 is now beginning with the Dallas Cowboys. So the Chiefs trade out.
Dallas has sent a 2024 fifth round pick to Kansas City for number 178.
So the Chiefs aren't picking 178. They used a 5th round pick last to move up, and now
they're going to get a better 5th round pick.
Yeah.
From Dallas,
essentially,
because they're going to finish the season better than Dallas.
Yeah. And now we're rooting for a Dallas dumpster fire.
Awesome.
Okay.
Hey,
so that's
great.
The
Brett Beach moving around the board. That's great, man.
So you know how we had the 33 years. We had the Miami Dolphins with a capital L.
You're going to try and predict how many comp picks are going in?
No. This year, it's going to be Dallas with 17 L's. We're rooting for 17 losses from Dallas, so it's a high 5th round pick.
For a 5th?
Yeah.
Okay.
So a high 5th round pick. Yeah, I'm always going to root against bad teams.
Maybe it's a BJ Thompson again next year, that kind of player. So I'd be on board with it.
Yeah.
Interesting. Who did Dallas feel like they needed to come all the way up here for in the 6th round to start the 6th round, giving up a future 5th for this, which I understand some people devalue it a full round
but still
for the year, but this is a big move that they felt like they needed to make. I'm very interested to see who they go with here. That's so important to come up and make that move.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see where we're going here with this, actually. I'm not upset, obviously, trading out. Clearly, the Chiefs didn't love it. It's interesting because when you do this for so long, you start to like guys here, and you're like, oh, this guy's falling for this, this guy's falling for that. It's like I'm sitting here like, why would I not take a Raheem Jarrett, a Zach Evans, a Keandre Coburn? Like, why would I not take these guys if I'm the Chiefs right here? Why do I want the next year's pick? But obviously something about those guys that didn't stick the same for them. It's just that's where it gets a little tricky when you're just trading completely out in this kind of spot.
And to that point, UDFA is coming up here. There's a lot of guys that we fall in love with that we think, oh, yeah, no, that guy deserves to be drafted. He absolutely should be drafted in day 3. And then you just see them continually fall through round 6, through round 7. They fall out. Justin Ross was a guy that I think, even with all the injury history that everybody expected was going to be a pretty, mid to early day 3 pick, falls completely out. The Chiefs go get him. Makes a lot of sense. It's Eric Scott Jr. for Southern Miss. That's who Dallas really felt like they needed to come up and get.
KC may not be making this pick, but KC's still part of this pick because Eric Scott is a Southern Miss Golden Eagle, but he is also a Baser Linwood Bobcat. He's a local kid. He's yet another local kid here that's getting selected here in the NFL draft, the first pick of the 6th round. Just down the street here in Baser Linwood. We talked to him at the East West Shrine Bowl, another local kid. So it's cool to see. It's cool to see KC getting another kid off the board. And Eric Scott, he's ginormous.
He's huge.
He's big and he's very physical at the line of scrimmage. I think there's some athletic limitations. You said it earlier that you kind of thought he'd be like a 7th round type of pick, and we're in the 6th round, so it's not like it's a huge reach. But just I don't think that we had him pegged as a guy that we thought a team would maybe make such a big trade up for. Right. That's the thing. Like that's a pretty big trade up. I know it's a future asset, but a future 5th round pick, right?
It's not nothing here. But I mean, also, from the perspective of Dallas, you love a player, you love
get him.
You love all of that. Yeah. We did this a couple of years ago with Bo Peep Keys, and yes, it was a future 7th, I believe. She's trading back in there. But again, love the player, wanted to make sure that they don't fall out. They don't miss out on that guy. We've seen 6th round picks, 6th round corners, 6th round DBs produce lately. So and
if you give him a chance to just go beat people up at the line of scrimmage, this is a guy that,
and it's a good corner class too. Like you're getting a little bit better value than maybe you would in some other classes.
Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Obviously, the Chiefs are not on the clock now. They'll be on the clock here in about 15 picks. So we'll be monitoring that situation. Maybe they're going to move up. What if they?
Interesting.
They could use. They have 2 picks left in the draft now. They could use 194 and 250 and move up. I don't think they're going to. Carl Brooks is off the board at pick 179 to the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah,
interesting guy. Just kind of an interesting profile.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Some people really liked him. He went down to the Senior Bowl and made some stuff plays down there. So it's interesting.
Yeah. I think he was one of those guys that people talked about a little bit about maybe he snuck in a little higher than this because some teams were really in love with the profile. Had a lot of QB pressures, had a lot of tackles for loss. Like he's more of a penetrator, plays a pass really well, but
Yeah, I struggled to watch how high he played with his pad level and stuff like that. And I didn't think he was very stout versus runs. Like I get why you would like him, and if you were a Packers fan, you should be intrigued by his ability. But he's a guy that I don't think I thought he kind of started to get a little overhyped in the process leading up to stuff coming like into the Senior Bowl, which I don't think he was that impressive at.
Hey BJ,
hey guys,
Hi,
what's
buddy.
going on?
Oh, we're hanging in there, just talking some draft.
Love this BJ Thompson. We were talking about him earlier today.
We were. You did bring him up earlier today.
I did. It was like, you know what? We already got Felix. Like, go get a toolsy guy that you can develop as an edge rusher who's got unique athletic traits. And that was literally BJ. We were describing BJ Thompson.
We were talking about
BJ Thompson would be a perfect
Yes.
person to get on this day, along with Deuce Vaughn. I'm not letting that one go.
Yeah. Somebody said in the chat that they want to see Deuce Vaughn go to Arizona. That way he can make Kyler look tall.
He's taller than Trey Hodges-Tomlinson.
He is taller than Trey Hodges-Tomlinson, who is still on the board right
I actually
now.
don't think that's true.
I don't think so either.
Deuce Vaughn is the shortest person ever measured at the combine.
Yeah.
Is he?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, BJ's just taking shots here. He's protecting his boy. I get it.
There is you call it a narrow path, a needle, whatever you described earlier. There's a path for him to make sense for any team, and he would be a weapon in the passing game.
Sure.
Out in space.
Oh, yeah.
There is
absolute value. I know everybody spends a lot of time, and not just you guys, everybody.
Yeah.
Spends a lot of times talking about what he can't do and why he can't succeed. Then you watch the film, you watch his feet, and you're like, you know what? There's a creative offensive coordinator can find a way for him to get into space and make some plays.
I think it's really hard too because people see, coming from the exact same school, similar build, but I don't think it's 100%. Everyone's going to compare him to Darren Sproles. But that's like the only place you have a comp for too because of the size. So that's where people come in. I think he's a lot more similar to like Tariq Cohen, if we remember him coming out of NCAA that had kind of exploded onto the scene for the Chicago Bears there for a couple years, and then teams kind of struggled to figure out where to go from there with him. But I think he's just a little bit more similar to that. So there is a path, and it's been done. It's just it's hard to hit.
It's hard.
He's playing in the league. Like,
and you're talking. Darren Sproles is like 11th all time in NFL history in all-purpose yards and all like scrimmage yards. So like, that's hard for anyone to make that comparison. And I grew up with Darren Sproles. Like he called him Tank when he was little. Darren Sproles was a rock. He was like 198.
Yeah.
He was squatting like 400 pounds in high school on back squat, like with no safety bar like they have now.
For reference,
he's
Tariq Cohen, 5'6", 179 pounds at the combine.
That's probably a better comp. And we've had the discussion about Deuce Vaughn a lot. And I know a lot of it's, kind of poking fun and joking, but like I honestly believe that if you can get Dave Tobe on board to have a third down running back, a running back who's active on game day, who might not maybe return, but wouldn't provide anything else via special teams, gunner, anything like that. That's the issue for me that I can't. I'm talking about his value. You need more snaps than that if you're going to take him. But at this point in the draft,
well, when you're just coming off of, taking a BJ Thompson, who's probably he's not a 4-core special team. So, I mean, you've already spent one of these day 3 picks on a guy that's probably not playing a ton of teams. So trying to convince him of that. Matty, I'm sorry, my friend, one of your favorite players in the entire draft just went to the Arizona Cardinals and Keandre Coburn.
Not quite as small as Trey Hodges-Tomlinson or Deuce Vaughn, but Keandre Clark, also not the biggest corner. But he's a slot corner. He's a nickel corner and one of the best trash talkers coming out.
Goodness.
Maybe the loudest, the most chirping. So he's a lot of fun. He's going to get up there and get in guys' face. He loves to come up and make plays in the screen game. So I think it's a good pick at this point in time. There's not an elite athlete, but a quality athlete. So, this is a good spot for Keandre Clark to come off, I think, in the draft. And they're going to get plus value there in Arizona with him.
And it's a mentality.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to put him in the slot. He's going to blow up everything underneath. He's going to drive downhill.
Keandre could use some help over there. With
he could.
The optics of that team.
Yikes. It's bad. That's one of those teams that when you start looking through their defense, there's not a ton of names that
especially once Budda Baker is gone.
Yeah, especially once Budda Baker's gone. But I love Keandre. I think he's fun. We got to talk to him at the East West Shrine game as well. He's a fun guy to talk to.
We had an interview with him too. I'm just hoping that of the last 2 picks that the Chiefs have, Josh Hayes.
K-State
solid
DB.
K-State player.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he got some heat here towards the end of the process.
It's one of my
too.
son's favorite players.
Oh,
It was after
really?
the Oklahoma State game when we won like 50-0, and
Yeah.
you say like stormed the field. It was the most organized. Like everybody just politely
Everybody
walked onto the
single
field.
file. Well,
And we
yeah.
took my son and daughter out there. Josh Hayes is one of the players that we were walking around along with Cooper Beebe. Actually had pictures with them on the field.
Nice.
And Josh Hayes, one of the guys, came up, got a picture with my son. So he's like,
go.
love that guy. So
Nice.
congratulations.
Would,
Where'd he go?
Tampa.
Tampa.
What do you think? So just moving to the NFL, what do you think like his kind of role is in a good case scenario for Josh Hayes going to the NFL?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I didn't study him like that.
Sure.
I left that up to you guys.
Yeah.
I just liked him as a person.
Okay.
So
Okay. Fair.
it's more where I focus on things. It's like he was nice to my son, so I'm gonna root for him.
I don't know if he's just one of those guys that stuck out as somebody when you watched K-State that you just noticed and stuff like that. That was all.
Not particular. Like there were times that he'd make plays,
Yeah.
but nothing that jumped out as like that screams NFL player to me.
Yeah.
Just a solid guy. But K-State's had a number of those guys over the last several years.
But that's essentially like that's their whole like mantra as a team. It's just a bunch of solid guys that are good football players, but like it's just like it's not always standout guys essentially, and they find a way to be very successful that way.
BJ, we got a question on the screen for you.
Ooh,
Right?
where do I get KCSN? We got to order some more. We're out. Actually, we have a couple of oval stickers left.
Yeah.
If you come up to the distillery tomorrow, I'll bring
don't
them.
have those.
I'll bring them. We got a couple of Charlie Hustle T-shirts left. But if you come up to the distillery tomorrow, we'll pass them out. I can't wait for the party tomorrow.
Oh, it's gonna be so
Because
much
once we
fun.
do we'll do the recap episode that we'll post up on all our channels, and then we'll just hang out for like 4 hours and enjoy the distillery.
Actually, to talk to people, because like it's fun when everybody comes out here and hangs out with us doing this part, but like we're sitting here
we got
talking.
shout-outs. We got people back here from KCSN, and we've been saying hi to them
Right.
during these breaks and stuff like that. But yes, it's really nice to get to interact.
Yeah, we've had a lot of people come out. It's been awesome. Like the
Yeah.
funnest part, like we've been doing this 2 years, the second draft we've done, and just how much for like, I'm not to pat ourselves on the back or anything, but if you've watched our coverage last year, you watch our coverage this year, it's completely so much more smooth, so much better. I'm social with Joel killing it and Michaela killing it. Tucker doing his thing.
Killing it.
Yeah, just been
Tucker's killing it.
been awesome. So please come up to
Murdering it.
distillery. It won't be as scatterbrained as we all are right now, and people come up, but looking forward to tomorrow. We've got Christian Okoye just got confirmed thanks to Amanda Carlo from Gold Griff Athlete Agencies. Helped us out, get some former Chiefs players up there. Mentioned earlier, Tim Grunhard, Sean Barber, Dane and Hughes, all coming up. And yeah, I'm excited. It's Sean it's gonna be
a good time.
Gonna be a good time. We got DJ, music, food, yard games.
Disc jockey, not DJ, not Derek Johnson, by the way, in case
Yeah.
somebody
Craig's
heard that,
Craig's best friend.
heard that and got really excited that DJ was going to be there.
He was in town.
He was
There's
in
like
town.
9,000 parties going on.
Very
there were a
briefly,
lot of people going on.
unfortunately. Yeah. He
So
was
shout
sad
out
that
to
he
Amanda
couldn't
for
come
helping
over
out.
and talk some football with us, but yeah, had to get out of town.
Has the Terez? Yes, we actually reached the goal yesterday. Doug asking, has the Terez Paylor scholarship goal been reached? We kept changing the goal because Christian Gumminger's original goal was $7,000, and last year we did I think like $5,600, and I wasn't sure I was going to go this year. So my tempered expectations were $5,000. We blew past that yesterday. We are over $8,000 right now. All the super chat money comes in, but YouTube takes a little bit of a cut of the super chat money, and it takes a couple of days for that to populate. So we won't have a total number for a couple of days, but whether it's the Zeffy page or the Venmo, I know that's close to like $8,200 right now. So unbelievable. I've been texting with Ebony and Gabe, and they're through the roof with everything we've been doing, and everybody's buying the new gear, new shirts. So
Yes, Kenny.
there's
You got
lot
a
of
question
things
about that
going
right
on.
now, too.
Yes, they've got the shirts. I've got the hoodie. You can find that. We posted that out there too. I think you can find the link in the description. You can find it on my social media page, but breakingtea.com. Breaking Tea is the company that creates them. You go to the top right, find the search, just search all juice. You actually find last year's designs, this year's designs. Pretty cool. They got in black and gold for Mizzou.
Footballs
honoring Terez, so
in the orange.
pretty special.
I love it. I love it. Absolutely love it. The Los Angeles Rams are really trying to milk every single one of
The
these
pick's been in. They've had some kind of announcement we've been waiting on through an entire commercial break. They really need to get these commercial breaks not aligning with the announcements they're making sure they televise.
Well, they want to make sure that they get back to the booth
So,
to really break down.
Did James Jones announce the BJ Thompson pick? Is that what it was?
I saw it on social, but I didn't see him
I didn't
up
see-
there.
I
They,
didn't see
they
it up
had
there
the
either.
Lions GM like on there doing the interview.
Well,
Yeah.
There he goes.
Tre'Davious Hodges Tomlinson does not go to the AFC West, so he does escape.
5'7" and
Rasheed
5'8".
Rice.
Giant. It's,
I'm
so-
5'8", so just for the record.
This is a good football player. This is a really good football player. Really good instincts.
Gotta
I
show.
think that he's pretty fluid. Going to play nickel. Not necessarily a super athlete, but
He's a I think he's a really good athlete. Everything was weighed down by his size.
Yeah,
Obviously, moves his RAS down, but his athletic testing was very good.
Confident, very confident individual, not afraid to go out and make a hit, make a play. Believes he can do everything.
AP All American in 2022. He was also the Jim Thorpe Award winner. I mean, he's a really
good football
really good
player.
corner. Plays with a lot of confidence for his size. And the Rams have had undersized nickel corners for the past since Sean McVay got there.
I like that the other LA team took the nephew of one of the greatest players to ever play for the Chargers.
There we go.
Nephew. Yeah.
Broncos pick's already in too. But yeah, that's a quality pick for them. Actually, if I'm not, his comp in the KCSN draft got is Bryce Callahan, just another undersized, good athlete there. So
I get it.
Yeah. But yeah, the Rams have had luck with guys of that general size before playing in the slot corner spot. So quality pick at this point in time in the draft. Let's see what the Broncos have done, who've done a pretty good job kind of catching value as the draft went along in day two.
I don't know that it's anybody that is outstanding with some of these picks, but I like them enough. I feel like everything's about right with where they're taking all of these guys. So, haven't had a pick since the third round of the NFL draft. It's been a little while now since they made a pick.
Well, I'm going to produce/host at the same time since I can't communicate with Tucker this way.
What's up?
Do you have the list from Christian? We're trying to decide. We've got
that's the tough part.
10-ish picks before the Chiefs go, and we want to announce the winners of the
I don't have a list.
The raffle. So why don't we text?
Yeah, I'll text him.
You've seen how the sausage is made. Text Christian. We'll get the list of everybody that's donated. We put it into a random wheel generator that we'll bring up on the screen so you can see how it all works.
Yeah.
And then we'll announce the winners. And we'll probably do it after the Chiefs pick, just in case they trade up. I don't want to pause in the middle of announcing all those raffle winners. Joel will make sure that we put it out on social media, letting people know that we're going to be drawing the winners when that happens. We'll put a link out. Cool. How the sausage is made, everybody.
Speaking of how the sausage is made, Tucker, the next pick, he's taking his
So and he's out.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
So while we burn some time, let's.
Craig was trying to talk to you.
The next pick that's made, eclectic and effervescent.
Ooh.
There you go.
Whoa. Butterbaker.
Butterbaker.
Is where we get confused.
I was going back, Maddie. I know you have something, but before I get to that, I was going back. I missed a super chat, so I apologize to Whiplash 2020. Here's what he has to say.
Did we just draft another DeMarcus? No, but also not no. He's a very good blocker, and he doesn't create a ton of separation. Those two things are similar to Marcus Robinson. He's a better athlete. He's obviously got better ball skills. It's just there are some overlaps, I think, in their profiles.
His release package is way better.
DeMarcus Robinson can release.
I think he's better.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I just think there's a little overlap. I don't think he's the same player, but there is a little overlap.
Way more of an athlete. Yeah, like you said.
Yeah, just he's a better athlete, but they're both physical. They will both block you very well, and they both, don't create a ton of separation. DeMarcus Robinson ran a really nasty corner post route, and I think Rashee Rice, maybe could do the same thing. I wanted to, as the Broncos selection comes in here, we'll get to it. We're going to run through the AFC West. Oh, here you go. Okay, we'll start with the Broncos. I want to run through the AFC West. The Broncos just took JL Skinner. Let's talk about the picks around the AFC West and how we think these people have done. So the Denver Broncos, they had the Russell Wilson trade that went through, right? And so outside
in the draft.
Outside of that, they have taken Marvin Mims in round 2. They followed that up with Drew Sanders in round 3, Riley Moss in round 3, and now JL Skinner as safety in round 6. How do you generally feel about that draft? Did they get?
It's quality. As we were saying before they made this pick, another pick that I feel like good value here, appropriate value for this player. Lots of secondary players, obviously focus in the secondary to try and improve that against, a loaded AFC West. I like it. I like it well enough. They didn't have a ton of assets, and I feel like they came away with enough players that are going to contribute to this team immediately.
Anybody from that draft class jump out at you, BJ?
Sorry, I was responding to something else.
Oh, no, you're good. We'll go to the Chargers next. The Chargers.
No, just run through.
Oh, God, I got to remember getting Marvin Mims, wide receiver out of Oklahoma, Drew Sanders, a linebacker out of Alabama, then to Arkansas, and then Riley Moss, corner safety out of Iowa, JL Skinner, safety out of Boise State.
Drew Sanders is the one that jumps out to me just because he really came on once he transferred and all of a sudden became a completely different player when he left Alabama. it's going to take a creative defensive coordinator to figure out where to use him and how to use him because of kind of just his skill set, his size, his ability. But if you put him with a creative defensive coordinator, he could be a good, very, very good player. He was fun to watch on film. It was just kind of like, where do you put him?
Yeah. Nope, I agree. The Chargers did Quentin Johnston, wide receiver at TCU in the first round. Tuli Tuiopolotu, outside linebacker, some edge player out of USC for them. Diane Henley, a linebacker out of Washington State. Darius Davis, wide receiver out of they got both TCU wide receivers. How about that? And then Jordan McFadden, who they do list as an offensive guard out of Clemson. How do you feel about that draft class?
I would say whatever gets Mike Williams cut because of what they're paying him. If they think Quentin Johnston is going to be the new Mike Williams is like a number 2 receiver and like a top 2 receiver in the NFL because it feels like he always makes plays against the Chiefs.
It's true.
So if this is a way to get Mike Williams out of there, I don't care how good Quentin Johnston is going to be. He cannot be better than what Mike Williams has done against the Chiefs in his career.
That extension looms large for him, though.
It really does. It really does.
Good player.
I'm not super excited about that draft class.
Interesting.
I like the linebacker pick. I obviously do.
Henley,
I think that's Henley's a really good pick. I'm a big fan of Quentin Johnston. I do like both of those guys. I'm not a big, the other TCU wide receiver, not a big fan of him. Darius Davis. There's just not a whole lot of other guys. Tuiopolotu, also not a guy that I'm huge on as well. I feel like they didn't get good value in the same way that Denver did. I don't feel like they got as good of a value on some of these picks.
Okay, and then finally, the Las Vegas Raiders took Tyree Wilson, defensive end out of Texas Tech in the first round. Michael Mayer, tight end out of Notre Dame in the second round. Byron Young, defensive tackle out of Alabama in the third round. Trey Tucker, wide receiver out of Cincinnati in the third round. Jacorian Bennett, a cornerback out of Maryland. Aiden O'Connell, quarterback out of Purdue, and Christopher Smith, a safety out of Georgia. What do you think about that one, Craig?
A draft. I mean, Tyree Wilson, Michael Mayer, Jacorian Bennett, like those guys, those three alone make it an A draft for me. That you get a high upside corner there. You get the best tight end in the class, in my opinion, and then Tyree Wilson, who's going to be an impact defender in the AFC West. Great draft by the Raiders.
Max Crosby's been a problem, and now you got another guy on the other side that if he pans out, that's a pretty good tandem.
And he didn't be, obviously doesn't have to be Max Crosby, but just being a guy, just being better than Cleveland Farrell probably goes a real long way for them, right?
Or what Chandler Jones was supposed to be. He's an older player. Now they got a younger player. They're going to have him for a while. Don't know what Max's contract looks like. So you get to the point after he gets paid that start to make decisions. But for the next couple of years, if Tyree Wilson steps in and plays well right away, like that's a problem. But
stacking the AFC West drafts outside of the Chiefs, generally, what are you thinking? It sounds like you like the Raiders,
Broncos, then
the Chargers at the end.
In my opinion,
yeah,
I concur.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think the Quentin Johnston one's so hard because I do think his ceiling's so high.
I do,
and so if he does get there, that's phenomenal. And you pair that with Deion Henley, who I really like, the linebacker out of Washington State. Like I could see how that draft ends up really good in 3 years from now. But yeah, I think I would agree with the same general stacking of those guys. While we were doing that, we did get a pick, only one pick from the Jets.
Oh, my goodness.
Zaire Barnes, a outside linebacker. I believe he's an off-ball linebacker out of Western Michigan. He has gone to the New York Jets with pick 184.
I know the Chiefs pick is coming up here. I do have an updated best players available list.
Great.
Let's see them.
There you go.
And just like that,
text Christian your email.
The Jacksonville Jaguars take one of the players off of this board.
Good for them.
Parker Washington, wide receiver.
Got to redo the graphics.
Let me update it again.
No, that's a good pick for them. I'm not the biggest Parker Washington fan.
Sure.
Like, I wasn't a huge fan of his game, but I was also looking at it in the kind of the framework of like a round 3 pick or something like that. I wouldn't have been happy with it there. At this value, it's great, and it's one of Kent Swanson's guys. Welcome back, buddy.
He's the 11th rated player in the KCSN draft, or wide receiver. Sorry, not player. Wide receiver in the KCSN draft guide.
He had some fans.
He did, and he fell down here. Interesting fit with Jacksonville. He's going to play behind Christian Kirk. It's going to be kind of hard to, I think, find him a spot. And Evan Ingram, and they took Britton Strange. They took Strange, right? Or would they take a different tight end?
The stranger things have happened. They took Britton Strange.
So, like, Parker Washington is just like their fourth short middle.
You got some food and you come back in here.
I'm a different person right now. I wouldn't have had a Snickers.
Just an interesting pick there.
It is an interesting pick, but good value nonetheless.
Yeah, no, it is.
No, it's really good value.
Player comp, Amari Rodgers. Rodgers at Green Bay. Yeah.
Is Parker Washington just Amari Rogers taken in the right round?
I mean,
Yes.
Yeah.
Will you guys help me out here? Looking at your guys' top 300 list, some players still available. Obviously, Jose Ramirez, I have him at the bottom there. But other best fits you think for the Chiefs? Mekhi Gardner.
I do like Mekhi Gardner. Let's see here. I'm trying to think of other really
Jalen
good
Duncan.
ones. Jalen Duncan.
It's not talent at this point,
I
folks.
know, and if he's fallen this far and nobody's willing to take that shot on him,
Hunter Lepke.
I mean, A.T. Perry. Still, he doesn't come off the board. Raheem Jarrett.
Demario Douglas.
I would love those are all
Demario Douglas here.
Zach Evans, I think, is still one of the more talented players left.
It's not talent with Zach Evans being on the board here.
Keandre Coburn.
Maybe. I don't think it's a talent. Corey Trice is still available as well, too, right?
Corey Trice, yeah.
That's probably more of a medical one. The thing with Zach Evans is he was late to commit coming out of high school. Now, we have heard that he flirted with maybe going to one of the other professional football leagues instead of directly to college. While that was maybe an option, he enrolls late to TCU, plays good, but then transfers away this past year, and then he ends up being kind of the 1B running back to a stud freshman. It's like maybe it's not talent necessarily, but I don't know if his situation means there is an off-field or medical concern either. Now, he was hurt down the stretch as well, if I'm not mistaken, so...
Interesting.
Zach Kuntz would very much fit what this draft has been so far for them.
It would.
Jalen Duncan is officially off the board to the Tennessee Titans.
I got to update my list again.
There's a swing. There's a swing in the late rounds for the Tennessee Titans.
If he hits, that's a really, really good pick. But that being said, how many times have we seen tackles fall due to character concerns, due to work ethic concerns, due to even some tape deficiencies, and they've worked out? It happens very infrequently.
At offensive line specifically.
Yeah. Typically those guys, you pretty much know who's going where, or why they're going where they're going.
When it's off-field stuff,
when it's off-field stuff, it doesn't tend to work out.
Like Trey Smith checked every box, and the Chiefs cleared him medically.
Yeah, that's medical. Yeah.
So
8 picks away are the Kansas City Chiefs.
We're getting there. We'll see who they trade out with.
And it's 8 picks away. And on the NFL Network broadcast
is Big Red.
Big Red.
I like that shirt.
I love that shirt. My son, my nearly 2-year-old, has a shirt that's almost identical to that. I hope he's wearing it today.
The Pats pick is in at pick 187. We will wait along for that to come across. I will have to go dig up what this interview consists of later on.
Yeah. I don't think that the Kansas City Chiefs are trading up while Andy Reid is on NFL Network.
You don't think?
I don't think.
Well,
I think he's going.
I think that would actually be perfect. I think that would be absolutely perfect.
Somebody just walks in, you see a hand come in with a phone off screen, and he just mutes the chat.
It would be really funny if he just announced the pick from his.
Oh, that would be pretty.
From there.
And hopefully it's a name that he struggles to pronounce, because he does kind of until he starts getting used to them.
Kind of Craig's it.
I kind of wonder if he uses so many names nicknames so he doesn't have to pronounce them. Like Karlaftis.
Well, I don't think he has to pronounce them. I just think he does it because he doesn't want to remember everyone's name.
Maybe. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you're watching. Appreciate everybody hanging out. This is day 3 of our coverage here at KC Sports Network. Here's our best players available. Trey Palmer, the wide receiver out of Nebraska. Don't think it's talent with him at this point, if I'm being honest. A.T. Perry, wide receiver out of Wake Forest. Luke Whippler out of Ohio State. Honestly, kind of wondering if that's not talent either.
Yeah.
Wondering if there's a medical for him.
Oh, Maddie.
What's happening, buddy?
Keyshawn Boutte is no longer on the board.
Oh, my
Did he go to the Patriots?
Yes, he did.
With
He is gonna-
Tyquan Thornton.
That is about the worst spot I could think of for a Keyshawn Boutte, but hey, you know what? Go hang out with Bill
Listen,
Belichick.
Bombs away,
He
Mac
had-
Jones. Bombs away, buddy.
He had work ethic issues, correct? If I remember at the beginning of the year this year.
Yeah, there was some on the yes, there was some laziness going on out there, and then potentially thinking about, I don't know, quitting the team, and then he came back, and then he left again. Yes.
Deleted everything off of his Instagram. And
But that was to focus on the game.
that's right.
Interesting pick. Good pick. I mean, I like the pick. I would love him there, but yeah.
For what it's worth, Andy Reid did just say in this interview that he believes Wanya Morris can play either side of the line.
He has technically has played.
But he has also been doing that big wink at the camera for a
wink,
lot of
wink,
these.
nod.
Has
you know.
Andy Reid ever said a player can't play both sides of the offensive line as well? Has he ever got up there and said this guy is only a right tackle? No, he can never play left. I don't think he's so.
No, definitely not.
Good pick,
So-
Pats. Let's go get Raheem Jarrett now, Chiefs.
Would
The last time there was a really highly rated high school recruit wide receiver out of Maryland that went on day 3, it worked out pretty well for the Minnesota Vikings and now the Buffalo Bills.
Are you
Stephon Diggs?
Are you ready for this? Jim Irsay says the Colts likely would have taken Will Levis if Anthony Richardson had gone at 3. Oh
boy, that would have been great for my DraftKings account. Both of those.
Was it funny?
Because Will Levis tumbled down.
Because Will Levis just tumbled into.
It makes sense.
It does make sense.
He's
They
not
need-
a
they
he's not a
have to
bad
have quarterback.
he's not a bad prospect. I don't know. Yeah, that's I think that's completely logical.
I just don't know why if you don't have a good pulse. I mean, I guess maybe you don't get cute because you're falling out of
Right.
the last tier of
That's
quarterbacks.
That's exactly what it is. We talk about the tiers. We talk about trying to make sure that you get the tiers of guys. Will Levis is in that upper tier.
Wait, but this is just Ursay. They didn't trade. I'm confused.
They weren't going to trade out. They were just going to pick Will Levis at 4.
They were just going to let whoever came to them.
Right. No, I that's what I'm saying is I don't think I see a problem with that.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
It checks out.
Oof.
Then Will fell all the way down.
Right. No,
Eagles are on the clock.
They are on the clock. Is there any Georgia players left?
Let's see.
Chris Smith is off the board, right?
Chris Smith is the running back, though. Oh, they traded for they traded for the Georgia
Kenny
running back instead.
McIntosh?
Yeah, they said your athletic testing isn't good enough. We're gonna go trade for DeAndre Swift
Take Kenny McIntosh anyway.
because Warren McClendon went. Correct.
Yes.
They had no line. Yeah, so I think they might.
Robert Beal is gone.
Tanner McKee is gone for the Eagles.
Good pick. They lost Gardner Minshew
They
to
did.
free agency.
They
Their backup
did.
quarterback that did have to come in. If you're the Eagles, the way Jalen Hurts plays, he is a guy that you probably do want to have a quality backup on. And I like Tanner McKee as a talent. Tanner McKee and Jalen Hurts could not be more different.
That's what I'm just like. I saw that. I was like,
and
they liked Nate Sutfield a few years ago.
They did.
That might be the comp I have for him. It's not. I don't think. I hope it is though. But Tanner McKee, big, long, laboring release.
Tell us how you really feel.
Well, no.
your comp was Jake Luton.
Okay. Yeah, and that kind of checks out too.
Is that how you pronounce that?
No.
Okay. I was going to say. I haven't-
He's gonna say Anudike Uzama correctly at some point.
Well, not.
He called him Anudike.
How am I the one that gets made fun of me?
It's not as bad as it is with you.
Yeah, well.
I usually mess up names that are rather tricky to pronounce. Yours are just all over the
I don't know what
place.
you're talking about.
Yours are just everywhere.
Don't know.
Vita Vea mix.
Hey, guess what? The Los Angeles Rams, their pick is in pick 189.
You can announce this one, Craig. I hope it's a good name. Please be the Oregon offensive lineman.
Yeah.
It's
that would be a good one.
It is Jim Jones? No.
There's
a the pick yet.
Jim Jonas.
Jim
Jonas.
Gone.
Matty, who's the? Is he an edge from Pittsburgh? Defensive lineman, maybe?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I know how to shorten his name real well too, so I don't have to attempt to pronounce it.
The Los Angeles Rams went from screw them picks to give me every day 5 pick you have.
Day 5.
What? Round 3.
Oh, I missed. They took Puka Nacua.
Yeah,
Nice.
and they
That's
took Trey
cool.
Hodges Thomas.
I knew that one.
They're just having a good. They're gonna having a good draft.
Have you seen their roster?
they
They
just
need bodies.
every single one of these picks is gonna make the
Oh, did
roster.
they?
They went to slaps.
That explains this outcome.
Did they really go to slaps?
Yeah, they went to slaps. So, I'm really. This is a big lot. Oh, O'Shawn Mathis out of Nebraska, edge.
Hey,
And that's kind of a somewhat
By
tricky
the,
one.
Los Angeles
Let's go.
Rams.
Pterodactyl build.
Yeah.
Pterodactyl build. Yeah,
He's a pterodactyler.
He is.
He's another. Yeah, I mean, not gonna hold up well against the run.
He's better than some others of his
slender.
thing, though.
Yeah.
Yes, it would. If the Chiefs moved up right now using pick 250, so we didn't sit here and wait for their last pick, that would be great. That was a BJ Kissel chime in, and I agree. That has been my stance since we got here.
Do we get to end the stream?
No, we got to break everything down.
We said every single pick. That means every single
if this
pick.
happens, I will just lay down on the floor to do the rest of the show. We'll just do it.
Matt and I are just going to be sitting here eating on screen. Everybody will love that.
If the Chiefs trade up now with that pick, do we just start cocktails?
Oh, buddy, I already had a beer. I mean,
I
need
just,
another.
the Browns are on the clock with pick 190.
Pick us in.
Tucker Franklin has already had one singular cocktail today, and
that's a strong word for what he was drinking.
Tucker, why don't you tell everybody what you've eaten today?
I had this little bit of pineapple. Maddie and I split. I've had this protein bar, and I've had one raspberry rocket pop. I did pack peanut butter sandwiches on day one.
That was a pro move.
Pro move, buddy. It was a big Ziploc
It
bag
was
of
6
peanut
half
butter
sandwiches.
Why
So
did-
technically
time out.
3.
Why did you start with half sandwiches as the metric?
No, it's a slice of bread
And I
that he
folded it in
folds
half.
in half.
Oh.
Yeah.
If you're going to make a peanut butter sandwich, it's pretty easy just to get peanut butter on a knife and fold the bread around it and just whoop right out.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's crunchy
I
peanut
can't
butter
say
too.
that on YouTube.
Listen, Tucker and I, we've had to keep on weight for some football playing career. We know the secrets. This is how you make peanut butter sandwiches. You don't waste time spreading it out.
6 half sandwiches.
That's Matty Lane.
That's like a
Ricky
peanut-
quote.
little
You don't
peanut
waste
butter
time
taco.
Spreading it out.
Really was.
After just sticking it in the breast and shredded, just whoop. The hand signals make it worse. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you're watching. A special thanks to our sponsors, Miller Lite, for sponsoring the entirety of our draft coverage here at KC Sports Network. It's been a lot of fun. Shout out our buddy Christian Gumminger. Congratulations and thanks for all the work that you've done.
Love you too, Christian.
Helping with the KCSN Foundation and all the support you're doing with trying to help the Terez Scholarship. Thank you for keeping me on task too with some of the things I'm supposed to tell people too.
Draft Raheem Jarrett. I really would like them to do that.
Ooh, boy, howdy.
I do have the list of names too, by the way. I have the list. We're good to go after the Chiefs pick.
What does that mean?
Don't worry about it.
We will announce
Oh.
the raffle winners
Got it.
after
I thought you were
the
talking
Chiefs
okay.
pick.
Nope.
I'm being a
Very
little too slap up here. Luke Whippler finally goes off the board. So 2 Ohio State offensive linemen have become Cleveland Browns today.
That's a good pick. Though.
Luke Whippler out of Ohio State, and then DeJuan Jones went earlier.
Yeah.
So
Correct.
two high profile.
Why do we think that he fell this far?
Because he's 6'3" and like right around 300 pounds. They just took the weight off the screen as I turned back around to double check. But I believe he's a smaller interior offensive lineman.
6'3", 303 pounds.
Yeah, and it shows up. And I think he's pretty narrow too. If I don't have his wingspan, but I feel like his wingspan is one of those guys who's a little bit smaller. And this is something I think we actually talked about going back to Josh Myers playing center.
Yes.
But then next to him
That's exactly what I was
who
gonna
was
say.
the guard? I forget the name of the guard that everybody really enjoyed that played next to him. But the guard was very narrow and he always got beat on his edges because he couldn't cut guys off. Whereas Josh Myers played really wide.
Yes.
I think Whippler's more of one of those kind of guys that plays narrow. So it's easy to get on his edge. He doesn't take up a lot of space. Good movement ability. Like, I don't think it's a bad pick. I think it makes a lot of sense. Oh, there we go, Bucks. Get that pick in quick.
The Bucks traded in.
And got that pick in right away.
Lots
From
of
the Eagles.
Lots
The
of late trades. Eagles. The Georgia players have been off the board.
said, "We
They're
don't
just
want any
done.
of
They said, "We're out."
We're down. We're out.
I believe he is. Keandre Coburn still available, yes?
Yes.
Keandre Coburn is still available.
As is Deuce Vaughn.
As is Deuce Vaughn.
As is Raheem Jarrett.
As is Raheem Jarrett. As
the
is
dream.
Mario Douglas.
As is A.T. Perry.
Yeah.
As is Chiefs visit Ronnie Bell.
There's a lot of guys that I would like here.
He's still available.
On
Kenny
film.
McIntosh is still available.
But Maddie, when they traded back here, and you were talking about how collecting those future assets, and maybe just stay here and take guys that you really like. Is there anybody that's come off the board since then?
I mean,
that you
Jalen
really-
Duncan, but they passed on him numerous
Right.
times. And
I don't think Jalen Duncan was ever.
yeah,
gonna be a Chief.
I don't think so. I think the guys that all the other guys I really liked are still there. You got the Zach Evans is still available. Dwayne McBride, the running back of the UAB, is still available. Raheem Jarrett. Oh, I mean, Kayshawn Booty obviously got snaked, and that would have been the top guy by Big Bill.
I got some breaking news here.
Yeah, I hope this better be good.
Chiefs head coach Andy Reid on Move the Sticks opting out of eating barbecue before 7 hours of live television. He said, "Those beef sweats are a son of a gun."
I wish you would have said scared to compete.
I wish you would have too.
Beef sweats.
It's meat sweats.
No,
it's not anymore.
It's now beef sweats, buddy.
I guess it is now. Trey Palmer is
Hey,
a Tampa
Tuck,
Bay
I got
Buccaneers.
unfortunate news for
I
you.
just put that graphic up there.
I got more good news for you. Davis Allen is also
off the board.
I just searched his name and nothing came up.
Yeah, Davis Allen went off the board.
Search again.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers clearly watching
Crap,
this stream
dang it.
knew that Trey Palmer was the number one player on the KCSN draft guide's consensus
ahead of the
board.
curve.
Wow.
I've called
The
it.
Eagles traded 191 to Tampa for a 2024 5th-round pick.
Goodness.
Tampa just took Trey Palmer?
Yeah.
I get trading a future capital for him if you felt
Trey.
comfortable with the player. That's
Yeah.
enough talent that it's worth it. There's some rumors starting to build. Jalen Hyatt may have got flagged at the NFL Combine for a knee issue.
Oh, that might be why he fell. Maybe not the offense.
Maybe not because he's fake fast.
Maybe he was still fast despite a knee injury.
Oh, wow.
I
This
wonder-
man's got no knee, and he still eclipsed 23 miles per hour, Kent.
I'm not going to make fun of a knee issue.
Oh, Craig, you're up.
Not even if there's a
Bryce
fire.
Behringer. Bryce Behringer's a good punter.
Pick-
I actually really like Bryce
Oh,
Behringer.
you can tell
hold
the
on.
excitement of Craig's face right now.
That's pick 192. The New England Patriots have selected Bryce Behringer out of Michigan State.
Yeah. Super booming punt. Not a placer by any means. You're going to see a guy that's just going to like unleash everything he can into every results in a lot of touchbacks, a lot of things like that. Not my favorite punter.
Did
of
Tucker-
the group there?
Tucker-
I do think Tucker's just
Hold on.
posting compliments of himself.
Tucker, did you
I
ask
did
for
not
compliments?
ask.
Tucker?
No, that was BJ. I did not ask for a compliment. Every time I comment as KC Sports Network, I sign it and I say Tucker.
Charlie Rogers says maybe it'd be better if Tucker
Be a whole lot
listed the
easier.
prospects that have been taken.
I got behind on my list, scratching them off. So I don't know who the best player available is right now.
Hey guys, the New England Patriots spent a draft pick on a kicker and a punter in this draft.
And they drafted Kayshon Boutte.
Yeah, they did. Guess what?
Two very
the
different
Los
things.
Angeles Rams still do not have a kicker, a punter, or a long snapper on their roster.
And they're not gonna.
With all these day 3 picks, and they didn't spend any on them.
I respect
there's a free agent out there, I'm sure.
Well, that's why
Little-
Bill's taking them, because they're not going to be available because Los
They're
Angeles
not gonna
is
be
shell
here.
it out for them.
They're not gonna be here.
Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock next. Washington is up right now.
Yep.
Next.
I'm not going to update.
I'm not going to update.
The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock at pick 194. What's up, everybody? Ken Swanson, Craig Stout, Maddie Lane,
You're
continuing
here.
our coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft. They are officially on the clock. They did trade out of a pick, a 5th-round pick, acquired a 5th-round pick from the Dallas Cowboys, trading out just 12 picks ago, 14 picks ago. Now they are expected to make a selection here at 194. Still some interesting players on the board. You know, I think at this point in the draft, the top talent players, probably there's something worth red flag. You know, there's a medical flag. There's a character flag. You know, we'll learn more about why some of these guys fall at this point. But I still think there's some interesting, prospects available to the Chiefs here at pick 194.
And still a lot of athleticism on the board. The Chiefs have definitely targeted that. You know what? I'm going full all the way here. Guy that I love, Demario Douglas, wide receiver out of Liberty, super athlete, smaller guy that would play in the slot. I would absolutely love the value of selecting him here. I know what that means for the wide receiver room. It gets very crowded. He's a good football player, super athlete. Just give me that guy.
I'm kind of beating a dead horse here, but Raheem Jarrett for me, Zach Evans, it's kind of been the same guys for most of this. So it doesn't seem like it'd make a lot of sense for the Chiefs to take them unless they just had like a BJ Thompson and a Shamari Connor that they took earlier in the day ahead of them. There's just some really good. I think there's talent left at some like skill positions here.
We have seen them have a really good lead on day 3 of the draft. I mean, last year when we were sitting there clamoring, it was, Josh Williams. We would have been cool with him. Jalen Watson.
It's true.
It would have been cool. Isaiah Pacheco. And they knew that they could wait and find these various spots. Maybe it is those guys. So we're looking at them. They passed on them. maybe they didn't think that they'd be able to get them, at the spots that they would.
No, that's very true. So I mean, I think there's definitely some talent on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
The defensive side, I think, is getting a little bit thinner, right? I think the defensive side is getting a little bit thinner, especially. I mean, Corey Trice is still available out of Purdue, and I really feel like that his injury that he played through has to be flagged.
So, and yes, that's got to be it at this point in the draft. The Chiefs have not been so keen on grabbing guys with medical issues. Like, I think that's been part of their process is if he's cleared, he's cleared. If he's not, he's not. Brett Veach isn't clamoring for a little bit of risk taking necessarily, at that spot. So, and I think it's important to understand how thorough these guys are, even with the picks that you're about to see here, because we got done. You heard Brett Veach's press conference talking about round 7 last year. And initially, Jalen Watson wasn't wasn't probably going to be considered for them. He did an interview great with them at the beginning of the process. They brought him in. They talked to him a little bit more, got to know him a little bit better, felt a lot more comfortable with him the second time around, and wound up taking him. So you might be a little bit like, maybe take a risk here. No, the same intentionality that you see with round 1, you're seeing with some of these round 7 guys. They pay great attention to the entirety of this class so that they're prepared not only for this draft, but when some of these guys wind up hitting and becoming quality players for free agency down the road.
And it's not just free agency down the road. It could be UDFA situations where they've got a certain number of guys that they need to check off their board, and they're going to make sure that they get their guys in the draft. Now, all of a sudden, you've got guys that you've done a lot of work on that maybe fell out because of medicals, because of those sorts of things. Justin Ross is a prime example of that. Falls out of the draft. They scoop him up. They feel comfortable with the medicals at that point. They feel comfortable with the amount of money that they're willing to give him in UDFA, because that process is a bidding war. They've got to spend those sort of assets to make that happen. So Brett Veach and company have done a really good job on day 3 of the draft. Part of that is because of that entire process that they're going through there.
It is. The Washington Commanders selected right before the Chiefs here. They got Chris Rodriguez, a running back out of Kentucky, coming off, and now the Chiefs are on. The Chiefs are up. We are waiting on the Chiefs pick now.
But not one of the running backs that I think that
he would have fit in, but he's not a guy that I would be clamoring for.
So a lot of the guys that we've been talking about leading up to this, that we've been talking about in previous shows here, are still on the board. They were able to sit. They traded back at this, able to sit here and take a pick.
We didn't think the Chiefs were going to end this night with 10 draft picks. We didn't think they were. I mean, you could ask. We said 7 or 8. Currently, we're looking at 7 or 8. The pick is in for the Kansas City Chiefs. We are awaiting the official announcement on who that is, but they have made a selection, so we are waiting for that announcement on who that actually is. But yeah, they're going to end up with 7, most likely selections when it's all said and done. In this draft, and I think they'll have some work to do in the undrafted free agent to add a few spots as well. But I think we kind of all had a feeling that they probably weren't going to come out of here with 10 picks.
They do only have 27 on the roster for next season as it stands, so they could have. There's room for guys that they really like here. But for this season, trying to keep that many guys on the roster, it just doesn't. It was going to be difficult.
Yeah, for sure. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Please continue to support KC Sports Network. We appreciate everybody that has been hanging out with us, that has been listening to all this content, watching all this content. It means a lot. Waiting on the Chiefs at pick 194 for their selection. I could see it going a lot of different ways. There's some interesting profiles. You talk about like the tight end, Zach Kuntz out of Old Dominion.
Did he work out with Patrick?
Oh, well, you have the pick, and this is a fun one. All right, with the 194th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs have selected nose tackle Keandre Coburn out of Texas. Yet another East-West Shrine Bowler is going to the Kansas City Chiefs. This is a player that we've spent a lot of time talking about over the draft process. If you've been listening to the shows, we've been talking a lot about him. We've mocked him as early as round 4 to the Chiefs. This is a nose tackle that fits, that makes a lot of sense. And guess what? He's the only defensive lineman currently under contract for the Kansas City Chiefs in 2024. This is it. He is the only interior defensive lineman the Chiefs have under contract for 2024 right now.
I love Keandre Coburn, not just from the on-field perspective, but the person himself. He is so fun. He's such a fun guy. But a massive human being that is tough to knock off the point of attack. He's going to be able to eat up space next to Chris Jones, free him up. He's not going to be moved. The KCSN draft guide comped him to Brandon Williams. Hey, where did that guy play last year? In Kansas City. A very high fit, great natural leverage because he's not this big, huge guy. He doesn't have a ton of pass rush ability, but you don't care at this point. You need a space eater, and he is a space eater that does a little bit more than that. And I love it. This might be my favorite pick of the draft.
For a 330-pounder, he's got a little bit more wiggle, actually, than I think you anticipate for a guy like that. Now, he needs the space to do it. But, I mean, like you're seeing here in these highlights, he's got some lateral agility. Like, this man can sidestep pretty good, and he's got the hands to clear it out. And then, like you said, he's a powerful, especially in his lower body kind of guy. I mean, don't get confused two ways about it. This is a nose tackle.
Yeah.
This is a nose tackle, and he's probably not even a guy that has a super high ceiling as a pass rusher at nose tackle.
Correct.
But you need someone to come in that can help stop the run. And it's nice that if it is a pass play that he has the ability to slip off a block and give chase after a quarterback or something like that. So we're seeing here the leverage that he plays with, the hand technique, the power in the lower body. We absolutely love getting to talk to him. And seeing him at the Shrine Bowl, he has a little bit of that swagger to him. He talks a little bit of trash. He wants people to know, but then he's super serious. So I love Keandre Coburn. I love this pick. For us, I mean, people that watched us last year understood that we really wanted Marquand McCall, a player that we also watched at the Shrine Bowl for the Chiefs going in. We got the social media bit going last year. Didn't happen. This year, we do get our guy, though. Similar-ish player. Not the exact same, but similar-ish and same concept. We all really like this guy in this role.
We don't have to clamor. For an undrafted free agent interior defensive lineman. Look, there was a run on interior nose tackle types earlier in this draft, and the Chiefs sat. They just waited. A lot of them fell off the board earlier in the, as recently as like the close to the top 100 range. Like Broderick Martin went off the board in the top 100. Siaki Ika. The Chiefs hold. They sit. They wait, and now they're getting a guy that I think can contribute as a rotational nose tackle, a guy that can develop and play. I think he can. I think he's going to be a true nose tackle contributor for this football team in the duration of his rookie contract.
Yeah, I think he's gonna play quick too. Like, I mean, this might be a guy that plays pretty quick here. I absolutely am in love with this pick here. I do love Maddie saying there he's not useless on passing downs. He's got a little bit of push. He can bull rush a little bit there. Yeah. He can collapse the pocket a little bit there. You're not going to have to take him off the field in every single situation where, it's not a true run down there. Good eyes. I really like the way that he plays two gaps there. That's very important. Some of Derek Notty's best plays of his career have come with his ability to lock out, even with those shorter arms, but lock out, control two gaps. Keandre Coburn is going to be able to do that for this football team. Free up Chris Jones. The defensive line had a lot of focus in this draft. This is a player that we would have been very fine with early on in this draft, in round 4. I think if this team would have taken Keandre Coburn in round 4 at the NFL draft, even in that trade up, I would have been good with it because I like the player that much. I like the character. I like what he brings to the team that much. They stay patient. They stay calm. We just talked about staying patient and collecting value. They definitely did it.
I think one of the things you got to be not concerned for, but like the biggest challenge for him going to the NFL is going to be he doesn't have the longest of arms. They're 31 and a half inches. And that can be a bit of a problem when you're already operating with, from a lower spot being a little bit shorter. So how much will he be able to just sit there in the middle of the defensive line and really hold up and two gap? I don't know. So he might be a little bit more of a penetrating nose tackle. And that's fine. That's something Steve Spagnuolo has oftentimes dealt with and utilized, at the NFL level. So it's not a bad fit, but it's going to be interesting to see how he goes about that. This is easy because it's helmet scouting kind of too, but I know you're probably gonna have a lot of Texas fans going to start getting some Poona Ford type thoughts and stuff after him. And they're not entirely dissimilar, I suppose. I mean, really, I think Poona was a little bit more explosive and a little bit more maybe violent, but I think Coburn's stronger. He just kind of holds up a little bit better right there. But that's the type of nose tackle I think you're getting out of him.
Another high fit in the KCSN draft guide off the board to the Kansas City Chiefs. Our player comp for Keandre Coburn in the KCSN draft guide, Brandon Williams, former Chief Brandon Williams, maybe even a current or future Chief. Who knows? But this is a great fit. This is a great addition to the Chiefs group. Again, this is the only defensive tackle under contract.
It is
for 2024 for the Chiefs until Chris Jones' deal gets taken care of. For now. But they needed a guy like this, and I like that they went cheap again. You know, they brought Derek Nottie back in another 1-year deal. This might be the next version of Derek Nottie for this defense.
Absolutely. I do have a major negative for Keandre Coburn here.
Big time.
5.22 relative athletic score
breaks
the mold of this draft. Everybody else was
Oh,
an
no.
above a 9.
Oh, no.
He did buck that trend.
The nose tackle
bucked
that
the trend
was not seriously a 5.22. That's a better athlete than Derek Nottie was.
Do you know what they call a nose tackle with a 5.2 RAS?
A good football player.
A nose tackle. Do you know what they call a nose tackle with a good RAS? A first-round pick.
An elite nose tackle.
It's like
it is.
That's really what it is.
No,
So you got to be happy with that.
I jest at the relative athletic score part of this. I love the pick.
No, this is a great one.
Stellar pick here. I think we all like this pick. We've been calling for it for a couple rounds now, really. So this is a great pick. I think everybody in Kansas City is happy about this one. Now.
They should be happy.
It's funny to see social media explode with joy over a nose tackle. But that speaks to how well regarded he's been in this process.
We had a 4th round grade on Keandre Coburn. We were comfortable with him in the 4th round of this draft. I think this is tremendous value. We'll find out if maybe there's a small fall for him just because of positional value, and that could be the case. It could be medicals. It could just be that the league didn't value him the way we do, obviously, because they know more than we do. But I think this is awesome. So Keandre Coburn, nice, 194, Kansas City Chiefs. Look, we went to the East-West Shrine Bowl. We had an interview with BJ Thompson ready for you when the Kansas City Chiefs picked. We have an interview with your new interior defensive lineman, Keandre Coburn.
Let's go.
Ready for you.
Let's do it.
After this break.
Thanks for listening to KC Sports Network. Make sure you download our new app. Find it on the App Store or Google Play. Just search KC Sports Network.
Kansas City, the NFL draft is here. It is draft week in Kansas City, and what a time it is for our city. Just winning a Super Bowl thanks to Andy Reid and company, and now hosting the NFL draft. It's an incredible time to be in Kansas City and to be a Kansas City sports fan, and regardless of who you root for, there's only one selection that every football fan can share, and that's an ice-cold Miller Lite. Look, the players change, the coaches change, the rules change, but Miller Lite is still the perfect beer for draft time, game time, and everything in between. When I want a beer with some flavor, I go to the cooler and I reach for a Miller Lite. It's light on calories, not light on taste. It's the perfect beer for watching football, watching soccer, watching any Kansas City sports, and hanging out with the boys. It's my go-to. So kickoff comes around again. Enjoy the beer that tastes like the season, Miller Lite. Great taste, 96 calories. To get Miller Lite delivered right to your door, visit MillerLite.com/KCSN, or you can pick up some Miller Lite pretty much anywhere they sell beer. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories and 3.2 carbs per 12 ounces.
Entertain, educate, inform. KC Sports Network.
All right, we're hanging out with Keandre Coburn, the defensive tackle out of Texas. Keandre, thank you for hanging out with us, buddy.
Thank y'all for having me. I'm just blessed.
We're excited. We're excited to talk to you. Want to know a little bit about your background and how you got into football and why you love football.
To be honest, I was a gamer when I was growing up. I was a big little chubby kid that just liked to play games. I lived in California, Los Angeles, California, moved to Houston in 5th grade. And when you move to Texas, Texas is known for football. So my dad literally told me, you can't be in the house all day playing games. You're either going to play sports or do something. So I tried out for football. I'm not going to say I was happy about it at first, but I mean, a little things to where I fell in love with the sport. And ever since then, it's just been football, and I love football. I literally took that whole year after my first little league game season, and I literally just studied football. I mean, I could tell you so much stuff about football in certain little ways, not everything, but tell you the stuff I like and what I know. Like, I know most of the details that you need to know and history about football teams and certain situations that ever happened in football. And I'm still learning to this day.
What is it about football that you just love? Like, what is that? What is it about football that makes you want to do that and play it and make that part of your life?
I mean, it's so many answers I could give you that, and it's different scenarios and different stuff I could give you right now about that. But I take it as it's something that I know I'm good at. It's something that I know that if I work hard at it, I could really become a dominant player and I could become a good player while doing it. Something that can help me, put me in position to where I can help feed my family the best way I can. And they put me as in where I can go argue with people in this society, in this world. Like when we go to sit at the table, a nice restaurant, somebody asks what I'm doing, I'm playing football. What they doing? A lawyer or something like that. And I got something I could compete with because I'm not saying the money the same, but if you do it the right way, you can get the same money in certain ways. And it's something that I took pride in, and I enjoyed doing since I was a kid, and I don't want to stop playing. And this is a sport that where you also get to hurt somebody. And not saying I like to hurt people, but the same way I get to literally go on the field and perform a lot of dominance, a lot of force, and do whatever it takes me to do to be another human being, to make plays. And it's just a fun sport, and everybody in the world loves football. I mean, who don't love football? If you don't love football, then I don't know what you like. And, even though people want to say football is, the soccer sport, but football, I know, is the one where you throw the football and you catch it or you tap it, stuff like that. So that's what I love about the sport.
So who's been an inspiration to you, a family member, a coach, throughout your, football journey?
Pretty much most of my life, after 2016 was my aunt died of colon cancer in 2016. She was a blessing, and I'm so glad God put her in my life in the time that I had with her. And, after that, I kind of, really relied on myself about a lot of things. And, I wish I would have had somebody at the time I really could have talked to as much as I wanted to. But at the same time, it's kind of good to kind of find yourself in a way to where if you could talk to yourself and make a decision for yourself, is the best way. But then I can say right now, if I need somebody to call right now, it'll be my Coach Davis. I say my Coach Davis, but Coach Davis at the University of Texas, Bo Davis, is probably the best. He literally helped my game change in so fast in so many ways, where he put me in a position right here, and it's all thank you to him. That's a great human being, a great man, a great coach, and a great person just to have on your team. And I ask him about anything, and I'm just so blessed to have him in my life too.
You mentioned, as a player and as a person, that Coach Davis has been great for you. What exactly has he helped you with on the field? Like, where has you felt like he's helped your game the most on the field?
He helped me find myself. He helped me believe in myself. He helped me see that I could be a dominant player in this sport. He helped me believe that I could pass rush. He helped me believe that I could stop the run. He helped me believe that I could go on the field. And if I really believe in I could do it. And he just put belief in me. The fact I saw so much energy and so much, passion that he had into me, I didn't see that in myself at times. And the fact that I say if another human being can see that in somebody else, why can I not see it? So I made a lot of changes in my life after 2021 season, and it's been up since then. I'm just keep adding from that.
What do you want an opposing coach to say about you after they've got done playing you?
Man, that dude right there is a baller. He's a hard worker. It was hard to block him. It was hard to play against him. He knows the game. Things like that I really pride myself in knowing. And when I go on the field, I want at least somebody to talk about me in some type of way. Not bad, but in all type of good ways, where they know that they seen something from me, and obviously I did something to impact the game at the time. So things like that.
Is there a game from your career that you can really think of that you really put your best foot forward as a player that you would direct someone to go back and watch?
That's really a hard one. I could easily argue the Bama game. I feel like I played, especially the whole D-line, played with so much good technique. I had a good defense. I can't just put that on myself. Excuse me. But I think that game I showcased a lot of, playing a lot of double, playing up, pass rushing and stuff like that. But, one game that I probably could say this year that, go back and watch and just see the effort I had was probably the Kansas State game. You will always want to have those plays where you can remember forever. And the fact that, I went in the last play of that Kansas State game where they was on a run. They were going down the field to try to score and take the game from us. And the play before that, it was a segment where, one of our players out of gap and we missed a sack and all that. And I was on the floor and I was tired. I really wanted to call out. I never like calling out to get out the game. I wanted to at that moment. It was cold. It was a weird type of temperature in Kansas. I don't know. For some reason, that temperature and that weather just takes your breath away. And I just got back in and I just believed in everything that Coach Davis instilled in us and how we finished as a team. And I just did what I do on a regular basis. Just did a pass rush move. Next, you know, I stripped the ball out and had the game winning play for us to win. And just for us to get the win, that's all that mattered. I didn't care if I was the person that got the play, but just for us to win. And I would never forget that.
Do you think for that play, do you think you could walk me through it from, you know, the moment that you guys are breaking your defensive huddle, getting lined up? What are you seeing? What's going through your mind as that play unfolds up until, you know, the play ends?
Okay, so you know, like I said, the play before that, it was a 4th down actually, and you know, I forgot his name. I don't want to say it and mess it up, but I'm gonna just say AM got out the pocket and really just made a play. First down again. I'm like, man, can't we get out the field? Because it was just 4th down and long. And so we getting back, and at that time I don't even think we had the timeouts. I don't think we were able to, you know, stop the game because they was going tempo. Kansas State was going tempo. Yeah, they hometown, they home stadium, all that. Momentum's on their end right now. They just got the ball back and they were going. And so I remember we got the call. I got down. I told them, like, you know, close left. You can tell I'm tired. I get in my stance and I remember just going up, took the guard in, and I just came back under. And I don't know, I just seen for some reason, like I looked up and quarterback still had the ball in the hand. I just like this hand, I don't know, this hand, I need to watch it so I can mark it down. I just reached and hit it. So when I hit it, you see on the film, and I'm trying to pick up the ball. But I looked so tired trying to pick up the ball that I just kicked it. Because that game, we had so many strip fumbles that they kept getting the ball back. We didn't recover not one fumble the whole game. So I'm like, nobody gonna get this damn ball this time. So I kicked it, and good thing Jalen Ford was right there to pick it up and steal the game. And rest is history.
So would you have rather that play been at K-State or in shutting the crowd up, you know, pin drop, or would you have rather been that at home so you could have celebrated with all your home fans?
I like how it was because I wouldn't be here right now if it was at the home. It just would have been different. Probably would have got good pictures and people would have still been cheering my name. But in the day, I was just glad we got the win. A great road win. I think that was probably our first one that season or something like that, I believe. But I'm just happy it was there. So, you know, I could always say, you know, Kansas State, like, kind of way to where I did at your home. I left. It felt so good. It felt like a home game. It was cool.
Let's fast forward a little bit. We go through this whole long draft process and we get to draft night, you know, and your phone rings and it's that team. They tell you team X is they're ready to pick you. They're drafting you right now. What are you going to be feeling? What is the emotions that's going to be going through you at that point?
Man, to be honest, I don't know if I'm going to cry or I'm going to get up, scream, I'm going to yell. I'm going to just be so blessed because I'm just going to take a moment and pray to God, pray to my aunt. And I'm going to just thank her all the positions that she put me in, and I'm just thank God for everything he has done for me, and it just be like I finally made it. And it's not done there yet, but then I'm probably gonna kiss my girl, kiss her belly because I'm having a child, and then she's pregnant right now. Probably kiss my mom, you know, not kiss my dad on the cheek. Kiss my dad on the cheek, probably forehead because he got a bald head. But, I don't know. I've been asking myself that too. I don't know. You know, I really don't cry. So if I do cry, I mean, that just shows you how much love that I have for this sport. The fact that I got picked. So I'm just going to be blessed at the end of the day.
Keandre, thanks so much.
Thank you.
That was new Chiefs defensive tackle Keandre Coburn speaking to KC Media for the first time at the East-West Shrine Bowl. You got to hear what it would be like for him the moment that he is drafted. You know, he's expecting a child. We'll find out if he's had that child already. But he's a Kansas City Chief. The call came, and it came from an 816 number. Your new defensive tackle, Keandre Coburn.
Love it. Love the pick. Love the individual. Fun player to root for.
Oh, yeah.
Easy player to root for. I am a big fan of nose tackles, obviously. And this guy has been on my list for a while. Like, would have been one of my day 3 dream guys before we even started all this. Happy to get him in round 6.
No, I mean, I think so. I think we all are. I think we all know like that was just it was a pick that a lot of Chiefs fans who were coming into this day, not even this day, but the entire draft, thinking he makes a lot of sense at this point in time. We watched him down there when we were in Las Vegas at the Shrine Bowl. He's making plays down there. You watch Tex, it's hard not to see him just stand out as this run stuffer or as this guy's getting into the backfield. So much fun to bring him in here. I think there is a path to him to compete for a role almost immediately or super early on, which is not something that I think a lot of the draft picks here have a great opportunity to. He might have one of the most direct paths to early playing time in week 1.
And I think that's a credit to Brett Veach. I don't think there's been a ton of nose tackles going off the board the same way that they were earlier in the draft.
Yeah.
So there was a clear run on nose tackle types earlier. In the third round, Chiefs waited out and wind up getting a really quality player in Keandre Coburn, the nose tackle out of Texas.
Well, I would have put him in that same tier with a lot of those guys. I really would have.
No.
I mean, he's floating around that same tier. Chiefs wait a full day later and get the guy.
And most importantly, guys, we have a tie. The draft is tied between Matthew Lane and Craig Stout.
Oh, let's go.
Both
At
of
the
them
top.
have now picked one player that they believe that the Chiefs will select. I am currently 0-for, but that's okay because I feel great celebrating Keandre Coburn out of Texas, the new interior defensive lineman for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Coburn.
Thank you, everyone that's been hanging out with us. This has been so
This
much
is
fun.
great.
Let's catch you up on some. I know it's exciting.
Maddie, do you have anybody left in the
I
draft?
don't. So you have a chance.
I do have a chance.
You have Brandon Joseph.
Yes.
Doesn't seem.
It does not seem like
Doesn't
a high
seem. Oh
possibility.
no, I technically do still have a chance. If DeAndre Hopkins is traded for pick 250, I win the draft.
That's true. He's not wrong.
So I am still alive.
Maddie, my friend. I don't think DeAndre Hopkins is going for pick 250.
We can say that, but there's still a chance. And actually, young Zach Eisen can still catch us here. He has Desjuan Johnson that is still left, and Mekhi Gardner.
I
and-
have Jeremy Banks and Colton Dowell still.
There you go.
Yeah, you have some
guys.
names.
Yeah.
I have names of players.
Yeah.
No one picked Deuce. Did anybody pick Deuce Vaughn?
I considered it. I did not.
BJ did. We'll give him an honorary tie.
I'll tell you
if
what.
he gets in here.
No. If Deuce Vaughn, if BJ wasn't in the draft, but he's the tiebreaker and he wins if Deuce Vaughn becomes the pick.
I'll
at
give it to
250.
him because he brought up BJ Thompson this morning before the draft even started.
Except for if Nuke Hopkins is traded here, I think it's like an all-time. We shut it down for me just being the champion.
Yeah. Thank you to Miller Lite for their sponsorship of all the KCSN draft content. We do appreciate them being part of what we've done here at KC Sports Network. Let's catch you up on all the picks that have happened since Keandre Coburn was selected by the Kansas City Chiefs. A.T. Perry went off the board to the Saints right afterwards.
Good pick.
Also, another great story. Jose Ramirez,
Also a good pick.
the edge rusher out of Eastern Michigan. I would have loved to share that story if he was a Chief. But it's still a great story.
It's a great
You can check
story.
it out on KC Sports Network's YouTube page. Elijah Higgins out of Stanford goes to the Dolphins.
I wonder if he's going to play tight end or just be a receiver for them. Oh, just curious.
Jarek Reed, New Mexico safety, one of the top 30 visits for
Yes.
the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yes, he was.
Craig, I need a little bit of help with this name.
Yeah, what you got, buddy?
We'll just have you read that one.
Right there. The big Oregon tackle. I actually attempted it at the bar there.
Let's hear it.
Let's hear it. Oh, okay. I need to see the full name, Kentavious.
Kentavious.
I'm sorry, it's Kent. Even you get that one wrong.
Okay,
No, he was correct on that one.
Maliasala Umave Laulau.
Lau.
Lalu?
Yeah.
Laluli.
Scott Matlock is the pick for the Chargers at 200.
You get Scott Matlock and you made me pronounce. Okay, gotcha.
You would have got that one wrong too. We've got Jarrett Patterson, at Notre Dame, going to the Houston Texans. Christian Braswell, the cornerback out of Rutgers, to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah.
Amari Burney, the linebacker out of Florida, goes to the Raiders. And Jarek Bernard Converse, the cornerback out of LSU, to the Jets. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock, and we are in round
It's pronounced
6
Molai
still.
Sala. Amu Vailalulu.
Okay.
To be fair, Matty also pointed this out at the bar. He also didn't get it right when we were doing
Correct.
our KCSNU kickoff show this
Correct.
year. So,
Again, I will wear the badge proudly that I missed the very difficult names to pronounce.
Well, he's not a Chief, so you're not going to have to say
Other than those guys, A.T. Perry and Jose Ramirez are kind of the two guys that stick out to me of those guys that maybe I would have liked, not just from the Shrine game perspective, but good football players.
I think Scott Matlock was a pretty good pick too. He picked up a little buzz later on in the process of just kind of being another defensive tackle that maybe had a little bit more ceiling, but was mostly a run stuffer. So I was intrigued by him. I hadn't got a time to sit down and watch a lot of them, but I was intrigued by him.
Houston Texans are on the clock. Chiefs are not.
Oh, the Chiefs are a little ways away right here.
At least the Chiefs have 45 picks till they go.
Yeah.
Buddy, we're going to get fun on this live stream because pretty soon here we're going to have to announce the results from the KCSN.
That is nice.
Raffle.
Hey, you're going to let me get this YouTube video up first, and then we
You
can
should.
do that.
You should. Definitely
I think we
get
should.
that
We're
out,
going to
buddy.
do that right now.
Hey, by the way, eclectic and effervescent definitely apply.
It does.
To Keandre Coburn.
I went with run stuffing.
I gave him. He asked.
I know. I could
called
sell them.
Does charming work on YouTube? The most charming defensive tackle in this class.
He is pretty handsome.
Handsome, kind eyes.
Kind eyes. The most kind-eyed defensive nose tackle. Yeah. It's going to be a little bit here before the Chiefs pick again.
Is there a concert going on?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out. It threw me off for a minute.
They're replaying.
Who is that?
Fallout Boys.
Boy.
No,
that's Fallout Boy.
Okay.
Sure. The Houston Texans have drafted Iowa State wide receiver Xavier Hutchinson.
Oh, people had a lot of love for him.
Yeah.
There were a lot of people. It was always a day 3 love, but had a lot of fans as guys that, could
good value.
Sneak in there.
That's good value. Good pick here, I think. Similar, issues. I've had some other receivers. I wonder how much he'll be able to separate at the NFL level because he struggled with it in college.
Yeah.
And I don't think he quite has the same level of ball skills as some other guys have. So, I get a little bit of the slide here because I do struggle to see where you translate a lot of what he does to definitely going to be able to do that in the NFL.
Yeah. I don't know.
Still good value.
It's still good value.
Yeah.
It's still good value at this point.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so we're like 40 some odd picks away. Who are the Chiefs going to take?
Deuce Vaughn.
Demario Douglas.
Oh, you really thought you were going to Deuce Vaughn?
Yeah, he's really calling Deuce Vaughn.
Sure.
Okay.
They do need a running back. I think
And
if
they need
come
a
out
guy-
of here, I think if they come out of here with a running back, that this is a very complete and thorough draft.
And I believe they looked at him with some special teams lenses too.
Did they? Okay.
Didn't they?
I don't think so. I don't know
I
what
thought
he would do on
Were
special
they
teams.
Were they looking at Deuce? Okay. Sorry, I'll ask Tuck. I'll ask.
I don't think so. I mean,
I'll ask
maybe
BJ Kissel later.
it's a possibility, but I don't know that would seem like an odd fit for him. I mean, listen, Raheem Jarrett's still available.
I know.
Zach Evans still available.
Why is Raheem Jarrett still available?
Not much production at Maryland. Somewhat fake offense. We've seen the NFL not respecting fakeish offenses.
Weird. They are turning their nose up on all of those guys. It's too bad that Jalen Hyatt had a knee injury and couldn't perform to the level that he.
I'm not going to make a knee joke.
I almost feel like there has.
I will just say that I believe Jalen Hyatt struggled to run NFL routes that required any level of breaking with your knees.
You know what he didn't struggle to do, Craig? Run by players that are going to play in the NFL. So
has DeMarco Hellum's been drafted yet?
Jordan Battle has.
Yeah.
That's Brian Branch has.
Withdrawn. Still waiting on Eli.
Yeah, Eli Ricks is on my list. That doesn't mean he hasn't been drafted though.
You're doing great, Tuck.
Hey, let's see what the best available are for Tucker Franklin.
Oh, that's he's
in the
busy.
middle of doing something.
He's
right
working.
now.
He's working. Let the man
Tucker,
cook.
I think we should play a game.
No. Let a man cook. Oh, hey, the Fraud Goals took maybe wide receiver and Andre Yosevas.
Yosevas, yes.
Should let Craig have that one, actually. What are we doing?
Andre
See it
Yosevas.
behind the closed captioning, so I wasn't gonna be able to pull out that. There it is.
No, try it again. Even
Andre
though you just heard.
Yosevas.
Did he got a J?
Try it just in case he didn't hear you. Andre Yosevas is the pick at 206 for the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, Princeton wide receiver.
He's kind of like I called him Justin Watson. Just
Why'd you do that? What are the similarities?
He's a freak fast athlete from the Ivy League that struggles to separate consistently, but has top end speed.
Yeah.
And so that was my comp for him.
Concur.
The pick's in for the Green Bay Packers already as well.
You know, we do have a little bit of time here. If you guys have questions
Oh,
you
God,
want us
please.
to answer, drop them. Drop those super chats in there, and we will definitely answer them. And all of that money goes to the Terez Paylor Foundation. Yes. Throw them in there. We will gladly answer them. Anything you want to know about this draft class, anybody that we got coming up that we like, why there's still guys on the board, all of that. Get that out.
I got a question.
What's that?
I got a question.
Oh, I got a more important question.
Anders Carlson did not make the KCSN draft guide. I didn't view him as one of the top two kickers.
The 207th pick in the draft is Anders Carlson out of Auburn, the kicker.
Is he a 6'5" kicker?
Yeah.
Or did
6'5",
they accidentally leave up Josefas's height and weight?
He's 6'5", 218 pounds. And with your extensive work, Craig, as you were working to build the big board of kickers and punters.
That right there, I think he was inconsistent in the intermediate range there. I missed several extra points there. 173 out of 1.
Several.
It's not bad. It's not bad. But it was the intermediate level stuff that I didn't like.
Fair. I understand that. I buy it. I got a very important question before the chats bring them in. Since we've been here, and you can answer too, you live here, but since we've been here, what's been the best thing you've eaten in Kansas City?
Oh, man.
This trip.
It's the Indian food that we had yesterday at lunch. Our buddy Ryan Scott Hall. We went out with his Dirkness as well. Grab some lunch. Grab some
curry leaf.
Curry leaf. Kurry leaf. Incredible.
There's an Overland Park, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Incredible.
If you're anywhere near there, you got to go.
Indian food.
It's absolutely
Holy
phenomenal.
Cow. We ordered a little bit of everything, and there wasn't a single thing that we ate that was even good. Everything was great.
Amazing.
Absolutely great. Is that yours as well?
It was. What's the breakfast place we went to?
We went to Homegrown up here. Brandon and Brookside. They started in Wichita, where I'm from. So
it was a very good breakfast.
It's very good breakfast. I went there.
That's number. That's number 2 right now.
I have had Hawaiian Brothers several times in my life, but it hit harder than it ever has.
It really did last night.
When we were watching,
that was pretty perfect.
When we were watching Rashi rice while eating rice.
Raji rice, according to you on the way back.
Look, big Raj rice.
I was operating with a 3-second delay just the entirety
really
of the night.
the train tracks that we flew over agreed. So all 3 of us have been hanging out all weekend, obviously, and then our buddy Chief Bearcat, the worst kept secret identity on social media, he would
argue that this weekend
he was Airbnb-ing with these 3, and so I was actually chauffeuring him around all week voluntarily. I was loving every second of it. But I have a small Scion XD that I drive. It's a go-kart, and so we are packing all 4 of us into a go-kart. And we got a little bit of air last night as we were busting it to try to get
a little bit.
as we're trying to get to Hawaiian Bros before it closes at midnight.
We pulled up to Hawaiian Bros, and after we got the little bit of air, we looked like a Flintstones car with all of our heads poking out the roof.
Hawaiian Bros was great though.
Oh, it did hit really bad.
Hit the spot.
It was great last night. So it was a good meal.
We had Heart Barbecue on Thursday. That
Also
was
very good.
Quite good as well. You guys had more restaurants than I did this week. I will say no other pubs tacos, their chicken tacos.
Yeah,
delightful.
Pretty good
here today.
We'll
Shout out No Other Pub for their hospitality. Yeah, you might want to get on that. That was good. We had their Nashville hot chicken sandwich yesterday. That was also good. There is a common denominator in the foods I chose. Don't
a lot of fried chicken.
Just don't worry about it.
We had a pick go off the board, I believe.
Pittsburgh safety.
Yeah, but not Brandon Hill, the other one.
Yeah.
Eric Howlett, the second.
So he's a safety for Pittsburgh that played with Brandon Hill, who is also a safety at Pittsburgh.
It was in Pat Narduzzi's defense.
Yeah. Kalijah Cansey also played there.
Yeah, so teammates with Kalijah Cansey. That's Eric Howlett, the safety out of Pittsburgh. The Giants are on the clock at 2:09. And they have selected Trey Hawkins, the defensive back out of Old Dominion, a teammate of Nick Salaveris.
Deuce Vaughn can't be a serious option, right? I can't see a running back like that built like that surviving in the NFL.
We talked a little bit about this. Maddie's your comp that you showed, basically size-wise, your comp that you use for that. Yeah, go ahead.
Everyone goes to Darren Sproles, and I just don't think that's fair. Darren Sproles is just built entirely differently. Not only does he weigh a lot more, but he's just built differently. The body distribution's a lot different. I think he looks a lot like Tariq Cohen when you look at him now.
I'll chime in with something else.
I know. I think Cohen's a little bit wider. Like I think he has a little bit bigger frame, but they're built kind of similarly.
Yeah.
The difference is though, Cohen was a really, really good athlete. Deuce Vaughn is an okay athlete, and then when you account for the size, like that's where my concern comes in. It's just the size plus being an okay athlete. I think he's going to take a lot of hits in the NFL, and that gets scary at that size.
All right, so Deuce Vaughn has a near identical athletic profile to J.J. Taylor. Physically, size, athleticism, everything is near identical as far as like their RAS is right, relative athletic scores right up against each other, height, weight, all that stuff. J.J. Taylor was undrafted a few years back, 5'5" running back. However, J.J. Taylor stuck around the league.
Yeah, he did.
J.J. Taylor is being able to stick on an NFL roster
If
for
I'm not mistaken,
3 years.
If I'm not mistaken, he was actually just a third down running back in the NFL because he plays with a weird level of physicality for a guy of his size.
So it's funny that, J.J. Taylor probably should have been a draft pick.
Yeah.
And so if that's the case, I mean, Brandon Banks.
Oh yeah, 5'7", 150.
Brandon Banks, another comp that the people are
small
throwing
guy
out.
though, small guy. But I mean, there is a little bit of a history there. Obviously, this is the range that we're talking about for those guys. They basically here into UDFA, but it's a useful role. Like I do think that he has a spot. I do think he's going to play in the league. Yes, there's a chance that he takes a lot of hits, but he's a good football player. Like you watch K-State's offense, he makes guys miss. He's able to make things happen despite the size, despite the athleticism. Any concerns that you have about any of that, he's a really good football player.
Yeah, and I think the thing I keep coming back to, and I've said this, is he's better than J.J. Taylor.
He is.
He's a better football player than J.J. Taylor, who had a very near identical athletic profile and went undrafted and has been able to stick in the league. So,
no, and like I said earlier, I don't know if I think there's a great fit for the Chiefs necessarily as a pairing. Like I don't know if he takes a lot away.
Oh no!
I'm out, guys.
With pick 210,
what is Bill doing?
The New England Patriots have drafted Demario Douglas, another East-West Shrine Bowler that he had eyes on, and Craig Stout's favorite football player ever.
Bill's listening. Bill's sitting at home by himself. He's got to be listening because he takes Kayshon Boutte. Then he comes back and takes Demario Davis.
Then he takes kicker and punter.
Oh, he's got it out for you.
I don't like Bill very much right now.
Tucker, why didn't you hit Bill Belichick with a pass rush move in the East-West Shrine game for Craig?
Because he was cut in the face.
He did.
He had a face cut.
He did have a face cut.
That was because of a dust-up with Craig.
On him.
That's why he's getting back at Craig now.
He took it easy on it.
I did. I got reach on Bill. I'm coming for you, Bill.
I'm going to make my best player available list now. We'll see how that
goes. It'll be good.
Well, Demario Douglas can't be on it anymore, Tucker, because he's gone.
I really think that everyone I had on this list is gone. Mekhi Gardner, is he still there?
Still there.
Use your best judgment.
If you have time, I think we should play a game called Tucker Franklin puts someone that's already been drafted on the big board, and we have to guess which one it is.
All of them.
Man.
Bryce Young.
Demario Douglas is going to return punts from them. He's going to be a good slot option for them.
No, he's not beating out Kayshon Boutte.
Titus Leo goes off the board for the Indianapolis Colts.
He's a fun prospect.
I have a quote from Keandre Coburn.
Oh, I love it.
This is from our friend Nate Taylor. He says, Keandre Coburn on joining the Chiefs. All I want to do is help my team in any way. It's crazy. I'm just happy. I can't believe I'm about to play next to Chris Jones.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That's awesome.
Let's go. That's good.
Another Shrine Bowler off the board in Titus Leo. Eric Galco having a day.
By the way, Keandre Coburn and Felix Nduke-Osama have had some Twitter
Yes,
sparring.
they have.
In the past.
Yes, they have.
Yeah. Keandre Coburn asks, "Where's the Big 12 defensive player at? During a game last December." And maybe Felix wasn't having the
That's
best game.
because Texas bopped K-State.
Texas bopped K-State, and after they won the Big 12 championship,
the second best team in the Big 12, Kansas State. Yeah, second best team in the Big 12.
So
good football team.
Took a picture with a trophy. And
Actually, TCU, TCU won a ring, by the way, and a trophy. No, for winning a bowl game.
So
that
the
mattered.
Dallas Cowboys are on the clock, and the pick is in. We are waiting to get the player.
Pick 212. The Chiefs are still 38 spots away. We're sitting here at 4:00. We've been going for 5 hours now. We're almost done with this bad boy. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you, everybody that's been hanging out with us.
Almost is doing a lot of carrying for that phrase.
Deuce Vaughn's father is a scout for the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, I forgot about that correlation.
And the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock here.
That would be a wild pairing with Tony Pollard. Granted, he's coming back from injury, so maybe there's something there. There's a fair amount of running backs left.
There really are.
Shocking.
Yeah, I mean, but there's been a fair amount that have come off the board. I feel like we've seen a lot of them.
I'm surprised Dwayne McBride's still available, just because worst case scenario, he's going to get you 2 yards when you need 2 yards, and he can pass protect.
So there was some injury stuff with him, though.
Maybe, but I don't think it stopped him from playing too much. And we're now on day 3.
With the 212th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys have selected Kansas State running back Deuce Vaughn.
Nice.
Good for him.
Congrats to him.
No, that's good for him.
And here's what's cool. His dad's making the call.
Oh, is he? That's a
apparently.
Seriously, that's a special moment. That's
I believe.
cool.
I hope that's true.
I think it's an interesting fit with Tony Pollard, because the two guys kind of do a lot of the same stuff. But also, if you want to take him to a spot where somebody can teach him how to play well in a role that might fit him, that's a good spot. So I think this is about the right value for Deuce Vaughn. I think this is the area of the draft. His kind of the top of it started coming off in just because of the size concerns and the not elite athletic traits. So it's a good pick for them.
His dad is in the room. He's crying. He's crying right now.
Sure.
So that's a special moment right there.
One of the things that would be a special moment for him coming to Kansas City is that he's a local kid. He gets to stay and all of that. But honestly, how can you not enjoy the moment of his dad getting to call?
And as you can see right now in the broadcast, he actually announced his own name.
No, he did not. His dad. I'm having.
I just meant it because it was kids. That was.
Having a heartfelt moment.
Too much.
Way to lighten it up.
Maddie can't stop jabbing.
So mean.
Couldn't reach back.
Congratulations to Deuce Vaughn. That's special.
That's awesome.
That's such a cool moment for him, his dad. The easiest kid to root for. If you've ever listened to him talk, you've ever seen him play. I mean, this is a kid like Deuce Vaughn. Like, obviously, there's the concerns about the athletic profile, his ability to translate to an NFL field, but the effort and intensity he plays with.
He plays way bigger than that.
He plays so hard. He sacrifices his body.
That's a good shot.
Watching.
Oh my goodness! Watching his dad crying in the room. Oh man, that is so touching. That is an awesome moment there. That's incredible.
They let him make the call. If that isn't the coolest moment of day 3, I don't know what it is.
Easily the coolest moment of day 3.
I can't believe it.
Special moment for Deuce and his dad.
That's special.
Cool.
Absolutely. That's incredible. That's so much fun. Is it worth it, BJ? That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy, but also that was. I'd rather go there.
Players in NFL history now.
There was a 5'1" player in the NFL in 1929. Look at all these years.
Jack Shapiro,
Herb Clow,
Butch Meeker.
We're like Meager.
Jaquiz Rogers. It's not a name that I had thought of.
JJ. I mean,
that's not bad.
But there's the Tariq Cohen.
Yeah.
Tariq Cohen was like over 200 pounds though, or something stupid.
He was 170. Tariq Cohen was 179 pounds at the combine. I just looked it up earlier today.
Interesting.
short year in 2011.
I forgot about this. Coburn played against Creed Humphrey.
Yes,
like
he did.
actually played against him in the.
buddy.
He said Creed Humphrey said you're a good player after their matchup. At one point in time. So
Did anybody ask him about sparring with Felix?
No, I don't know. I have not seen any quotes about that yet. So
Cowards.
Scared to compete.
Tariq Cohen, 179 pounds on his RAS card
Yeah, I
in
see it
his
now.
combine. Do you want to question me again?
Matt
Yes.
McMullen has this quote from Keandre Coburn. I was wondering who was going to give me a chance for it to be the Chiefs. I'm in shock. I think I broke down crying. If you listened to his interview with us just a few minutes ago on KC Sports Network, he was not quite sure if he was going to cry.
Yeah.
He said if he does, you know how much this game means to him, how special this is for him. So I guess I get to be coached by Andy Reid and play with players that I've looked up to. Pretty special. And we're getting to watch Deuce Vaughn's father call in the pick for him. What a cool moment.
The Cardinals pick is in. We are waiting on that. We would really, really like to have them announce these a little bit quicker now.
Maddie's ready for pick 250.
I'm ready to eat.
This is a cool story.
No, I'll wait till after.
All four, from Drew Galloway at K-State Online, all four K-State players are going to their hometowns that got drafted.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, wow.
That's true because
That is
Juju
incredible.
Brents went to Indy.
Yeah.
Obviously, Deuce Vaughn. And you got Felix Anudike Uzama.
Yeah.
KC.
And
Pretty special.
Josh Hayes, and I forget where did Josh Hayes get drafted to.
Are we ready to announce the raffle winners?
Oh, yeah.
By the way,
yeah.
Dante Stills just
Hey,
went off the
Tucker,
board
what if you
for
put him
Arizona
on a big
Cardinals.
board of some
Good
kind?
pick.
He's
Well,
gonna
I
be
was
really
working
good.
on my big board, but that's a little bit more important. Doing the
I'm
raffle
not
winners.
sure.
Wait, can we get a
Yes.
Tucker Franklin big board in a little bit?
No.
Dante Stills off the board at pick 613. West
Great
Virginia,
pick.
another East-West Shrine Bowler.
Great.
A little bit undersized, but he stood out there at the Shrine Bowl.
I mean, yeah, a guy that undersized maybe to be a D tackle, oversized to be a defensive end. So he's going to play across all positions. Really versatile, smart player. Plays with a lot of tenacity. He's a guy that I think is going to earn a role in the NFL for a long time.
A really hard worker too. You know, I know we say the coach's son thing and all that, but yeah.
Well, former
his dad played for the Chiefs.
former Chief
Yeah,
Gary Still's
yeah,
son.
played for the
And
Saints.
his
But-
brother Darius plays in the league for I don't know anymore.
Yeah, he came out last year, right?
Yeah, I almost
and-
wanted to say Patriots, but I don't know if that's right.
But the point being, Dante was the better player to me.
Yes, we were surprised last year. He went back and Darius Stills
Correct,
came
and
out.
Darius Stills came out. I'm a little surprised that he lasted all the way down here. It has to be entirely because there's just not a good home. He's too much of a tweener, and we are seeing guys that are tweeners fall in this draft.
Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you're watching. We are about to announce the winners of the raffle here soon. We have a little bit of time left here. We are at pick 214. We are here for every single pick of the 2023 NFL draft.
Darius Stills, his brother, is apparently briefly signed with the Chiefs this year.
That is correct.
I remember that.
Briefly, I believe.
Yes.
It was quite brief. Pick is in for the New England Patriots at pick 214.
Well, here goes Raheem Jarrett just to continue the trend. Actually, who do you want the Chiefs to take next so that Bill Belichick can snipe him out? What wide receiver would you love to see the Chiefs take that the Patriots can take?
Honestly,
Parker Washington. Oh, wait, Parker Washington's already gone.
He is, yeah. That you're working off Tucker's big board, huh?
I was.
My big board that hasn't had a name crossed since the 5th round.
Grant Dubose.
Okay.
No, it's Ronnie Bell. I want Ronnie Bell to be fun because he's a KC kid. I actually liked Ronnie Bell's tape as a late flyer, so he's a slot receiver.
Are you guys ready to do the raffle stuff?
Let's do the raffle stuff.
Let's raffle.
All right, let me share this.
Raffle.
Share this tab here. It's going to be kind of nuts. You're going to see this screen, and you're going to see the wheel of names, and it's honestly quite astonishing to see how many names are on this list. Hope my computer doesn't blow up because of how many names are on this list, actually. So
still nuts.
Here we go.
Whoa!
Those are very little slivers.
Wow.
So over 740 entries in this, over
thank you.
740 tickets sold. There are lots of names going on. this board here. So apologies if my computer is a little slow, but it'll pop up the name. So we will go with let's get the first prize here.
Yeah.
The first prize I believe we have down is the Nick Bolton autographed jersey. It's a Mizzou jersey.
Mizzou jersey.
Mizzou jersey, autographed Mizzou jersey. Here we go. I'm going to click to spin, and let's see what name.
I like how the
comes up
spinner
here.
kind of looks like a fruit.
It does kind of look like a fruit.
Cut in half.
Juice, all juice, you know.
All juice.
The winner, Brent Shepard.
Brent, let's go. That's how that deserved to work.
Brent Shepard.
Congratulations, Brent.
BJ, we're kind of doing this on the fly. Once they win,
We're kind of doing this on the fly. So once you want to write those down and all that stuff.
This is great. I love that you took your headset off and then just still yelled loud enough for it all was picked up.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you can't win them all.
Okay.
But you can win some, Ken.
Yeah.
Like a Nick Bolton.
Like Brent Shepard just did.
Hey.
Congratulations to Brent Shepard. Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you, Brent. I'm so
We
happy.
appreciate
that-
it.
I mean, yeah.
We got a couple. I'll keep an eye on the picks as well. We'll announce those as they're
Yeah, I believe
flying
there was a
through.
trade up. The Rams
Yeah, the
decided
Rams.
that they had to have this player at
Amir,
215.
Amir Speed is a New England Patriot at 214, and now
This
the
is a
Rams.
punter for the Rams.
No.
My punter one is still on the board.
Who's that? Oh, the
Rutgers,
Maryland?
the Rutgers guy, Aussie Rules punter. Great placement. Just Aussie Rules punters do not typically.
The NFL's not a big fan. Oh, okay, and we get a commercial as the pick is in, so
Okay,
we are just
cool.
pretty much ready to spin.
So perfect. We are ready for another spin. This is the Drew Lock full-size Drew Lock autographed helmet. It is a Mizzou helmet. It is not a Seahawks or a Broncos helmet. It is a Mizzou helmet.
notable.
Lee Summit native, another guy from Lee Summit that was drafted a few years ago. All right.
Who we got?
Spinning. Let's see. The answer is
Daniel
Grove.
Congratulations.
Thank you,
Let's
Daniel.
go, Daniel. Thank you.
Congratulations, Daniel.
Daniel Grove gets the
Drew Lock.
Drew Lock.
Full-sized
Two-time.
Missouri.
Full size.
Not Seattle or Broncos helmet.
You can wear that on your head.
You could if you wanted to.
You could use it as a bowl for nachos.
You've ever wanted to know what Zach Evans, the running back out of Ole Miss, off the board
Well
for the
done.
Los Angeles Rams. That's a great pick
Still
for them.
don't have a punter, a kicker, or a long snapper.
Can Zach Evans do that?
Probably.
Don't
Better
need
than
to do that.
anybody on their roster right now, which is 0.
All right, are we ready for the Kansas City Royals prize
Yes.
package? Now, this prize package contains 2 tickets and an autographed MJ Melendez.
Let's
ball.
go.
Thanks to Tickets for Less for the donations and 88 fundraising for the first 2 as well. So, here we go. The winner
Is gonna be
the Kansas City Royals prize package, 2 tickets, and the MJ Melendez autographed baseball.
dun dun.
Derek
Jansen.
Thank
Shout out Derek
you.
Jansen.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome.
All right.
The pick is in for the San Francisco 49ers as well
The second to last pick.
of the 6th round.
Pick him to singing.
I got word from the boss man. We finished around $8,500.
Wow.
for the
Thank you so
Terez
much.
Terez
Thank you so much.
scholarship.
Thank
Yeah,
you
no,
guys.
incredible. We'll have a more accurate number in the coming days, right, as everything comes in and as we get some more accurate numbers from YouTube with their super chat stuff and everything. That's so. Are we good on picks?
Yeah, you're
you know
good.
You know that pick already?
No, but you're good. You can go
Okay.
for it. You can roll it out.
Well, that's good. All right, let's go with. This is a good one. This is a Frank Clark signed football.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
Frank Clark signed football, I believe, also thanks to Tickets for Less. on this
Two-time
one.
Super Bowl champion.
He is a
Sledge.
2-time Super Bowl
Two-time.
champion. Ring of Honor, possibly. Who knows?
Summer sang.
Summer
Summer
sang.
The winner of this Frank Clark autograph football is Karen
Borgstrom. Shout out Karen. You roll.
Yeah, Karen.
Thank you, Karen.
Frank Clark football you can throw or
You can throw it if you want.
You use it as a bowl for nachos.
Bowl for nachos.
Linebacker D. Winters has been picked by the San Francisco 49ers. I absolutely love this pick down here. good athlete, ran a sub 4.540. Some ball production.
Yeah.
Good in coverage.
Guy
Flies
that-
around the field. He was one of the better defensive players
I
on
was
that
gonna
TCU
say,
defense.
a guy
Horns
that's
up.
been around for a little while. I remember watching him back when I was doing linebackers a couple of years ago, and a guy that I'd like maybe a little more than some other people. I'm trying to remember who the other guy that was playing next to him, that the Mike linebacker,
Garrett that went to the Panthers because his
yeah.
dad was like a strength and conditioning coach. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no,
I-
they also they had a couple guys actually.
that was
recently.
Cody Johnston. that
That's
you're
what I'm thinking of.
thinking
No,
but,
but you're Garrett.
anyway,
Wallow.
Yes, that's exactly it. But I really like D. Winters.
All right, Talk. We're ready.
This is another full size helmet that you can use for nachos
Or to put on your head.
This is the Travis Kelce one.
Oh,
the Travis Kelce.
Don't use that one for nachos.
Maybe don't use this one for nachos.
Loaded nachos if you're going to do it.
Punter Brad Robbins off the board.
You can attach some beer cans to the top with some straws.
What's wrong with Adam Corsack? Come
Very
on
good.
now, Prodigal's.
All right, here we go. I'm spinning.
There's the final pick of the 6th round, by the way.
Spinning the wheel as we head into the 7th round. The winner of the Travis Kelce autographed full-size helmet is Andrew. Andrew.
Nice.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for contributing.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Andrew.
Really appreciate that.
Oh well, that's why 0 touchbacks and a lot of punts for Brad.
Oh yeah. All right, we have 2 prizes left, fellas.
Let's get it.
We have Craig's favorite prize. This is the autographed Derek Johnson jersey. Pretty darn slick. Pretty darn cool.
Man.
Pretty good.
I also recommend not using it for nachos.
Don't use this one for nachos.
No. Actually, you should put this in like a pedestal in your house. You're going
spotlight.
You're going to need something to prominently display this signed Derek Johnson jersey. Give it the reverence that it deserves.
Okay. The wheel is going for the signed Derek Johnson jersey.
In the pedestal.
And the winner is Jason.
You know what to do. So working on that pedestal. Congratulations.
Some breaking news here coming to the KCSN desk. We have achieved the 7th round of the NFL draft, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
we've Yep. Okay, Tucker, we're ready for another spin.
The last prize, that is the Chris Jones prize pack. That is the Chris Jones signed.
Your 3-second delay is already going.
Chris
3
Jones
minutes.
signed cleats and jersey.
This is an awesome
That's
one.
a double nacho.
It's a twofer.
Don't nacho these.
No nachos with this.
Yeah.
This is from Chris personally because
that's
Chris
awesome.
wanted to help out with this with the
That's
Terez Paylor.
Shout out Chris Jones.
Yes.
Thank you, buddy.
He was a big fan of Terez.
Yes, he
so
was.
This is very special that this is coming from Chris specifically here. Who gets this?
Directly from Chris Jones, signed jersey, signed cleats. The winner of that prize is Russell Shanklin.
Congratulations, Russell.
Thank you for all your support. And
thank you to everybody for your support
Seriously.
throughout all of this. We blew away our goals twice. So, I mean, hit our stretch goal, went even beyond that. All of you are awesome. This is going to help so many people. It's literally the least we can do. And the fact that you guys come through every single year on this means so much to us. Keeps us going.
Yep.
It really does. So thank you so much, all of you.
Genuinely, really appreciate all of your support.
Yes.
It's pretty special to see this happen, and we're going to continue to try to raise the bar every year over year here at KC Sports Network. We have began, just so you guys know, I just didn't know if you guys knew, we started the 7th round.
Hey,
Can you tell me pick 218 in the 7th round?
Kennesaw State's defensive tackle, Ronnie Bell.
Ronnie Bell, but not Ronnie.
It's not Ronnie Bell.
Hey, Ken, the last pick of the 6th round happened a little while ago. Breaking.
It was a punter.
Brad
really
Robbins.
good at, really good at not kicking in touchbacks.
Yeah, but he's not as good as Adam Corsack.
But does he punt like a normal?
Yes, I believe he does. I think that's kind of a key thing for the NFL.
Travis Bell, the defensive tackle out of Kennesaw State, is the first pick of the of the 7th round. The Detroit Lions are on the clock.
All right, pick 219. We've only got about 50 more picks before the end of the 2023 NFL draft?
There are 259 selections in this draft and 40 remain. So there's that. Antoine Green, wide receiver out of North Carolina, is a Detroit Lion. I like that one.
He
a
was
lot.
on my big board, by the way.
Oh yeah, are you going back to working on that now?
Yeah, I'll go back and work
that's
on the big
perfect.
board, and then we'll see.
Oh, there's a very much a Craig guy left, and we haven't mentioned his name a single time.
Oh,
Andre Carter.
Oh, there is Andre Carter left. I'm higher on Andre Carter than a lot of guys.
Yeah, you
Older
are.
prospect. Than a lot of people.
Wait,
I
I'm
like
right.
his explosion. I think that he's got to put on weight, but he was, he does. He was in the Army, and they only allow them, Maddie. You can.
Yes.
They only allow them to squat their body weight. Is that correct?
I mean, they don't allow them to go to work out
To
and
do
lift
the
very
hard.
heavy.
Gotcha.
They don't need. That's not part of their goal. It's going to be all about muscular endurance. So
Sure.
he hasn't gotten to do a very good weightlifting program for the sport of football.
Correct. And so from that perspective, he gets blown off the ball in the run game a lot. Is not a particularly good run defender. I think he's more explosive than he tested. Like, he looks more explosive than he actually tested there. There's a guy that had some round one buzz in the offseason, last offseason, because people thought, with that athletic profile and everything, that he might be able to go. Obviously, still available in round 7. That testing was bad.
A down year and then leading into pretty questionable testing. Like that's where you kind of start
It's
to
rough, but
yeah.
I
It's a
wouldn't
little-
mind gambling on that, but I don't think this room needs another edge.
The Jets are taking what some would consider a gamble, but man, I don't think at this point. Zach Kuntz, the tight end out of Old Dominion.
Zach Kuntz. He was a full 10 RAS.
Yeah, he's a freak.
So he's like the most athletic tight end to test at the combine, and then
ever.
And then you wonder how come he's going in the 7th round. Well, when you watch him play, he does not play like the most athletic tight end to ever test the NFL combine. But this is a good spot for him, I think.
He's probably not an inline blocker. He's probably not a blocker. He's like just a designated freak athlete.
Yes,
is really what he is.
A DFA, if you will.
A designated freak athlete pass catcher. I'm trying to think who's that tight end that's with the Chargers?
Gerald Everett?
No.
Dylan Parham.
Dylan Parham. I'm not comparing him to Dylan Parham, but I'm comparing the role. Dylan Parham really doesn't see the field as a blocker. He's just a ginormous pass catching target.
Not even that. He's just a red zone target. I'm pretty sure they only use him there.
Right.
So,
but I mean, it makes sense.
There's
a role for that.
That's kind of what you're looking at with Zach.
Take a shot. Sean Tucker's still available though at the running back spot, and so is Dwayne McBride. So those are two I got my own. Raheem Jarrett is somehow still available. My mind is boggled by this.
My draft ended with Demario Douglas going to the Patriots. So
Jake Witt got drafted, correct?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, I thought so.
Did he?
I believe so.
You said you had confidence, so
I did.
I was believing you.
There was a lot of buzz about him earlier on in the day.
I don't think Jake Witt's been drafted.
Did he not?
No.
Okay.
Tucker, take him off your board.
Just scrolling through here. Corey Trice is still available, and that seems like
injury.
a home run pick.
No,
It's
Jake
gotta be-
Witt has not been selected.
Well,
I apologize.
Brandon Joseph, I also like. That would give Craig the win in the draft.
Yeah,
but also
I think we should do
like
that.
Oh, I'd love that pick here.
Yeah.
Brandon Joseph, his tape, he'll show up and remind you why he was such a highly productive and highly regarded player at Northwestern from time to time on that tape. I'm trying to remember who I was watching. Maybe Ohio State.
I was watching Brandon Joseph, and the comment that I made was, if this man was 15% more athletic, he would be an absolute, my guy. I would absolutely love him. The lack of athleticism really shows
He does
up
stick
on
out,
tape.
yeah.
Yeah. But really smart, really good football player. I don't know that they need another safety. I think that's a crowded.
It's also especially one that doesn't have as much
He's not-
versatility.
Yeah.
He's pretty much a safety.
It's also the 7th round, though.
I know, but
I don't know if he's going to be. I don't know if he's going to be special teamsing much, and he doesn't give you versatility across sports. Just like You know, I think at this point in time, you're better off drafting somebody that offers one of those two things.
Right.
If you're trying to build a guy that's going to make it, make your team and stuff. What linebackers are available?
Oh, don't you do this. Brett Veach told us we were not they were not selecting.
I mean, not
a
early.
linebacker. They said they're not selecting a linebacker.
Both Oregon State corners, Rajon Wright and
Ooh.
Alex Austin are both available if you
Rajon
want
Wright
some
would become
physicality on the
Yeah.
outside. Mekhi Gardner provides the same level of physicality on the outside there. Cameron Brown, if you want a
Ooh.
zone expert corner who cannot play a full season.
Isaiah Moore should be drafted by now. The linebacker out of North Carolina State.
Yeah.
I like him, yes. I can see where the NFL's hesitations might lie.
Yeah, he's not he's a two-down
Colts
linebacker.
Take cornerback Jalen Jones.
There's another, yeah.
Texas A&M.
6'2", 200 pounds. That would have been a fun athletic profile to play with. I'm gonna go look at the Colts, but I feel like they've taken a few cornerbacks today. I wonder if they're taking the Chiefs approach.
Just trying to hit on as many
Well,
guys
yeah,
as possible
that's
in day
called Ballard's entire life at GM, Kent. Literally, that's been everything he's ever done at GM is trade back, and then draft a bunch of athletes with long arms. I just gave you Chris Ballard's playbook.
Okay, well, withdrawn, I guess.
I have my big board.
Oh, let's see it.
Let's see the Tucker Franklin big board.
This is the coveted Tucker
Oh my
Franklin.
goodness.
Ooh, Ivan Pace Jr. You don't want an Ivan Pace Jr. as a linebacker pick right now?
I would love Ivan Pace Jr. right now. I think he's a special teamer potentially too. The way
Probably.
he plays, he's physical. Just
Craig's like, I don't know who that is.
Ivan Pace Jr.
He's a bowling ball.
He's a short, dense, downhill maniac with no regard for human life or his body.
Okay.
He's an elite blitzer.
Been aligned as a stand-up one tech a lot and had like an insane amount of pressure and sacks.
Well, hold on.
Oh, go back.
That's what they do with Leo Chanel.
Tucker, go back to Tucker Franklin's big board. Tucker Franklin, I want you to give me a breakdown of all these players and why they are ranked the way they're ranked.
They're ranked the way they're ranked because I looked at ESPN's best players available and I put them up on the board.
Let's go,
Hold on.
Let's go.
You looked at ESPN's best player available. ESPN's?
Yeah, ESPN's.
So this is according to KCSN Draft Guide / ESPN / Tucker
well,
Franklin.
hang on. I lost track about the fourth round of how many players were getting picked.
You're spinning a lot of plates back there. I understand. You're spinning a lot of plates.
He's a very busy man.
Fine.
Anyways,
I'll
Corey
change the
Trice.
title. I'll change the title.
I'm
you're
joking.
good.
I'm
right.
joking.
Craig,
Yeah.
or why would Corey Trice be one of the better players available?
I mean, he's got a really good athletic profile on the fringe of being a tier 1 guy that his agilities were not particularly good, but I do think that it shows up a little bit on tape that he has that athleticism. He should have been gone already, but the injury is kind of bringing him down sending him down the rungs a little bit more.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Fix the big board.
Fix the big board, Tucker.
Dwayne McBride is the pick for the Minnesota Vikings. That's a good pick. That's a really
Dwayne
good
McBride
pick.
is off of Tucker Franklin's big board. According to KCSN Draft Guide, ESPN, and Tucker Franklin.
That's a really good pick for the Vikings. I like that pick a lot for them, actually.
According to the ESKCN
Franklin Guide.
That's a good pick there.
Fine. I'll throw somebody else on here.
Just replace him with Sean Tucker. Literally just take his name out, put Sean Tucker's name in.
Dwayne McBride.
According to Sean
UAB.
Tucker.
The pick is in at 223 for the Los Angeles Rams. We are getting close to the Chiefs being
Is this
on
where
the,
they take a punter? I am on full punter
all
watch.
the punters and kickers are gone.
No, they're not.
Okay.
Yes.
The
Wrong
Rams,
punter, but that's okay.
the Rams have selected Ethan Evans. I'm starting to wonder if it's character for your.
Was it a?
Listen, my punter one last year was also a character
Your punter,
concern. So maybe I'm a poor judge of character when it comes to punters.
You got to do some more research.
Wasn't it Nate Tice that pointed out the Rams had 0 specialists on their roster until like a month ago?
This is their first specialist on their roster.
Ethan Evans. The thing about Ethan Evans is he's 6'3", 231 pounds from Wingate.
Oh, wait, hold on. This is a thick punter.
highlights.
This is a thick punter.
He was all first team all SAC, which is the SAC.
I wouldn't say I had a lot of visibility on Wingate.
Hey, that's close to me though. We could have gone. We could have made a trip. We could have gone on a visit.
I should have flown out so that we could watch a punter.
230-pound punter.
I was today years old when I learned about Wingate.
Hey, Matty does love a thick punter.
You love a thick punter,
dude. That punter could beat Matty up.
By the way,
and that's saying something.
Adam Korsak was a rugby-style punter. That he was my punter one in the draft. Michael Turk has not been taken off the board either.
Yeah,
there have been a lot of punters that have been going. So
definitely flags there.
It's
right.
Yeah.
Well, here's the problem. Korsak's 187 pounds. He's like 50
He's
pounds.
a rugby-style
He's like
punter.
50 pounds lighter than the Wingate character.
Yeah, but like, look, he's so scheme specific, Craig.
I have a new big board. I hope the Falcons will just torch it.
DeMarco Helms finally
there
goes
you
off
go,
the board for
Kent.
the Atlanta Falcons.
NFL players.
NFL draft pick DeMarco Helms.
The entire Alabama secondary that's draft eligible besides Eli Ricks has been drafted.
I think this late in the draft, though, Craig.
According to the KCSN draft guide, according to Tucker Franklin, according to ESPN.
This is perfect. Kent, why would Moro Ajomo be one of the best players available?
What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay. Moro Ajomo played next to Keandre Coburn, and he's a lot more athletic. He's like a 3 technique.
Why is he calling him an edge?
Because he's like 270, 80 pounds. That's
He
probably
was
what
listed as a DN on
that's
ESPN.
probably what, yeah, no, that's fair. No, that's fair. He's a little bit of a tweener. He plays both. Kent, why would Jalen Redmond, defensive tackle out of Oklahoma, be on this list?
I don't have what's on Jalen Redmond right now. I'm sorry.
Okay, Craig, why would Ivan Pace Jr. be one of the best players left on
I mean, I think that he's on there because the KCSN draft guide is pretty high on an Ivan Pace
As his
Jr.
ESPN.
As his Tucker Franklin. I think that he's on there. Listen, come from a program like Cincinnati that's been cranking out NFL talent. lately. I mean, you do a pretty good job of formulating NFL talent. So NFL GMs trust the product that comes out of there and the type
According
of guys.
to ESPN,
I mean, listen,
Tucker.
you know, a lot of people compared him to a bowling ball.
Oh, yeah.
He really gets downhill quickly, aligns to one technique.
Stand
Good
up.
blitzer, stand up on technique. But it's a good blitzer, gets a lot of pressures. I think Ivan Pace, I'm a little surprised he's still on
Good
the board
job,
here.
Greg. Hey, Kent, how come Lonnie Phelps would still be one of the best players available in this draft?
Well, Lonnie Phelps is a good player as a pass rusher. He just doesn't have
Kind
the
of.
desirable measurables that you prefer, and there's also injury concerns with him.
Yep.
I'm not going to be surprised if Lonnie Phelps doesn't get drafted.
Yeah.
Just because there is medical stuff. Like I've always said, like I think he's helped himself in the pre-draft process absolutely as much as he could, but he's a short-arm pass rusher, and it's always about if the medicals were going to check out for him. And I don't know if the medicals checked out for him because he played hurt a lot, which credit to him. It's not a lack of football character or anything like that. It's just he might be, he might have been red flag for medicals. I would have thought somebody would have taken a swing on him by now, but there's still 34 picks left.
And Sean Tucker's on the list because he's a very thick, well-built running back that is a dynamic player when he has the ball in his hands. He has done he's a good job receiving. He's had some receiving chops. He maybe isn't the most detailed or technical runner, but he's pretty good.
I think everybody that's stuck around is having a very good time watching us lose our mind.
And Sean Tucker, after every game, goes to Twitter and tweets out.
He tweets like Magic Johnson in all caps.
Well, no, but he also he tweets in third person about his performance and whether he was satisfied with it or not.
Does he tweet about his bad pass protection?
Yes.
Does he really?
Yes. He will say if he was poor.
Listen, I like that. I like the self-awareness.
He will be dissatisfied. The Atlanta Falcons pick has been in for about 12 minutes now, and it has not been announced.
Well, they did have the DeMarco Helms.
Maybe they picked twice.
The Falcons go back-to-back, and the Jags go back-to-back.
So we're taking naps.
Yeah.
Naps.
Who needs them? Me.
I just need coffee, really. Do you got coffee or a nap? One or the other.
I could go for some coffee as well. Jovan Gwynn.
Okay. Break it down.
6'1", 6'2", 297, a little bit on the undersized side, but started 47 of 48 games at right guard. Was a second-team All-SEC selection last year. Just undersized. A good football player that a little bit on the lighter side. That's the knock on him.
This is.
Anything else?
No.
No, I think this was yours to break down. I'll catch one in the future.
Oh, Jovan Gwynn out of South Carolina is not a Chief.
Just waiting for the Kansas City Chiefs
to even make the tracker.
We are still 25 picks away.
We got a good hour and a half.
Are going to pick
left in this thing.
Push it.
Hey,
pushing
BJ,
the sled uphill.
Could you, without calling me Hollywood?
No.
A request is coming in.
Is it? Can we get? No, I am not leaving. I'm staying. Do they have coffee here?
Does coffee exist in the world?
This is a bar.
Do they have Red Bull?
Probably.
They do have a Red Bull. The dude, actually, the bartender at the bar told me he shotgunned a Red Bull earlier. So they do have Red Bull.
I'm not at that point yet. I'm not shotgunning Red Bull though.
I'm not shotgunning it, but I'll sip on it.
I might shotgun it.
If they have a coffee, I would love one too.
Maddie wants a coffee. Call him Hollywood.
But no Red Bull though.
Call him Hollywood.
Hollywood Lane.
All right, I'm picking my favorite player at every position now.
Oh, this is the best.
Man.
That I think is left.
Hey, Tucker.
I think it'd be best if you just mix in random guys that weren't and see if we can call them out.
They just did stump the truck. I mean, that's the same.
They're doing the same thing. They're all in the same boat that we are
They're
right
doing
now.
Stump the Truck. We're doing Stump the Tuck.
Ooh.
Hey, Tucker. Who's your favorite quarterback that's left, buddy?
You already know the answer to that question.
Chase Bryce. Why don't we play our interview with Chase Bryce?
Tyson. It's not the Duke. You spent all year sporting the frogs, and you're not even going to back the Heisman finalists?
Should have been the Heisman winner, to be honest.
Some are saying.
Oh, my gosh.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you. Oh, God bless you. This will work.
This will be good.
Another Chiefs top 30 visit is off
Cooper
the board.
Hodges.
Cooper Hodges from Appalachian State. So this was someone that got drafted in the Chiefs draft, actually. Someone was just playing and tracking us smart, tracking the Chiefs top 30 visits.
Well, it didn't work.
It didn't work. And an Andy Reid disciple takes him. Andy Reid disciples take Parker Washington, too. It's weird how that works.
Jaguars took Anton Harrison.
Yeah.
As well.
There's a lot of similarities there.
There
And
are.
Britton Strange.
And right when there was some Chase Bryce highlights there as well. But Cooper Hodges is probably kicking inside from tackle to guard.
Sure.
So he started at right tackle in 2022. All those games for the Jaguars, but he will not be a right tackle most likely in the next
You said you still have a pick left from the draft, yeah? You still have an option?
I have Jeremy Banks, and I have
Jeremy
Colton Dowell.
Oh, you have multiple options. I have DeAndre Hopkins still on the board.
I just spilled Red Bull all over myself.
Good job.
BJ, he needs another Red Bull. He spilled this one.
Spilled it all over myself.
You're good, buddy.
Oh.
Hollywood's in a pickle.
Pick us in for the Jaguars is
Raymond Vohasek. Oh, nope, you got it.
defensive tackle Raymond Vohasek out of North Carolina is the pick for the Jaguars.
A little bit on the shorter side, 6'2", 306.
Jaguars still have a pick coming up here. I didn't realize they had so many late day 3 picks that they'd acquired here.
Yeah, some teams just accumulating volume in a volatile, weird class. So
yeah, I like the approach that Brett Veach took instead of trading back and all that. Again, bad class. Don't don't force a pick because you're there, but also you don't need to just continually trade back and accumulate more picks in this class.
Cooper Hodges and Vohask.
Sully is in the chat.
Oh, good. I'm glad of this. This is what we needed.
Shout out Sully.
He's having a real good time with this Chiefs draft. He has been loving this.
He's
draft.
having a good time.
So, like, for those of you that don't like Sully on Twitter right now is probably your time.
This is probably the best time. This is probably the best time
you want
to
to unmute him.
Elite Sully.
Unmute him right for the next month.
Alex Ziegler, 3 punch drunk dudes giving their dissertation. That's what he says.
Pretty much.
Close. Yeah, this Red Bull's helping.
Tennessee Titans are in with pick 228 here. How do you feel about the Titans draft? I haven't been a
Well, let me tell you about the Titans draft as I pull up who they've drafted. They did Will Levis in round 2. That's a win. It's a good draft. Good draft.
They really
They got
value.
Peter Skoronsky, one of the safer prospects.
I mean,
I feel like they drafted another offensive lineman too.
I like the building.
They
blocks
did. They
that
grabbed
they
Jalen
added
Duncan.
There.
Yes.
Yeah.
They did also take Ty J. Spears, who has no ACL.
Yeah,
I don't think we talked about that.
In the top 100.
Yeah, but it clearly didn't affect him playing because I don't think he got hurt this past year. So he clearly played with. Oh yeah, because he had 2 ACL injuries, I believe, on the same leg.
Correct.
And
they said it was they did the try and do the knee restructure, and
it just didn't take.
It didn't take.
And then they just removed it. But like, that's risky because that kind of stops your knee from not falling apart.
Yeah.
And for a guy who has his play style, that seems wild
it does
how that
seem
works.
Odd that came out pretty late last night.
Yeah.
And it was just one of those. It was really odd to have a guy. The NFL is so averse to injury, specifically knee injuries and all of that. Have a running back of all dudes go top 100 with a bad knee injury is just
it's
wild.
just interesting.
Yeah.
It's kind of a surprise. As I didn't think he was gonna. If you told me he had a clean bill of health, I don't think I would have anticipated him going there.
By the way,
compare these players to cheeseburgers or something.
You can do that with my BPA list.
We'll do.
When is the basketball game happening?
Every time it sounds like
Yeah, Albert Wilkins. Yeah, please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. I use that more than punctuation, I believe.
I watched Kent go to an arcade basketball game. Yes, the other day. I'm not worried about this basketball matchup anymore.
He shot 63% on Papa shot.
Yeah,
I came in late.
What does they do with the percentage?
I think
I
the math.
watched a lot of misses, buddy.
Colton Dowell, the wide receiver out of UT Martin, has gone to the Tennessee Titans. That takes somebody off the board for me in the draft.
Wait,
commanding leads. You didn't have him on your list.
Okay,
I did.
No, I was talking to Tucker's best available in each
Here we
position.
go. Here it is.
Tucker's best available.
Okay, Sean Tucker as a cheeseburger. Well, Truman Jones. I was going to start with Truman Jones. I'll take Truman Jones.
Why don't you spell Chase Bryce's name correctly first?
Yeah, that's rough. Wait, you have 2 running backs on your favorite players by position group, right?
Oh, it doesn't say my position anywhere on there.
Okay. My bad. I thought
I
you
just
were
like them.
Okay, I thought you were my position. That's my bad.
Yeah, I like infamy.
Chase Bryce. Hey,
Tucker is a huge Travis Dye.
Chase
at the Shrine game, he was searching.
He asked him.
Andrew Voorhees just went off the board.
Oh,
Like,
that's a
that is
good-
actually fairly noteworthy.
That's a Ravens pick.
Yeah, for the Ravens.
Well,
yeah.
hold on. If I don't care.
That's a great pick by the
This is
Ravens.
for Tucker, by the way.
If we are comparing cheeseburgers to Tucker's list,
Did you
pull
get
it back
called
up.
out for not getting Tucker one?
Yes,
Yes, you did.
Oh.
Put your list back up with Chase Bryce's name spelled wrong.
Okay.
If we are comparing cheeseburgers to this list, Chase Bryce from App State
I
is
couldn't
sliders.
fit appellation. I didn't know how to put it in.
Appalachian.
I think it's fun.
State. App.
Gosh,
like appetizers.
Yeah, no, I get it,
Like a
buddy.
sliders
I'm
and
trying to just
appetizer.
slide right over that.
Slide. There's a fun there too. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Appreciate everybody hanging out,
Again?
watching us go unhinged.
Andrew Voorhees, though.
It's your
Finally, like this one might be like a Trey Smith-ish
sort of.
Well,
pick.
yeah, I mean, he just got hurt at the combine.
Yeah.
He's going to play a year from now. He was already a little bit older than, his prospect, but he fits their scheme.
Player,
he's one of the strongest offensive linemen, maybe players in this entire class.
he still came and lifted, right?
Yeah, he still lifted with one leg.
He came in, he bench pressed to show how committed to the game he was.
Well, yeah, he was somebody who was going to supposedly, get up in the 40s or 50s in the bench press, and he had to do it on one leg, and still was insane. So
yeah, it was pretty nuts.
Yeah.
Surprised not 1,000. I agree. It's really weird. There's not 1,000.
Thank
likes.
you, Kathy. I appreciate it. We've been having a great time, and the support has been unbelievable so far.
It really has. Thank you all for staying tuned through this. I mean, as we said when we started this today, this was going to be a much looser day. We're just having fun here. Been doing this now for 15 hours.
6 hours today.
It's 6 hours today.
I mean, we are 16 hours into
16 hours into the draft
yeah.
right here. ESPN has the luxury of putting on the Motley Crue concert while they're
bored.
This.
Yeah.
So I'd like to take it away, and Ken Swanson's going to sing us some songs now to kill some time while we wait for some of these to come in. Buddy.
Bye, Craig.
No.
The pick is in for the Buffalo Bills at 2:30. I don't know where they're going to go here.
It's round 7.
You're looking at their positions of need, and BJ Kissel, the founder and CEO of KC Sports Network.
Save us from ourselves.
No, I want to be a part of this. This is right up our alley of outside the trenches. That's the kind of weird stuff that we always talk about. It's a blind nil.
I've appreciated. All right, so this is a moment of honesty.
Ken has never.
We need to be more transparent than we already are.
Can you explain what blind nil is?
Oh, you know why Ken has to ask that? You know why Ken has to ask that question?
That's Snake 93.
Because
he doesn't listen to anything we put up on our podcast channels. That's why.
You can ask Hollywood to spend any time outside of his stuff.
It
No,
takes a lot of hair time.
so for outside the trenches, we beginning the show, we react to whatever the news is of the day, whatever people are talking about, what's going on, give our perspective. We do it. Tucker and I do it with Nick Leckie. Nick is a 2-time All-American at K-State, 2-time finalist for the Remington Trophy for the nation's best center, went on to play 6 years in the NFL, won a Super Bowl with the New Orleans Saints back in 2009. So guy knows what he's talking about when it comes to stuff on the field. And he likes when we go, he always calls the B-side of the record, or it gets a little weird. So we started doing a blind nil segment where just each one of us bring a topic, and we don't tell the other two what it's about until it's your turn. Okay, what are we going to talk about? Bring a segment to it. Sometimes it's a real football discussion, kind of like you guys would have in the lab. Most of the time it's not. It just gets super weird. And then when you can really blend football and, cheeseburger, description stuff.
So, okay.
It gets weird.
Okay, so, and
at
to
times.
be fair, I have listened to partial blind nil segments, but I didn't know the definition.
You're like Wanda Sykes in that movie with Steve Carell. She's like, I go to church every Sunday. And she's every other Sunday. I've been to church.
I thought there was
I've listened to an episode.
I thought there was more to blind nil than just you guys bringing a random topic.
No, that's just what we call it.
That's the only rule. You call it blind nil, but really what it is just let's
I'm gonna
talk
get
about
torched
something.
in the thing. It has something to do with a card game, like spades or hearts or something. Some card game.
I think it's
thing.
poker when you put down a blind nil.
Mm-hmm.
And it's blind.
Poker, I hardly know.
It's blind NIL.
That's just a blind.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say you're fired, but
Nick Broker.
I'm not gonna joke with you
Nick
right now. You're working
Broker,
hard.
the interior offensive lineman out of Ole Miss, is going to the Buffalo Bills.
BJ, what do you think about Nick Broker?
Who?
Yeah.
No, let's hear it.
Broker.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful. That's
No, it's
not
fine.
my-
This is the round 7 is for.
I've never heard of that guy before in my life.
Why don't you pretend?
I'm just rooting for the 7 or 8 interviews we had at the Shrine Bowl that we haven't gotten drafted. We get one of those guys, I will know them.
Yeah.
Well,
Has Jose Ramirez been drafted?
Yeah, he got drafted just after Keandre Coburn did.
After
A.T.
getting
Perry-
Thompson at not
A.T.
same
Perry
position.
and Jose Ramirez.
We got Derek Parrish.
True.
Derek Parrish could be a fun
They don't-
one.
They don't have a fullback.
I don't think Derek Parrish is going to hear his name called. Nesta Jade Silvera has the Arizona State defensive tackle.
I can't tell you that for my time with Chiefs, this is once they get into like the 5th, 6th round, most of the scouting department are calling the UDFAs. They're not even paying attention to the guarantee. Most of the scouts for the Chiefs right now in that room are calling UDFAs and guys they don't think are going to get drafted, trying to convince them to sign with them.
Correct.
Going over like signings. Coach Reed is being called in to close the deal. Hearing the stories about ways that Coach has sealed the deal. I can't remember the player's name, but one of the area scouts years ago was talking to a player trying to convince him to sign. And it was a running back. I think it was in Philly. But the area scout couldn't get the player to confirm, and he went and got Coach Reed, put him on the phone. And Coach Reed just goes, "Hey, is this so-and-so?" He's like, "Put your mother on the phone." He hands it to his mother, talks to his mom for like 3 minutes. I don't know what he said. But then he got back and like, done deal. Like 3 minutes up with mom, and it was done. So that's what's going on in the Chiefs draft room right now. So let me see what they do with 250.
Taylor Sandell thinks his 12-year-old can beat me in basketball.
Tracks.
Taylor Sandell is right.
So
the Green Bay Packers.
So one way to find out.
Yeah, I'm scared to compete. The Green Bay Packers have had a pretty good draft, except for Sean Clifford in the top 150. How is that a pick?
It was definitely an off-the-wall one. I don't think that anybody thought that he was even going to get drafted.
No,
there were a lot of quarterbacks that have come off the board.
He's
this
an
year.
undraftable grade for me. Undraftable. I don't understand.
Don't look at me. I don't know any of these people.
I do think it's
why I'm over there.
If you're a good personality, you're good on the board, you have like the S2 stuff.
Yeah.
He ran a 4.62, which was a surprise, but this is an old prospect. I don't know.
Bryce Ford Wheaton get drafted?
Not yet. I know. That was a guy that I almost brought up earlier. Not for the Chiefs necessarily. I don't know that he
Sean Tucker?
Sean Tucker is not off the board
Medicals.
yet. Medicals.
Medicals are a concern for him.
But yeah, Bryce Ford Wheaton, I'm a little surprised. He had a lot of high. When we went down to the Shrine game, there were a lot of those like scouts and stuff like that that we're hearing milling around. They're just like, yeah, I don't know if he's going to be available. When
I
we're
assume
trying
it's
to pick
medical.
him. Yeah,
with all these
something
situations.
had to have happened there because there were people talking about him as a round 3,
Yeah.
maybe even a late round 2 guy, and he's in round 7 now.
So I said,
Hit
Derek
the
Harris
right
would be fun. I don't know where he fits. I mean, obviously fullback, but
I don't know.
That would be at this point. You're drafting the kid 250 that you don't think would sign with you, or you couldn't like out negotiate other teams if you know that somebody may give him a bigger signing bonus.
Well, it's I think that's why the Chiefs threw numbers at cornerback. Carrington Valentine out of Kentucky.
Okay.
That's a great round 7 pick.
It really is.
Any quarterbacks still available?
Quarter.
With a Q?
Bryce,
Max Duggan,
Max Duggan, yeah.
Skylar Thompson. Wait,
You
that's not
guys
what I would
got to
say.
hate all the TCU guys is the way you talk about them.
I meant to say Adrian Martinez.
It's Max Duggan and Chase Bryce. Team Chase Bryce.
All right, I have a new list.
Okay, let's see this new list, buddy. Hunter Lipke. I forgot about Hunter Lipke.
Matt Staggs. Staggs trying to convince me in the DMs after Deuce Vaughn got drafted to be on the Lupke train.
That'd be fun.
Matty definitely didn't help me with this list.
Why do you like Ronnie Hickman?
Because he's a guy who plays for Ohio State, big time program in the Big Ten, and he plays safety. He's a good box safety,
No,
and
don't
he does
try
a
to
good
pin
job
him-
against
don't try
tight
to pin him
ends.
into
I
this.
mean,
He's
he
versatile.
doesn't
Tucker-
really miss any tackles either. So I
Played at
mean,
a big program, played in some big moments.
Why do you like Travis Dye so much?
because he's just a guy I like to watch play football.
That's exactly what dead serious. That's exactly what he told us in the Shrine game. He's like, Travis Dye's here. And we're like, yeah. Why are you?
And they
excited
wouldn't
to
let me
see
talk
Travis
to him.
Dye? Why are you excited to see Travis Dye? He's like, he's just a guy I like watching play football.
I watch him play.
They wouldn't let me talk
great.
to him.
It's a great take.
What
Kentucky ran that whole thing. You talk to everybody.
Yeah, I guess so,
Every
but-
interview.
but not Travis Dye.
It's great if they take another Shrine Bowl. We have dozens of clips of content of Michaela asking what they bench and like all kinds of other fun stuff.
I think we could play Stump the Truck, but it would not take long. Got him.
Got him. Number 1.
Whose truck?
Matt, if you want to sit back down, you can. You want to sit back down? I sat down because it was getting weird, and as soon as I sat here, they went serious again.
Sorry.
Here, I'll just scoot over so Maddie can have a seat back. Let's Tuck. Do you want to come sit?
I mean, I can. There's nothing. We got time. Yeah, I'll come sit. I don't know if I'm camera ready.
No, you're camera ready.
Stretching. Nobody else is saying a word, and you're just dead silent.
This is what happens when you do 17 hours of NFL draft content in like a 48-hour window.
It's like musical chairs. You all just get up and
You're on
rotate.
this side.
Yeah.
The lights are brighter over here, huh, Tuck?
Yeah, they are.
You got like a command center right here.
I do.
I like how all the computers are taped down so they can't be moved.
I scared him the other day because it's so easy to bump it and the thing unconnects.
Well, this is what happened. Is we were setting up, and BJ just like yanked him out of my computer, and he said, "Oh, what happens if that happens?" I was like, "I mean, I guess everything's over if that happens."
Tucker, can I ask you an important question?
I didn't yank anything. I bumped the computer and the whole thing goes out.
It was a bit more than a bump. It's in between a yank and a bump.
Can I ask you a very important question, Doug?
Yes.
Anthony Orgy is your linebacker that you enjoy. What is it that you enjoy about Anthony Orgy?
His last name is really funny.
Oh my god.
That is why, actually.
That's enough. Okay, understood. Have you caught up on all the picks since I wasn't here?
Andre Jones just
Andre Jones to Louisiana.
He did not go to Louisiana. Well, he went to Louisiana, but he got picked by the Washington Commanders. We're off the rails here.
We are.
Just want to give an update. Wow, it's getting weird. Let's get an update.
We've gained followers.
So 58 minutes ago, Joel Presteel, our illustrious social media manager, tweeted out, "We are hyped for new Chiefs defensive tackle at Keandre Coburn 99, y'all, presented by Miller Lite." Keandre Coburn just responded, "Let's go."
Let's get it.
Tucker, where's your Red Bull?
He downed it.
No, he put it in.
It's like down.
No, it's
Oh, you moved it into that?
Yeah. Probably not great. Not hard.
All right, did you guys touch on Nesta, Jade, Silvera?
Yeah.
Okay. I couldn't hear Carrington Valentine.
Yeah, it's a great pick down here. It is.
Craig, are you going to produce from over there? Everybody takes a different role.
Craig's gonna cut the podcast.
Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Thank you all for joining
Leave
us
comments.
to the least professional thing we've ever done at KC Sports
Give
Network.
us, give us something to talk about by putting comments in there. That way we have.
That's not true.
You can tell.
We did an entire half a season of post game shows.
We did a post game show from a hitting net.
We did it from an unfinished bar because we were ready to move.
You can tell Kent doesn't listen to the stuff we put on the network. This was the most unprofessional thing.
There's a few shows we just didn't post at all.
Yeah. There's been a couple
It's
times.
like, I don't know if there's anything of value in here, guys.
You have to apologize to Macadoodles for that, or
Not on the sponsored ones.
thank you. Oh, Tucker Live Seltzer Chug. Someone's proposing a Tucker Live Seltzer Chug. How much money do we have to raise for you to do a live seltzer chug?
How much money?
I think we just have to buy it for him.
Well, yeah,
No,
I mean, I
I'm
do
just
it
saying-
for free regularly.
It's,
so-
but what if we can pawn it off to raise some money for Terez?
Okay. $300.
$300 and Tucker will
Oh my god!
slam a seltzer right
I'm
now.
trying to help out a good cause.
If you get this done before the Chiefs pick,
No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'll do it for
100.
Sure, yeah.
If we raise another $100
before the Chiefs pick,
before the Chiefs pick,
Mhm.
Tucker Franklin will chug a hard seltzer on air and immediately give it a rating. So let's do it through the super chat, please. If we can
I'll take it, Sully.
I'll Venmo if you want.
We need $96.
96.
So we're
bucks.
$96 away.
I don't have my phone. So if anybody pays through Venmo, if you do it through Super Chat, we can see it. If you do it through Venmo, I can't see my phone right now.
I got big news. In the NFL Draft KC Smoke Show competition, the champion is Slaps.
Ooh.
What is the smoke show competition?
I don't know. It just came across the timeline.
We got 10.
Let's go.
We
10.
got $10. There's $14. We are $14. We need $86 more, and Tucker Franklin will chug a seltzer. Hey! Big Cub! Thank you.
Big Cub.
We are $36 away from Tucker Franklin.
If you guys if you guys can make this be and change so Kent has to really do math, I would appreciate you so much. If these numbers can get really weird.
I think there's a point where I'll just donate $34 and call it
We got
a day.
another $19.99.
Yes, let's go. We're getting there.
We need 14 more dollars.
That's not accurate.
We need
What's the number, Ken?
we need 24 more dollars and 2 cents.
Yes.
Hey, go find the most obscure seltzer.
They have like 3 options.
Do they have candy?
Yeah,
Do they have
no.
candy corn?
They only have Topo Chico, and they only have this one.
Oh, there's
This
a lot
one.
of 99s that have come in. Kent, where's the counter at?
There it is. I think we just passed
Hey,
it.
Tucker Franklin will be drinking.
Thank you, guys.
Oh my God, they keep coming. They keep coming. That mean you got to chug 2?
Oh my God. I think Kent has to join him.
Oh,
I think Kent has to join.
For Terez?
Yeah.
I don't know if I can do it right now.
I think we can raise more money next year just by Tucker chugging seltzers all the time.
A raffle of me chugging with you.
I don't know what the amount is right here, but if they keep coming in for much longer and we can just like guess it's 200, I'll join Tucker.
Okay, and if they get to 300, I'll join as well, and we'll just all do it
100
together.
per person.
Yeah, I'll go next in there. And Craig doesn't know this happens, that we got to get more of them now because I think we might be pretty close.
I think that might be the first seltzer that Tucker drinks.
Michaela, do you chug seltzers? You will?
One.
Another $100, Michaela will get in here.
So yeah, I'm up.
Craig.
Every 100, there's a new person added to the rotation. So
we might be chugging multiples. We might all be chugging seltzers before it's over. We got
Kent chug.
Oh, $2 to a Kent chug. We are like at $200 now. And it's
there's another one. Okay, that's probably going to be pretty close to me. I got a picture. This came from Christian Gumminger. All juice level seltzer chug from Tucker. Rip Terez from Victor for $98.
Okay. I need one. Maddie needs one.
They keep coming. I'll take one. Michaela will take one.
Michaela will take one. We got
it's
5
just
people.
everybody at this point in time. I don't even know what the number
Let's
is.
just get
Everybody.
going.
This one.
Gotta get Joel. Gotta get Joel.
Easy,
Gotta do
easy.
it. We're all clapping. Gotta come on. Gotta do it. We're all clapping.
We're good. We'll get you one here shortly. But yeah,
Craig, don't use order like 6. We can just
Craig-
get everybody in the bar. Start grabbing random people like, hey, we raised $100 in the stream.
For
Will you chug a
Terez.
seltzer with us? Oh my God. Okay.
Jason Taylor.
Cheers.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Thank you for supporting Terez and the Terez Paylor Scholarship.
All right, Jason Taylor is the pick for the Rams. I don't know if we've missed some, but another from Andrew here.
All juice forever, Andrew. Appreciate you, man.
Well,
dude, we are
maybe this is the replay for
so
next year.
all
That might be it. Oh man.
Oh,
This is the best day. Yeah.
Day 3 is the best day. Thank you to the 700 of you that are still here. Like, you are
It's just teaching us that unprofessional KCSN is the most popular.
you are our
kidding me?
people. You are all our people.
You guys are a bunch of sickos. Honestly, watching a live stream on day 3, it's 75 degrees outside.
All right, Sully's back in.
Big Sully.
Let's go, buddy.
Okay, we got another 100.
Let's go, from Nick. PJ's got to chug one. Joel's got to chug one. We're gonna get one of these guys to chug one back here. Oh, this is great. Thank you.
We've legit just raised like another $500.
This is incredible.
The Packers have drafted Lou Nichols out of Central Michigan.
176
This is not an
carries,
NFL draft
606
stream anymore. This is how many seltzers are we all gonna chug?
Does Craig know that he needs to just
I don't
get
know if he's
all
even.
the
I
seltzers
don't
they have
know
left
yet.
in the building?
We might have to check on that in a second.
You're doing it too.
I do need.
Okay.
I should wish my girlfriend Tara happy birthday. It's her birthday.
She just asked if you're going to the roof.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going. You guys can all come too. I mean, if you're watching live, you can come to the tin roof. We'll be there. But that's where I'm going to be after this. So
Another fun night.
Here's a pick that matters.
That's a good pick.
Colts take Jake Witt, Northern Michigan.
Literally all they are doing, I told you, they trade back, they take athletes in length, period.
Oh.
Okay, well,
Thank you all so
you
much.
might have to double up.
yeah.
Yeah. This is where I leave you.
I can't believe. Oh, the Mr. Corey got. I don't know how to say this.
The worst kept secret in social media.
Yeah, that's a better way of doing it.
Bearcat, my sister's graduation is actually next weekend, so I'll see you next weekend.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Let's see. We might need another one.
Oh my god. Of all of them.
We need one more.
No, you don't understand, Craig. We've raised like
two more.
$700 since
Michaela gets one too.
And then Tucker needs 2.
Like,
I
and then
still have
Craig,
this one,
Craig,
but-
we've raised like $700 since you left.
And he's not being sarcastic.
It's not a joke. We've raised $700 since you left, and you've got to get one too.
You get one. I gotta get one. Michaela's got to get one. Okay.
Tucker
So
needs
2 more, and then we're calling it.
I've got
You got to
two
come be
more
on
and we're
camera
calling
though. Okay.
But keep donating though.
Okay, Cameron.
Ooh, pineapple. This is presented by Miller Lite.
It's going to be a really interesting podcast for the 7th round pick.
I know. We might miss the 7th round pick.
I know. We're getting the last ones here, then we're doing it.
Wait, do we have to do a podcast for the 7th round pick?
Yes.
Yes.
Why?
Why not?
Did you
Because
see?
we've done one for everybody else, and he deserves it.
Did
Yeah,
you see what
but this may be their best pick.
Okay.
Christian text to us? You don't have your phone, do you?
Nope.
Someone Venmo'd the KCSN Foundation $98 for a seltzer chug as well. So shout out to Victor for that.
It was 100, but then Venmo takes $2.
Oh my gosh.
Kenny McIntosh was the pick for the Seattle Seahawks, and then Ryan Hayes, an offensive tackle out of Michigan, was the pick for the Miami Dolphins. So they're cooking a little bit now.
We might hit $10,000 for Terez just because of the chug stuff there.
Sorry, I'm going to talk serious football. The Outland Trophy's the offensive lineman, right?
Yes.
That's for the whole offensive line. Was that Michigan last year, or was that Michigan the year before?
Did they win it back-to-back?
They could have.
I feel like they might have won it back-to-back.
It was a good offensive line.
It was a pretty good offensive line.
It was a good football team. They somehow lost that game to TCU. But
Frogs.
One collective belch. Oh, you know I'm going to be
hold on.
burping right in there.
Have you had the Topo Chico pineapple?
Hey, Kent.
I'm pulling up my ratings right now.
Oh no.
$5,000.
I will not do
Well,
that.
If we started with that like hours ago, it would have been a lot less. All right, I think everybody just has to be under the camera because it's about time. I mean, it's time for this, right?
Hang on. I got to pull up my
The show's going to run itself with no producer.
It pretty much does already.
Unless you're whipping up a BJ's big board over there. I think you're good.
I was going to update it according to Tucker Franklin, according to BJ Kissel.
Please
Double checked by BJ Kissel.
We're going to find out if we can get to $10,000 when it's all said and done. Please continue to help support for Terez Paylor. If we can achieve that, that would be absolutely outstanding. We are all about to chug a seltzer to support this.
And you guys.
So Topo Chico.
And any advice, Tucker, for all of us? Like how do you do this?
Just do it. Is my advice. Tangy lemon lime, which is one I have here. I have it rated as a 8. And then I have exotic pineapple rated, I believe, above that at an 8.1. So all high ranking.
Max Dugan off the board to the to the Chargers.
Trouble in paradise. All right. Here we go. Cheers for Terez. For Terez. Yeah, it does burn.
Thank you guys. We appreciated that. We all had a great time with that.
I got to do the second one.
Tucker's coming in for round 2. That's impressive.
Little came out my nose.
Honestly, if it wasn't cold, I don't think it would have been
Right, that was the
much of a
cold.
problem. It was temperature.
Yeah, after about like the first 2 or 3 drinks, I got real cold real fast.
Tucker, you all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
You do your second
Good job,
one?
bud.
You do your second one?
He just did. That's the fight.
Hi, babe.
Good job, guys. Thank you guys,
Thank you
everybody.
so
We
much.
appreciate
Yes,
it.
thank I'm glad I can be of value.
Tara's texting you. Do you want?
No, I got my phone.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. So, woo!
Everybody's loving it.
The Chiefs will be coming up here in like like 12 picks ish.
Yeah.
10 picks. 10 picks. 10 picks. They will be back up. The Chargers are taking the Doog.
A little in there left. I'm just going to mix it in there.
Oh, here you go.
So you're going to finish it.
There's no way this ends badly.
Oh no, these are. That's the key about the seltzer trucks. You don't finish them.
Oh, wait.
What?
I never said it.
Wait.
What? This is a betrayal unlike anything
goodness.
I've ever seen. I thought you finished them.
I thought you.
I go back for multiple drinks.
So
the TikToks.
Oh.
Have you never
What should
watched
be-
one of my TikToks yet?
I have, but it wasn't a seltzer review. It was a chug of seltzer.
I chugged it.
All of it.
I chugged it.
I don't know how I feel about it.
I'm just.
Uh-oh.
You're a real piece.
I think Albert Wilkinson says it best.
Fraud.
Oh.
I think you might have to move to discount Cleveland now.
I'll finish this one right now.
Yeah, you will.
Uh-oh.
Throw up. This one's for you.
I
Sully.
finished mine. I just wanted that to be known. Kent poured the rest of his into a Red Bull can, and Tucker is now finishing his chugs.
Oh, this kid is white bacon.
That was like a full can.
Oh my gosh. Tucker is not on the all juice team.
Let's go, Tucker. Good job.
Oh, this is right up Mally's alley. Matt's
Dirty
alley.
Franklin.
Oh no!
It's not going away.
This was such a good idea. This was for such a good cause, and now Tucker is about to catch all of the strays.
Derek,
watch her, bro.
Derek Parrish off the board by the way.
Oh, Derek Parrish.
D-line / running back.
Derek Parrish has been picked by the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Froggles, you were
All right, Tuck, I'll leave you alone.
True.
If you want to know,
no.
go visit Tin Roof tonight. Tell Tucker how you feel.
Lay into
Westport.
me. Honestly, maybe buy me some more seltzers and make me have to chug more of them. That would really teach me my lesson.
Oh my god! Oh snap!
That would really
Okay.
teach
We'll
me
give
my
it. We'll give
lesson.
both sides.
So Derek Parrish.
Hey, guys.
All right, let's all say some positive things about Tucker. In all seriousness, he's the one who's made a lot of these live streams work with the highlights, the packages, the graphics that got weird about an hour and a half ago. But
I was
he's
doing
been
so
crushing
good
it.
on those, honestly. Day two, I was worried about day two, but I've kept up with day two
Great,
just
buddy.
fine. It took me a couple picks into day three.
Tucker,
to be able to-
Tucker, you've done great. I could not imagine what this would look like without you.
I'm not.
running
I
this
mean, by that I mean KC Sports Network.
Yes, not even just this show, but like all of these shows. It would be like BJ would be like trying to record from standing on top of a stool with the iPhone. And then
All right.
Get these out of your way.
Listen, at some point when things slow down, if that ever happens, we'll go back and show some like behind the scenes from the first few things that we did
Oh no.
from the bullpen.
Let's go.
Ooh.
I don't know who's this is. Go
From Tommy's
Somebody just like
Baseball Academy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Quentin Johnson and Max Dugan reunited.
preseason post game show.
Hey guys,
Can I go back? Darius, what's up, Greg?
Oh, hi.
How was
Hey,
your
I
seltzer?
got up from the table and everything went off the rails.
No, we just raised more money.
No, it's awesome. People are great.
Can we get an updated total?
It'll take a minute. Woo.
Yeah, this
Yeah, give me a
right
second.
now is
It takes YouTube a couple of days because
Oh!
they take a cut, so don't know
Corey
exactly
Trice.
what that number
The
is.
Steelers are having the best draft.
they are really just sitting and catching
Corey Trice
dudes.
now going. They're gonna have in 2 years from now. Corey Trice and Joey Porter Jr. are just gonna be mugging receivers
Holy
in Pittsburgh,
cow.
just absolutely stealing their wallets.
And it won't matter because Kenny Pickett's their quarterback.
Yeah, but they have Darnell Washington and Broderick Jones just blocking everybody into the sun.
That's a good point. Oh, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button.
There we go. Get him in there.
Appreciate everybody.
Hey, does anybody want to play a drinking game for the rest of the day? And anytime Kent says that, you gotta take a drink.
Yeah, this is our retribution. 700 of you are watching us go unhinged and lose our minds on air.
We appreciate it. That's a good choice by y'all.
Wow. Real KB, I was going through it there for a second after I finished that second one.
Saturday.
It's
Saturday.
the last-
Saturday.
I told you Kent was going to sing. I told y'all
I've
that
sang
Kent was
like
going to
4
sing.
songs today.
The last half of that really cold seltzer in that tall can is a thing. Like
Yeah,
the tall can really felt like a lot halfway through, as cold as it was.
What do we think about the Packers draft?
They drafted 3 tight ends. Okay, here, Kit, can you please read their draft to me?
I'm not going to do it, but you knew exactly what I meant. It's an interesting. It's kind of. It's just kind of scattershot for me. It's just kind of all over the place a little bit. Jaden Reed doesn't fit their typical profile. Dontavian Wicks was interesting.
He fits their profile. On
That one's perfect for them.
Yeah.
The 3 tight ends, like in the middle rounds there.
A
And
kicker.
Then 2 defensive tackles that are like versatile inside-outside pieces with Colby Wooden and Carl Brooks. And then a running back of sorts.
Y'all don't have to bring this back to professionalism just because I sat back down at the table.
I feel like the people, there's some backwards hats. I feel like there's, of the 700 people, like 12 of them are still here for the serious talk, and the rest are just.
I think we learned that 700 people turned us on and fell asleep. And then they're gonna wake up and they're gonna be like, "What is happening?
That's probably true.
What timeline am I in?"
Strong late show energy.
Yo, good for Jake. He's super stoked right now. This is one of his favorite safeties.
That is one of Jake's favorite safeties.
Anthony Johnson Jr. out of Iowa State. He plays safety.
He does. I actually
Kind of.
watched him because Jake was so high
Yeah.
on him. I sat down and watched him.
And you think he's a 7th round pick?
I do think
Yes.
he's a 7th round pick. I do, but I know that Jake's a big fan of him. It was interesting. Played corner before, so gives him a little bit of flexibility, a little flexibility.
A little flexibility's coming out.
It gives them some options in that secondary there, but I honestly, he should be drafted. He was good enough, but where maybe Jake liked him, it was a little higher than I maybe would have liked.
Yeah,
him.
Nick Hargis, thank you. Yeah, other 4-letter networks showing a ton of commercials. This is entertaining. Thank you so much, Nick. And I also want to make sure you know that this is presented by Miller Lite. So thank you.
We're not going to show you a commercial, but we're going to tell you about a commercial.
I'm going to give you
I'm going to describe it to
give you an audio commercial.
I was just waiting for Tucker to break into the ad read right there. That's what I was waiting for.
Hey, are you the same athlete as Patrick Mahomes, Tucker?
Kansas City, the draft is almost here.
Yeah, listen, that was not
The draft is almost done.
The draft is almost done.
Now
There's
listen,
a lot of cans over here.
I'm not the same athlete as Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, tell us about Athletic Greens, Tucker.
I drank it this morning.
Yeah. Did you?
Listen.
Why didn't you tell us that when you said you had pineapple and a protein bar today?
I didn't say
We're inching ever so closer to the Chiefs pick.
Pick is in. Pick 243 is in. Kansas City is squarely in the middle
We're the tracker.
of the tracker right
Ooh,
now.
nice.
Okay.
Like smack dab in the middle of that tracker. Just right in your face.
I need it.
It's just taunting you.
Can't stop. Need to pull this up.
What?
Running backs. Sean Tucker. Still on the board.
Please.
Yeah.
That's
Who,
it.
who else? Is that basically it
For
that
running
you're
back?
looking for right now?
I mean, I actually like Xavier Holiday.
Xavier? Zazavian? It's Zazavian. We should make Craig try to say that one.
He's
Apparently, I'm the only one that chugged their actual beer. But
excuse me, I did as well. I was not about to be.
I finished the second one, okay? I finished it.
Raheem Jarrett's still there. That's I'm just giving you a pound on the table for that one. I don't.
There's got to be something
Hunter
there.
Lupke is a guy that I actually think would be a great pick here to end because they don't have.
I think that'd be a lot of fun. Herbie Teope? Yeah, so just found out that Herbie Teope is retiring from
Hey,
the
congratulations.
So congratulations to Herbie on an outstanding career.
Congrats, Herbie.
Oh,
God, Herbie's a good dude.
Good dude.
The Giants have selected a very large Jordan Riley out of Oregon. He's a defensive tackle, about 6'6",
338 pounds.
Yeah,
and he came out as a senior. Did you know that?
I think he has pretty good long arms.
You think?
I think.
No, he doesn't. He only has one pass defense in 2022.
Yeah, well, but see, he was he transferred there from Nebraska, so that probably explains why he only had one pass defense at Oregon.
That's true. Herbie would know this stuff. He's much more professional than us.
He's gonna have to chug a seltzer.
Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna let BJ come over here and talk a little bit about Herbie.
Oh, perfect.
BJ has a very direct connection with Herbie himself. So yeah, this will be good.
Hey, sorry, it just caught me off guard.
Yeah.
I haven't talked to him a little bit, but I just want to share Herbie TLP story. I think anybody watching probably knows his work as a beat writer, absolutely traditional journalist, beat writer. He and Terez were very, very close. They were best friends. So I know that was something that meant a lot to him. But personally, for me, when I got into this and was blogging, to make the jump to do what I was doing before, to try and make a career out of it, there are very few people, Matt Miller being one of them. Herbie Teope is one of the two most influential people that gave me a chance probably before I deserved it. And I will always feel indebted. He knows this. I tell him this a lot. I will always feel indebted to him. When I was blogging at Arrowhead Pride years ago, I was living out in San Diego, had come back. At that time, he was living in Manhattan. My wife is from Manhattan. I put something on Twitter, something stupid like, hey, hanging out in Manhattan. He reached out to me. He DM'd me and said, hey, would you want to meet for beers? I met him for beers. We exchanged phone numbers. We hung out for probably 3 or 4 hours at Carlos O'Kelly's at the old Manhattan Mall. Had beers, exchanged numbers. I don't talk to him again for a year. And then during that time, I started working at Bleacher Report. And at that time, I was coaching high school baseball. My wife and I just moved back from San Diego. Didn't have a lot of money, trying to figure out what I wanted to do. I remember telling my wife, hey, I'm going to go down to the Senior Bowl, and if I'm trying to make this a career, and if not, I'll go find some other job. I'll stop working 35 hours a week, making $200 a month. This is not sustainable. And when I went to Bleacher Report, it was still part-time. It was a little bit more money, a little less work, and it was a much bigger platform. And when I went there, Herbie reached out to me randomly after having beers with him a year earlier. He reaches out to me and said, hey, are you full-time at Bleacher Report? And I said, no. He goes, I just started at a production company in Kansas City. If you want to move up in this business, you need to learn the TV side of things. Mm-hmm. And there's a company called Niles Media Group. Got bought out by another company called LTN Global. But Herbie reached out to me and said, what do you know about the live TV business? And I said, absolutely nothing. And he goes, I need somebody to be a production coordinator. I can teach you the TV business. It will serve you well. You already know how to write. You obviously know the Chiefs. You need to learn the TV business. And with absolutely no experience, said, you're somebody I want to work with. People say good things about you. I want to give you a chance. I want to mentor you in this way. I was at Niles Media Group for a year when the Chiefs reporter job opened, and somebody at the Chiefs, one of their producers, had reached out, said, hey, this job is open, after working with Herbie for a year, writing at Bleacher Report for a year. When I went in and interviewed, the reason they told me is that I knew the Chiefs. I could write long forms, I could write about football, and that I had TV experience. And I would never have gotten that job with the Chiefs had I not had just a year of that TV experience. And really learned it, did some sideline reporting for MIAA. All of that was because of Herbie, and I never would have gotten that job. I probably wouldn't have kept in media the way that it was going, where I was at, and how much time that we were putting in back in the day, Craig, for what we were getting paid. And for that reason, that started the catalyst of working at the Chiefs and all the other things. And I will never let Herbie not understand that. And going from Arrowhead Pride to Bleacher Report, it was because of Matt Miller. And all of these steps along the way where people give you an opportunity. Never forget that. Everybody in their life has people who helped them out before they probably deserved it. And for me, Matt Miller and Herbie Teope, and then an agent named CJ LeBoy, those are the three guys that and Joel Foreman, honestly, back in the day, gave me my first platform. Those are the four guys that I owe everything in my media career to. And I don't feel right sitting over there and having people talk about Herbie and not share that story, because I don't think KCSN would be possible if it wasn't for Herbie giving me that opportunity back in the day. So sorry for the soapbox, but that is a great fucking man. That's a great fucking dude. And I hope he goes and plays poker 19 hours a day for the rest of his life and just absolutely crushes it.
Even in his retirement announcement, he said he's going to try to go make the World Series of Poker in 2023. So
he should.
Guy loves poker.
He does.
He's fiercely protective and proud of his military experience, and he absolutely should be. He talked about it all the time. but it's poker, it's the military. He's a good man. They don't make him like Herbie.
Congratulations.
So shout out to
Silby.
Herbie.
Thanks,
Congratulations, buddy.
No, that's great. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right, now I'm going to go. Why don't you guys talk about football?
Okay.
These are almost on the
If
clock.
we must.
We'll go cut a podcast.
Huh?
Yeah.
I'm going to go cut the podcast.
Okay.
Get some highlights together.
We got one more, BJ.
Do you
Derek
want
Parrish?
Yeah, he's gone.
Derek Parrish is gone.
Did he? He got drafted?
He went.
Yeah,
He went.
good for him.
Good for him. Good for him.
He went
said-
while we were
So we got
chugging.
Chase Bryce. Who else do we got?
He's not there. I don't know. Derek Parrish said he would not take the fines for wearing a
crop top.
A crop top because that's all he did at Houston.
Maddie and I were just talking about the Shrine guys left. There's not a ton really left. A lot of the guys left are in the secondary. I don't really know if the Chiefs need any guys in the secondary
Is
anymore.
Mackay gone? LSU corner?
Mackay Gardner, is he gone?
No,
Mackay
he's not gone yet.
He's still
They had
there.
a top 30 visit with him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they did.
He's one of the guys.
They did.
Still there.
Trey Dean, I believe, is still there. But again, I don't know if the Chiefs. are
Tight
gonna
end
take-
from Cincinnati, Leonard.
Leonard Taylor?
Yeah.
He got drafted.
Not yet.
Not yet.
So there's some options.
Couple guys. Yeah.
There's some Shrine options there.
Chiefs are almost
Who's
on the
my
clock.
guy?
They're
Right,
4
Purdue
picks left.
linebacker. Jalen Graham.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about Jalen Graham.
That was my guy. I
Anthony Orji.
watched 3 reps in a row, and I was like, my guy.
Yep.
It turned out I was like, I don't need to watch hours of film. I saw 3 great plays at an all-star game. I'm good. It's my guy.
The best
All
of the
right.
players.
We
All right.
are almost.
You guys are close, so Maddie should get on here.
Yep. Chiefs are almost on the clock. DJ Ivey, the defensive back out of Miami, is the pick.
Let us know in the comment section who your guys' favorite pick of this draft has been.
Yeah, and Tucker, why don't you go to
yeah.
a 2-shot so I can talk to BJ for a second?
Okay.
Hey, Maddie.
What's up? What's going on?
I'm just hanging out.
What's weird? DJ Ivy's off the board.
You know what? You want to talk about the draft a little bit?
Sure. What do you want to know?
Let's see. Tell me a little bit about DJ Ivey.
Okay.
He's out of
He played
other than he played in Miami.
Played in Miami.
You gonna take my
He's
bit?
a cornerback.
He's a cornerback. He played with Tyreek Stevenson,
He had
who also was at
he had
Miami.
6 interceptions.
Yeah, he's got ball skills.
got-
That's what I like to
he's
say
got ball
about. That's what when you talk about DJ Ivey, you start with his ball skills.
Do you?
Yeah, well, you start with the school that he went to, which is Miami, and then you follow that up with his teammate Tyreek Stevenson, who went in the second round of this draft, and then you round it out with his ability to make plays on the football. But I think it's time to move on to the San Francisco 49ers, who have now made their pick.
The Colts drafted Jake Witt, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know that.
I think
maybe
you were
guys-
grabbing
I was-
some seltzers.
Yeah.
It's grabbing
They've had a
round
good
number
draft.
3 of
They
seltzers.
legitimately do the exact same thing every year. Trade back, draft athletes with length. Repeat,
Yeah.
rinse, repeat. So now the 49ers are up, and that's like, what 2 picks before the Chiefs?
Yeah, absolutely. We are
Crop top.
getting close. Crop top, Derek Parrish. It was funny watching Rasheed Rice yesterday. We watched a little bit of, was that 2020 or 2021 against Houston? And watching him play defensive end, it's just, the man is a ball of energy.
He had like
Like,
5 sacks against Texas Tech
He
in
is
a game.
He's just
I think they're just
crazy effort.
Pretty good, like skip cross chop.
Yeah,
Not gonna lie.
For being as small as he is, that
Stubby.
cross chop
Stubby.
is stubby as he is. That cross chop was ridiculously
Right.
effective and worked out a little bit as a fullback as well. I mean,
I think that's where the NFL sees him
I
more.
think that's where it is, too.
But the Jags have him right now listed as D-line. I mean, obviously that can change, but
when it was announced, it was
D-line slash running
fullback.
back.
yeah, no, I saw it earlier. He can come in and immediately take Bretton Strange's job as a blocker. So
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Better blocker. Limited sample size too.
Very limited sample
Kip
size.
likes Penn State players.
he's a big Penn Stater.
He is a big Penn Stater.
Their uniforms, Maddie and I disagree on this, I think.
Okay.
I think their uniforms suck.
Oh no, I think they have amazing uniforms.
They're the best
they
uniforms.
slap, dude.
Yeah.
They're a middle school team. A middle school team wears those uniforms.
Okay, but there's like room for like 2-3 teams to have that kind of uniform, and it's the staple. They're one because theirs is the like cleanest and most simple.
And that's fair. It's just not.
Braden Willis out of
My
Oklahoma, the
favorite.
tight end, is a San Francisco 49er.
Yeah, he's kind of like an H-back fullback kind of player. He actually, when they lost every quarterback and they had General Booty out there trying to throw footballs, they put him in there as a wildcat quarterback and just said, "Hey,
Pause?
you and Eric Gray." No, that's his name.
I know.
That his name is General Booty. They had Eric Gray and Braden was it Willis, right?
Yeah.
We had Braden Willis back there playing like a wildcat running back.
We watched that game.
Yeah.
I believe we sat down and we were watching that game for the run blocking for Anton Harrison and Wanda
don't
Morris.
absolutely. I mean, don't. I think it's a quality player. At this point in the time of the draft, you get someone that has some of that versatility like that.
Boy, that would have been a guy.
Is this the Texans pick,
No,
or did this already happen earlier?
I believe this already happened. Brandon
I
Hill
missed
pick.
it. This is why I was asking.
Or there's just profiling a guy that they're surprised is not there because I don't believe Brandon Hill's been picked.
I didn't
yet.
think so either. That's why I was wondering if it was the pick.
Fair enough.
It's a good pick. It's a rangy. Yeah, okay, it is.
Oh, there it is. Now it is. It's officially.
He is the
Brandon Hill.
Pittsburgh safety that I don't even remember the one who went before him's name, but this is the one that I actually kind of like for the Chiefs. He's a center field type safety, a lot of range, very athletic player. I think that tackling can be a little bit iffy, maybe not a man coverage guy. He's like in a more limited version of a Juan Thornhill, but I liked him as a replacement for him, given the range, the ability to play.
I mean, and Juan Thornhill got paid this offseason, so it makes some sense.
Thanks to everybody that's just jumped on to watch us watch the Chiefs make their final pick.
You missed some of the best television ever.
You have missed a lot. You've missed a lot. And we were a lot less serious about an hour ago. But thank you for coming in to hang out. The Chiefs are almost on the clock. The Philadelphia Eagles, picking at 249, are now on the board. And as soon as they make their selection, that means the Chiefs will be making their last pick of the 2023 NFL Draft. It's been a good. It's been a really fun day for them, and I think the full picture of this thing has been quite good.
I know we'll probably talk about this a little bit tomorrow in our full recap of the draft, but just as kind of like a peek into some of that, I like the way that it was constructed. Maybe individual stuff in the early going is
Eagles
a little bit
picks already in.
All right.
Chiefs are on the clock.
Interesting.
The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock for their last pick.
It's false.
What?
Nothing going.
Go. Oh. The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock for their last pick, number 250 in the 7th round. What's up, everybody? Kent Swanson, Craig Stout, Matthew Lane here for the last pick, we believe, of the 2023 NFL Draft for the Kansas City Chiefs. It's been a very fun draft so far.
Yep.
We're having a lot of fun. We've been having a lot of fun here in day 3. I mean, is there any specific position that you'd like to see the Chiefs take, or is it just
see them take Raheem Jarrett or Sean Tucker or Hunter Lipke?
I mean,
Hunter Lipke would be fine.
They don't have a fullback. They
I know.
actively don't have a fullback on the roster.
You don't need to draft a fullback, to be clear, but
you can.
You can. I like Hunter Lipke. I think that makes some sense. In the backfield somewhere, would be nice. I think if they address the backfield in the way that, that makes sense, then it's a very complete draft. And not something that I maybe thought was going to happen in this draft class, and trying to find the pockets and trying to find the value, which I still believe they did.
Yeah.
And it might still end up rounding out a very complete draft with the Chiefs.
Mora Ojomo went right before the Chiefs.
That's a good pick.
One of Tucker D. Franklin's favorites.
And just another Texas interior defensive lineman. But you were talking about pockets, and his teammate Keandre Coburn went before him to the Chiefs, and that's a pocket they attacked where Keandre Coburn's probably a 2-down player for the Chiefs. Getting a 2-down contributor like that, though, that late in the draft,
that late, a guy that's probably going to play pretty quick too. And now you've got that opportunity here. This is last pick of the draft of the Kansas City Chiefs last year was Najee Johnson. I mean, people are probably going to look back on that pick and be like, well, let's see what he did. He was on the active roster for most of the year as a special teamer. They used one of their 53-man roster slots for their late 7th round pick. And he was a Tier 1 C-back.
You know some guys are still there, maybe in the secondary. So speaking of Najee Johnson, you still have Brandon Joseph, our safety we talked about a couple picks ago. I
would like him.
Don't know if they need him, but it's a great spot.
There's a couple top 30 visits.
Well,
let's hear those.
Go through
real quick.
The pick is in for the Chiefs.
Okay,
well, we'll see what happens.
I was just going to say the Oregon State corners are both still there too, and I think Rajon Wright and Alex Austin can both play. Raheem Jarrett, man,
but
the top 30 visits.
Couple top 30 visits. Jeremy Banks, the linebacker out of Tennessee. Ronnie Bell, I don't know if he's a top 30 visit, but he's a local prospect.
I believe he was
They've
traded in the past to get back in. They did that for Bo Peep Keys a few years back just to grab another player that they wanted to make sure that they
the
secured.
fact that they basically not forfeited, but acquired a future pick earlier in the draft here. I don't think that they're really targeting the end of this draft here, especially picking 250. Like that Bo Peep Keys trade, if I remember right, they didn't pick it all in the 7th round and traded back in. Like they were
their
done
draft was
early,
done. Their draft was done in the 6th round, and then they said, "Screw it, let's go take a 6th round pick in next year's draft, trade back into the 7th round to make sure that we get this guy because we don't like how the conversations are going with the undrafted free agent outlook for
and
them."
that could be the case for this one as well. I mean, it really could be the case for this. So we'll have to see here. But the pick is in for the Kansas City Chiefs, the last one that they are scheduled to pick.
I believe some people have said that James Draws might be making the pick for the Chiefs. So that would be really cool if that's the case.
Cool.
Thanks everybody that's hanging out.
Make one. Yeah.
Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Again, over 1,000 of you hanging out with us on day 3 of the NFL draft. We've had a lot of fun. We've raised nearly $10,000 for the Terez Paylor Scholarship. Thank you all so much for that support. We really, really appreciate that. If you want to continue to support and donate all the super chat money
it's coming
that we
out
get today goes towards that as well. So the final pick is coming in as we await it. There's so many good players that we like that we'd be interested in getting. I'll be happy with whatever decision.
I mean, honestly, I'm already good with the draft. I'm good with where they've stood on this. This is just kind of a cherry on top at this point.
And look, seventh round picks have mattered in the NFL or in the
they matter for the Chiefs,
and they matter for the Chiefs in recent memory. Isaiah Pacheco, ever heard of him? Let's see this if there's another.
What's the poll here?
We got
the pick is in. Nick Jones, the cornerback out of Ball State.
Cornerback out of Ball State. So they did go to the secondary position here.
Yeah. I mean, it's another swing and a deep cornerback class.
Yeah.
And if I remember correctly, Nick Jones was close to getting a write-up for us in the KCSN draft.
I believe he was just on the outskirts of the cornerback position of sneaking into write-up range coming out of Ball State. And I think actually was a little bit of athletic testing that just bumped him out of it a little bit.
Yeah, not going to be a guy that's going to be confused for like a tier 1 CBAT sort of guy. Ran a 4.5 40, 34.5-inch vertical jump. Broad was okay. It was 10.5. 20-yard was actually 4.34. Not terrible in that regard. But, 6 foot, long arms, 32 and 3/8-inch arms, 189 pounds. Like, he's got long arms, physicality there. This is going to be a preferential thing. I think you're going to be looking at a guy like this and saying, hey, this guy just fits some of the traits that Steve Spagnuolo covets of a guy there, not taking a gamble on athleticism, maybe like they did with some of the earlier picks. This is just a guy that makes sense for what Spags likes to do.
The Chiefs went all defense on day 3.
They did. Yes, they did.
Nick Jones was a Shrine Bowl participant, if I remember correctly, too. So the Chiefs have leaned heavily into the Shrine Bowl players as well. Excuse me.
Yeah, no, that is the route they have gone here on day 3. It's just they've gone back to the Shrine Bowl spot. They had a lot of success with that last year with obviously the Isaiah Pacheco pick, and they're going back there now. So it'll be interesting to see. I wonder if this is another special teams pick too.
It is. He's actually blocked a kick and he blocked a punt at Ball State, and so he got plenty of snaps as a special teamer. So makes a ton of sense here. You see him actually returning a kick here on these highlights. So it might be a more special teams focus, but the physical profile actually fits. And I think the other thing, we saw him a little bit at the Shrine game. The other thing that we know about him, he's got quick feet. Like he actually has pretty quick feet. Not just like, oh, hey, you're a big dude, you're going to be plodding, you're going to be slow. There's a couple of treats there, even if the athletic testing overall isn't like an elite level.
Yeah.
Go.
I was just saying he's a corner. He's got pretty long arms. If I remember correctly, for the position. Long arms. Yeah. He does a good job getting his hands on receivers and just kind of keeping them there. And then he's had some ability to play inside and outside in the slot.
Yep.
There's definitely a route that he develops and becomes a player that can fill in as a depth player or a cornerback for a team. I feeling pretty good. It's a special teams move. It's a guy that comes out there. He's willing to give it his all. He's always able to or willing to earn a spot and do stuff like that. He needs to keep adding weight. He's pretty skinny for his size. So, yeah, add some weight, but I think he's kind of another special teams pick here.
10-inch hands.
That's just big, huge hands. It shows up. He's a little bit of a ball hack. Has some production at the catch point.
Yeah.
So,
32 and 3/8-inch arms, 10-inch hands. And I think this, if you're looking at roster construction and his path to success, Nazeeh Johnson.
Yeah, might be. I mean,
they might be competing a little bit here for that special teams role.
Taking some swings on some special teams role to try and get them to also fit within this defense. I do think that he fits a little bit more inside the structure of Steve Spagnuolo's defense, maybe than Nazeeh Johnson does. Not that Nazeeh Johnson doesn't, but just again,
I agree with that.
The tackling ability, and a little bit of ability to play at the catch point. I mean, those are all things that Steve Spagnuolo prioritizes.
No, absolutely, and I think that's why this pick is going to make sense. I mean, we're talking about a day 3 pick here, right?
Sure.
It's so much. This
Late
stuff
day
is
3.
about.
Yeah.
This is so much about who impressed a specific scout or positional coach and what kind of very specific role they can fit. Because he didn't cross any of our lists, and we're talking about guys we'd like to see them take, and that's fine, right? That's absolutely fine because this is a player that somebody inside the room is pounding the table for, saying, no, this is the guy that we can't risk going into, the undrafted free agent pool and having to debate with them. Whereas Raheem Jarrett, Sean Tucker still available right now. Maybe you can still sign them, right?
Yeah.
Maybe those guys are still signable. Nick Jones is someone they just wanted to make sure they got. So from that aspect, somebody somewhere has a plan on how to use them.
14 passes defensed in 2022.
Yes.
For Nick Jones. That's a nice stat for him.
It is.
Good
a little
on
bit
him.
of ball production.
And I don't think it's a bad philosophy to try to invest in high value positions late in the draft too. Like, just take the high positional value spots. Cornerback, the Chiefs have had some success going to the well at the cornerback position in recent memory this late in the draft.
Yeah.
I mean, literally last year. So keep doing that. Just take your swings on some of these spots because you never know. You'll land a Jalen Watson from time to time.
For sure. I mean, this is it's a good pick. I do like this one. Really paid attention to the Shrine game. The Chiefs came out and put a big focus on the Shrine. So that's really cool. We obviously didn't get to talk specifically with Nick Jones while we were down there, unfortunately, or you'd be all watching the interview there.
You'd be watching it.
Yeah,
we would have been watching it immediately.
Yes, but I mean, a player that certainly, when we were down there, wide receivers had a little bit of trouble at times with some of these corners, and he was one of them that actually stood out a little bit, but not one of those guys that I was looking at and saying, okay, that guy's clearly better than a Joshua Williams, a Jalen Watson, a thing like that, but add it to the room. Figure out what happens.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's this. You're adding a young guy to a room that has some pretty good depth, and you're kind of hoping in year one maybe he proves to be so good on special teams that you can't keep him off your 53-man roster like Nazeeh Johnson was last year. Not, you slide into the practice squad. You have some more youth and stuff coming in to back up and be depth in the future in the secondary.
Blocking kicks is difficult to do.
That's true.
And the fact that he's been able to do that in multiple facets of special teams multiple times matters. I mean, Dave Toe could go pound the table for that.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be back right after this.
Thanks for listening to KC Sports Network. Make sure you download our new app. Find it on the App Store or Google Play. Just search KC Sports Network.
Kansas City, the NFL draft is here. It is draft week in Kansas City, and what a time it is for our city. Just winning a Super Bowl thanks to Andy Reid and company, and now hosting the NFL draft. It's an incredible time to be in Kansas City and to be a Kansas City sports fan, and regardless of who you root for, there's only one selection that every football fan can share, and that's an ice-cold Miller Lite. Look, the players change, the coaches change, the rules change, but Miller Lite is still the perfect beer for draft time, game time, and everything in between. When I want a beer with some flavor, I go to the cooler and I reach for a Miller Lite. It's light on calories, not light on taste. It's the perfect beer for watching football, watching soccer, watching any Kansas City sports, and hanging out with the boys. It's my go-to. So kickoff comes around again. Enjoy the beer that tastes like the season, Miller Lite. Great taste, 96 calories. To get Miller Lite delivered right to your door, visit MillerLite.com/KCSN, or you can pick up some Miller Lite pretty much anywhere they sell beer. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories and 3.2 carbs per 12 ounces.
Entertain, educate, inform. KC Sports Network.
Nick Jones is the newest member of the Kansas City Chiefs in the final selection in the 2023 NFL Draft for the team that won the Super Bowl and is hosting the draft in their beautiful city that deserves all the shine. Boy, this city impressed, man. It's been so cool to see. It's been so cool to see the city just absolutely thrive, and it's been a lot of fun to watch that today. We just got done talking about Nick Jones. I think it's worth talking about some of the undrafted free agent targets that you might want to look at. Like Ronnie Bell would have been one for me before he got picked by the San Francisco 49ers. The draft's winding down here, obviously. Jalen Graham just went off the board to the San Francisco 49ers, but I still think there are plenty of interesting prospects to take a look at as in the undrafted free agent market. One, to start off the top, I'll give you guys Starling Thomas. The defensive back out of UAB. I think he was one of the stars of the slot cornerbacks at the East West Shrine Bowl.
Yeah, no, he was, and I loved the competitiveness and how physical and just the trash talk and just the way he played, the way he carried himself. He's probably limited to just being in the slot for the next level, but the way he carried himself was a lot of fun. We actually just got a question on what draft prospect we're supposed to hit up to start the free agency campaign on Twitter right now. Listen, here's my nominee, Sean Tucker, running back from Syracuse. And we've been talking about him. There's some medical concerns, but you want to talk about a guy? Look at the Chiefs running back room right now, right? There's snaps to be had. There is somebody that can come in here and eat snaps. So we did this with Marquand McCall last year. We tried to, get him to the Chiefs via just a social media campaign. If you guys are chomping at the bit to do that again, let's go with Sean Tucker. He feels like he's healthy enough. He hosted his own pro day. It sounds like, yes, there's medical concerns, but if he's going to get a shot with the NFL team, might as well be the Kansas City Chiefs because there's a place for him there, and I think he'd actually fit in pretty well with Isaiah Pacheco.
And on kind of that same lines, looking at the backfield there, fullback Hunter Lepke out of North Dakota State makes a lot of sense. Jake and Ross Uglum, two guys that do the KCSN draft guide with us, are big fans of him, obviously because of the North Dakota State connection. Both of those guys are big NDSU guys, but he actually has a lot of versatility. And can line up. He's a good blocker there. He's going to play special teams at a ridiculously high level there. Not going to be somebody that you're going to look at and be like, man, I'm really glad that we have him as our H-back or as an F tight end or something like that can run away from guys. But the Chiefs don't have a fullback on the roster, and it's something that Andy Reid covets on his roster every single year as a priority free agent. Yeah, absolutely.
And on that same note, Jack Coletto out of Oregon State, another
like
similar
Jack.
guy. Played linebacker and fullback at Oregon State. And so if you are looking for a fullback to bring to the Chiefs, he's a guy I'd look at.
I also think there's a couple wide receivers that maybe we expected to go off the board before now. Bryce Ford-Wheaton is still out there. And that's a guy that when we were down at the East West Shrine game, we talked about Bryce Ford-Wheaton, not necessarily my style of wide receiver, not a guy that I'm like super ultra high on by any sorts of means here. But I do think that his talent is good enough to where he should have been drafted today. And so him not being drafted, I know he's a bigger, more physical guy, not going to run away from a whole bunch of people, doesn't have exceptional foot quickness. Another guy, Jaden Hazelwood. Jaden Hazelwood, thank you.
And even another guy, Xavier Smith. I know Steve Smith. Steve Smith has been talking about Xavier Smith for a long time.
Relentlessly.
Every chance he gets, he is talking about Xavier Smith. He's a little undersized, but he is a wide receiver that, there's some fans of out there despite the size. And, so he's another one to look at, and he has some returnability if you are looking for another player to come in and, offer some of that.
I just think it's funny. A lot of these wide receivers have stayed on the board throughout the entire day 3. And you maybe expected them to come
a couple more to go off. I think so.
And so it makes you wonder what the deal is with those guys.
How about Jalen Cropper Moreno? Out of Fresno State.
I like him.
There's a ton of receivers in this group that'd be fun to try to get into camp as a
and see what shakes loose.
Like them higher than some of the other players that have been picked.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, wide receiver quality in free agency might be pretty strong this year. So I wouldn't get too in the weeds if you see a guy get added there don't get too worried about what that means for other players on the roster here. Just taking shots at maybe some talent in free agency at this point. But
I'm sitting here and I'm looking at this, and like we're talking about Rakeem Jarrett's still there, so obviously there's something. Something. He's a 5-star. If he's a 5-star recruit coming out of high school, those guys don't get undrafted, especially because you can go. He's a good athlete, 5-star recruit that had some level of production. There is an issue with him that's got to be off the field, whether medical or a character thing. But if he is cleared, it's something that's just a small medical thing or something. Bring that guy into camp immediately because he could. He could make a roster easily. That guy has more talent than half the receivers that got drafted. Minimum. Minimum.
It's just very interesting to see who's left. This is fun. It's not a great draft class overall, and I think we've seen the NFL is definitely taking guys that they just more fit based than talent based here. So free agency, I think we're going to see a lot of the talent kind of click and close after that.
I'll throw another guy that we saw. I'm surprised a defensive back from Rutgers went before Christian Izzy.
Yes,
he's undersized. He's a little small,
it's
but
a size, I would assume. But yeah,
I mean, I think he had a great pre-draft process too. I think he had a really good showing at the East-West Shrine Bowl and was very competitive. And I mean, slot, safety, like whatever he is, he put on a show there. I thought he was one of the better players. I would anticipate the Chiefs are probably going to throw some numbers at the running back position.
Yeah,
they have to, right? And but I'm looking, and I know there's guys out there, but I feel like it's a little thinner than I thought it would be coming out of the draft.
Well, I mean,
Sean Tucker's going to get paid, I bet. I mean, I don't know why. Like nobody wanted him, but he seems like one of those guys that might actually catch a weird amount of money. And
Mo Ibrahim was somebody that I know that Eric Galko, he's hearing from NFL teams that they really like his ability as a pass blocker. Guy can be a late outlet. They're not the same size, but he's about as dynamic as Darryl the Barrel Williams, but he can leak out to the flat. He can pass protect. He can do the dirty work for you. Keaton Mitchell, I'm not surprised when undrafted. He's an undersized guy. He's got a dominant trait with his long speed, but
it was a little bit less than people thought it was going to be. I think that's his qualm. That's the hold up there.
Xavier Valladay from Arizona State, pass catcher. He's got he's one of the better pass catching options I think that's available. SaRodorick Thompson, I know some people really like him. Deneric Prince, the running back out of Tulsa, had some really strong athletic testing, I believe, if I remember correctly. So,
any offensive linemen that really jump out at you? I feel like the NFL did a really good job of picking over the offensive line.
It wasn't a strong
position.
Class across the board, I don't think. And then they took all the athletes. I don't think Trevor Reed out of Louisville got picked.
Nope.
Yeah.
And then
I actually like
and John Ojukwu out of Boise State. Those are the two tackles that I also like from down at the Shrine Bowl. Athletic, kind of leaner guys. So those are guys that just keep an eye on to get a good camp invite somewhere and see what happens.
Earl Bostic Jr. From Kansas was not selected.
He tested incredibly well, which
he did.
kind of surprised me.
I'm not overly surprised that he wasn't selected.
Oh, yeah.
I'm also not going to be surprised if somebody takes a chance on him.
The athletic profile is really good. So
as an undrafted free agent, sure. Yeah, no, for sure. I'm not overly surprised that he's still available at this spot. Yeah, that's it for the tackles. I will say the linebacker position. There's some guys that I'm kind of surprised that weren't Shaka Hayward out of Duke.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a big, good sized kid.
Yeah.
So I'm a fan of his. Isaiah Moore, the linebacker out of North Carolina State, is more of a 2-down player, but we compared him to Nick Bolton as far as just what he does on early downs. He's a leader for the North Carolina State team. High character kid. One of my favorite guys to talk to, Aubrey Miller. I mean, there's a lot of linebackers. Aubrey Miller Jr. out of Jackson State.
Brett Veach said he wasn't going to take a linebacker.
He did.
And he didn't take a linebacker in the NFL draft. Guys, he bucked a trend.
He did. You got out of the day 2, got out of the top 100, didn't take a linebacker.
We threw Jeremy Banks out as an idea for the Los Angeles Rams.
Brandon Joseph.
Or for the
as a UDFA. That's a wild. He's so smart. And the athletic profile maybe isn't draftable, but he's so smart.
Do I get a half a point for that?
No.
I don't know. There's still some interesting prospects to look at. It's been a lot of fun this entire week. It's been a long weekend. We've had so much fun covering every single pick of the 2023 NFL draft. Cannot tell you how much fun this has been. Cannot tell you how much we appreciate Miller Lite. We appreciate No Other Pub and Power and Light. Want to thank everybody that's been doing some fantastic work behind the scenes. Tucker Franklin that you saw earlier, Joel Prestel, Michaela Bennett, and of course, founder CEO BJ Kissel has been killing it as well. Cannot wait to see all these guys out in training camp. Can't wait to see all you out in training camp so we can tell you thank you for your support of KC Sports Network. That is going to do it for our coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft. Thank you all so much. We'll catch you later.
Hey, so the draft is over. Everything's been done. The Rams' final pick. The final pick is Desjuan Johnson, defensive tackle out of Toledo. Are we done? Are we cut? We're not even live anymore? Okay, that's what I thought. Desjuan Johnson
took his headset off. He's done.
Johnson was taken. He was the guy that a lot of people thought the Chiefs might end up taking here.
Yeah.
And he is off. The Rams take him as Mr. Irrelevant. This is a good pick. I honestly would have preferred the Chiefs to go this route as their last pick. I think he would have been a fun guy to replace. He's kind of like a Tershawn Wharton, so I get it. But that wraps it up.
There, let's just grab. Did you grab all the players?
No, I just did.
All right,
Mr.
I'll read them all real
Irrelevant.
quick. Spencer Anderson, Maryland, went to the Steelers. Alex Austin, Oregon State, went to the Bills. Ronnie Bell went to Michigan. From Michigan, went to San Francisco. Travarius Owens, another Shrine Bowler, went to the Giants. Jalen Graham, another Shrine Bowler, went to San Francisco. Grant Dubose goes to the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah.
Alex Forsythe goes to the Denver Broncos. Kendall Williamson from Stanford, the cornerback.
And Mr. Irrelevant, who I just talked about, was Desjuan Johnson from Toledo.
Now we're done.
We have finished. We finished the little draft.
Why don't you close us out?
We're done. We're out of here. I got a piece. We got to go.
Fellas, thank you.
Yes.
I love doing this shit with you guys.
Love you too, buddy.
You guys
that was
are great.
awesome.
Everyone watching's great.
Thank you all for staying for all of this.
Craig is great.
Through all the silliness and everything like that. We love you all so much.
Oh, come to the party tomorrow.
Come to the Holiday Distillery
Where are we at?
tomorrow.
Yes. What time?
Noon to 4. Be there. We're going to have Chiefs Legends. We're going to be there. We're going to get to talk to you. We're going to get to hang out.
We have voices.
Listen, I'm doing okay.
What's up?
Yeah. So we're going to get to talk to you, hang out. It's going to be a good time.
You can challenge Tucker to a chug off, and you got to make sure he finishes a seltzer.
I will hug you. All of these are positive things that are going to happen for you. So thank you all so very much. For Ken Swanson, Maddie Lane, Tucker D. Franklin, Joel Prestel, Michaela Bennett,
and Mr.
BJ
Universe
Kissel, and myself. We love you. We thank you. Draft over.
Peace.